Serena had learned the rhythm of the Omega quarters well enough. The soft scrape of her broom against the wooden floor, the slight scrape of dishes being stacked, the quiet hum of voices in the background. These were the sounds that filled her days. She wasn't the loudest, wasn't the most assertive, but there was a steady determination about her, a quiet strength that only those closest to her could see. As she bent to sweep the corner of the room, her hands moved with practiced ease, and her thoughts too moved quietly with purpose. She always felt this way. Disconnected, apart, like the world was happening just outside the edges of her vision. The other Omegas had their own little worlds, their little cliques, and while Serena often found herself standing on the outside, she didn't mind. She had her own space, her own thoughts to live in, and sometimes that was enough. But there was something that gnawed at her, an unsettling feeling she couldn't quite place. It had always been this way, ever since she'd been brought into this pack. The rumors she overheard, the strange looks from the higher-ranked wolves, the way the alphas seemed to treat her like she was something fragile. She had no known lineage, no family to speak of. She wasn't the daughter of an important wolf, just a stray, left behind and picked up by a pack that never fully accepted her. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of another Omega's voice, sharp and filled with unease. "I heard the alpha's planning to meet with Lucien soon. Talks about a potential alliance, a marriage maybe." Serena's heart stilled in her chest, the familiar name sparking something deep inside her. Lucien. That name, it tugged at her in ways she couldn't explain. She turned toward the whispering voice, a frown knitting her brow. "Lucien?" one of the younger Omegas asked in a voice that was too loud, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You mean the Lucien, the alpha of the rival pack?" The first Omega, a woman named Lara, nodded, her eyes darting nervously. "Yes. It's all part of some political move. If our pack can secure a marriage alliance, we'll be stronger, richer. We'll have control of territories we've only dreamed of." Another Omega, older than the rest, scoffed. "Control, right? And we'll be nothing but pawns in his game." The conversation was growing heavier, the tension palpable as the Omegas exchanged worried glances. Serena didn't know what was more unsettling, the idea of an alliance with Lucien's pack, or the strange sensation that prickled across her skin at the mere mention of his name. "Why do you care?" Lara asked, catching Serena's eye. "You're not even part of that world." Serena hesitated, unsure how to answer. She wasn't part of the hierarchy. She wasn't even sure what she was in this pack. She had no place in their games, no title to hold, nothing to make her important in their eyes. But the way the name Lucien felt like a spark in her chest, like it ignited something deep within her that had always been dormant, was something she couldn't ignore. "I don't know," she said softly, though the words were a confession more than an answer. The room fell silent as the others exchanged glances, the weight of Serena's admission heavy in the air. They didn't know her, really know her. They saw only an Omega, a servant to the higher ranks. But there was something more, something none of them could see. As Serena turned back to her chores, the scrape of the broom louder now, her thoughts drifted again, unwilling to settle. What if this Lucien, this terrifying alpha, was more than just a name? What if he was connected to her in ways she couldn't yet understand? She had always felt different. Could he be the reason why? The unsettling thoughts followed her through the day, tugging at her. But the task at hand was too simple to allow her mind to wander for long. It was only when the meal bell rang, signaling the end of their workday, that Serena felt the weight of the day's conversation settle fully over her. It wasn't just the political marriage that had unsettled her. It was the name, Lucien. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this story, more to the connection she had no right to feel. As the other Omegas filtered out of the room, chattering about the meal, Serena lingered behind, sweeping one last corner, trying to push away the nagging sensation that had settled into her bones. But the pull of Lucien's name was undeniable, like an invisible thread drawing her closer, even though she had no idea why. She stopped mid-sweep, her gaze drifting toward the large window at the far end of the room where the fading light of day spilled through. A shiver ran down her spine. The breeze that fluttered through the window seemed to whisper, like the beginning of a story she was yet to understand. It was the same feeling that had always been with her, a sense of something just out of reach, just beyond her grasp, like a dream she couldn't quite remember upon waking. And for the first time in a long while, Serena allowed herself to wonder if that feeling, that strange pull, might be tied to Lucien after all. Perhaps the tension between the packs wasn't the only thing that had been building for years. Maybe there was something more personal, more inexplicable, pulling them toward each other. And deep in her heart, she felt the quiet stirrings of a question she wasn't ready to ask yet. But the answer would come soon enough, she feared. She could feel it in her bones. The clatter of plates echoed in the Omega quarters, a steady rhythm that Serena had grown accustomed to. It was a familiar sound, a constant in her life, and yet it was the quiet moments in between, the spaces where no one spoke, that made her feel most like an outsider. She was used to being unnoticed, to being the one who disappeared into the background, folding linens, cleaning the floors, and doing everything with the same quiet diligence. It wasn't that she was unhappy with her place, it was just that she had always felt like she was meant for something more, a something she couldn't quite name. Perhaps that was why, when she overheard the conversation in the corner of the room, her heart gave an unexpected lurch. "Lucien's pack is negotiating with ours," a voice said, carrying over the low hum of chatter. Serena froze. The name hit her like a wave, sharp, sudden, and unsettling. Lucien. She hadn't expected the name to stir something deep inside her, something that felt like a thread pulling taut. It wasn't just recognition. It was resonance. A warmth bloomed in her chest, unexpected and unwelcome. She could almost feel it, the pulse of something between them, though she couldn't explain why. "Lucien, huh?" Lara's voice sounded as if it were meant to be casual, but there was something in the way she said it that made Serena's pulse quicken. "The Alpha? With that ruthless reputation?" Serena forced herself to focus on her broom, pretending the quick beat of her heart didn't mean anything. She let out a long breath. It wasn't anything. Just nerves, she told herself. Just the name of a man she'd never met. It wasn't like the Alpha of another pack could have any effect on her. She had no role to play in those politics. She was an Omega. No one cared about her. Yet the warmth lingered, fading but not gone. As the others continued to talk, Serena busied herself with tidying the room, her thoughts spinning. Lucien, the Alpha of the rival pack, she'd heard the rumors, the fearsome, unyielding leader who ruled his territory with iron claws, leaving nothing but ashes behind in his wake. He was the kind of wolf who didn't play games. He took what he wanted, and that was that. His reputation was enough to send shivers through anyone. So why did she feel this inexplicable pull? The voices in the room around her blurred as the tension gnawed at her gut. What did Lucien's name have to do with her? She forced herself to focus on the task at hand, but her mind kept circling back to the same question, the same strange sensation. The sound of the door swinging open cut through her thoughts, and Serena glanced up. It was one of the higher-ranking pack members. She had no idea why she'd been summoned. No one ever asked her to step out of the quarters unless it was something important. "Serena," the pack member said curtly, eyes avoiding hers. "The Alpha wants to see you." Serena's heart skipped. The Alpha. Her Alpha. He had never asked to speak with her before, and the fact that the request was so abrupt left a knot in her stomach. "What is it about?" she asked before she could stop herself. The pack member hesitated for a moment, but only a moment. "Don't ask questions. The Alpha has made his decision. Go now." Her throat tightened, but she nodded, grabbing her apron and setting it aside. A quick, uncertain breath followed her as she stood, the weight of the unknown pressing on her chest. She followed the pack member out of the Omega quarters, through the hallways of the pack house that felt colder than usual, the silence between them growing thicker with each step. When she arrived at the Alpha's office, the large wooden door stood imposingly before her, a symbol of authority and power that Serena had always kept her distance from. She had never been called in by the Alpha, never asked to be in his presence. Not that it was a surprise, she wasn't important enough for that. The pack member opened the door and stepped aside. Sirik hesitated for only a second before stepping in. Alpha Sira sat behind a large, dark oak desk, his gaze sharp as ever, his expression unreadable. His eyes flicked up, barely acknowledging her presence before motioning for her to approach. The room felt suffocating, as though the air itself was thick with tension. "Serena." Alpha Sirik's voice was low, deliberate. "Come here." She did as she was told, though every instinct in her body screamed to step back. The Alpha's presence alone made her skin prickle. He was a commanding figure, his broad shoulders and piercing blue eyes making her feel small in comparison. But the worst part wasn't his power. It was the coldness that radiated from him, like he was constantly assessing, constantly calculating. He never let his guard down. "You've been chosen," Alpha Cyrus said, his gaze narrowing, his voice firm. "For an important task." Serena blinked. Chosen? For what? She had no idea what he meant. She was just an Omega. No one in the pack had ever chosen her for anything. Her role was clear. Do the chores, stay out of the way, and don't cause trouble. The Alpha leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping idly on the desk, as though he were waiting for her to catch up. "You'll serve the pack in a way only you can," he said, his tone void of emotion. "An alliance is being formed with Lucien's pack. We're negotiating a union, an agreement that will secure our future. And you, Serena, have a unique role to play in this." Serena's mind spun, her heart hammering in her chest. Lucien's name again. This time, it was accompanied by the weight of his pack's reputation. And now, it seemed, her own fate was somehow tied to him. "An arranged union?" she asked, her voice almost too soft, as if testing the words. The Alpha didn't respond directly, but the tension in the room deepened. He didn't have to say it, Serena understood. She wasn't just a pawn in some negotiation, she was being sold, in a sense. She had no choice but to play her part in whatever game was being set up. "You will prepare yourself," Alpha Cyrus continued. "I'm not going to explain everything now, but you'll know your role soon enough. Until then, stay out of trouble and make sure you're ready." The cold finality in his voice left no room for argument. There were no questions left to ask. Serena stood there, rooted to the spot, overwhelmed by the weight of his words. She was to play a role she didn't understand. She didn't know what to do, didn't know how to prepare for the unknown. The Alpha's gaze softened. Only for a brief second, but it was enough to catch Serena off guard. "You'll serve the pack in a way only you can," he repeated. This time with a touch of something else, something less cold but still distant. Serena nodded, though she wasn't sure she understood what that even meant. The Alpha dismissed her with a curt wave of his hand, and Serena left, her heart still racing, her mind buzzing with more questions than answers. What was she to do with the knowledge that her life was about to change forever? And why did Lucien's name feel like it was connected to her in ways she couldn't explain? As she walked away from the Alpha's office, the silence of the pack house weighed heavily on her. Her future, it seemed, was about to collide with a past she couldn't remember. A past tied to an Alpha she didn't know, but couldn't seem to forget. Serena's heart beat faster with every step that took her deeper into the council chamber. The air in the large room felt thick, almost oppressive, as though the weight of the entire pack rested on her shoulders. She wasn't accustomed to being summoned to these kinds of meetings. Most Omegas weren't. They were quiet, in the background, unnoticed. But today was different. Today, something had shifted. The Pack Council was already seated around the long wooden table, their faces stern and unreadable. Their gazes flicked over her as she entered, some disinterested, others calculating. Serena couldn't help but feel like an animal on display, judged for something she didn't fully understand. She stood near the door, waiting, trying to breathe through the pressure building in her chest. She had been summoned. Something important was happening, and she was the subject. "Serena," the Alpha's voice rang out, cutting through the heavy silence. Alpha Cyrus, her leader, sat at the head of the table, his gaze unwavering as it landed on her. "Come forward." She hesitated for only a moment before walking to the center of the room. Her feet felt too heavy, as though the floor was pulling her down. She had no idea what this meeting was about, but she knew it couldn't be good. Nothing ever was when it came to the alphas and the higher ranks. "You've been summoned for a reason," Alpha Cyrus continued, his voice cold but firm. "The tensions with Lucien's pack have escalated. We are on the brink of something dangerous. An alliance is necessary to secure peace, and you, Serena, are to be married to his beta, Xavier, to solidify this union." The words landed on her like a punch to the gut. Married? To Xavier? Lucien's beta? She felt a rush of heat flood her cheeks, her heart pounding louder than the council's murmured voices around her. Her mind raced to catch up with what she had just heard. This couldn't be real. It had to be a joke. What? Serena's voice barely rose above a whisper, but it was enough to still the room. Her hands clenched at her sides, nails biting into her palms as if trying to hold on to some semblance of control. Alpha Cyrus leaned forward, his hands steepled in front of him, his eyes narrowing as if he were studying her. "This is not up for debate, Serena. This marriage will secure our place in the shifting power dynamics. It is the only way to protect this pack." The world tilted, her throat constricted, and the walls of the council chamber seemed to close in on her. She had always known there were things about her life that didn't add up, her lack of lineage, her quiet existence, but she had never expected this. She wasn't just an Omega, she wasn't just a servant to the higher ranks. No, she was being thrown into a political game, and her role was to marry a man she had never even met, all to seal an alliance with a pack she had been taught to fear. Why me? The question slipped out before she could stop it, her voice tight. Why not any of the other Omegas? She couldn't help but wonder what made her so special. She had no family, no connection to power. She was just Serena. So why her? For a brief moment, the council members shifted in their seats, exchanging quick glances. No one answered her question directly. Instead, it was Alpha Cyrus who finally spoke, his tone unwavering, though there was something colder in his eyes than usual. "Because you are the only one who can fulfill this role," he said, as if the answer was obvious. "You may not understand the full weight of this, but your part in this alliance is more significant than you realize." Serena stood there, struggling to keep her composure. Her stomach churned, her mind clouded with 100 different thoughts. Why her? What was so different about her that made her the key to this fragile alliance? She glanced around the room, her eyes landing on the other members of the council. They all watched her with varying degrees of indifference, some with barely concealed amusement, others with something darker, something closer to suspicion. I don't understand." Serena shook her head, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to remain calm. "Why am I?" "Enough." Alpha Sara's voice was sharp, cutting her off. "The decision has been made. You will marry Xavier. You will play your part in this, and you will do it without question." The force of his words left no room for argument. Serena nodded, though every fiber of her being screamed for her to fight back. She was just an Omega. She didn't matter. No one cared about her opinion, least of all the Alpha. But something in her rebelled, deep inside. She wasn't some pawn to be moved around on a chessboard. She was more than this. But the thought felt foolish the moment it entered her mind. She had no family, no lineage. She was nothing more than a tool in their political games. "Understood," she said quietly, her voice sounding strange even to her own ears. The words were hollow, and the truth of the situation hit her with a force she wasn't prepared for. The Alpha's expression softened just the smallest bit. "Good. Prepare yourself. The wedding will take place soon. You'll be briefed on the details shortly." He dismissed her with a wave of his hand, and without waiting for her to speak, the meeting was over. Serena turned to leave, her legs unsteady beneath her, but her heart was something else entirely. There was no fear, there was no anger, just the oddest sensation of feeling tethered to something she couldn't escape. As she walked out of the council chamber, her mind raced. The Alpha's words replayed in her head. "You're the only one who can fulfill this role." It didn't make sense. What role? What made her so special? Her thoughts were interrupted by a loud laugh echoing through the halls. She knew that voice. Lara, one of the other Omegas. She hadn't seen her since she'd left the quarters earlier. "What's going on with you, Serena?" Lara called, her voice filled with curiosity. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Serena stopped, her feet frozen to the floor as she turned to face Lara. She wanted to laugh, wanted to scream, but she couldn't. Instead, she gave a forced smile, trying to hide the unease roiling in her gut. "I've just been given a new role," she said, her voice quieter than usual. "An important one?" Lara raised an eyebrow, clearly confused, but Serena didn't wait for her to ask any more questions. She turned and walked away, the weight of the council's decision heavy on her shoulders. The sound of her footsteps echoed down the hall, but it felt like there was no one else in the world but her. A marriage to Xavier, beta of Lucien's pack. Serena had no idea what that meant for her future, but she knew one thing for sure. Her life was never going to be the same. And as she made her way back to her quarters, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was stepping into a story that had already been written for her, and there was nothing she could do to change it. She was tethered. Serena stood in the quiet of her room, staring at the simple dress laid out on the bed. It was nothing extravagant, just a soft, pale linen gown, but it was the only thing she could focus on right now. The weight of what was about to happen pressed down on her chest like an anchor, keeping her tethered to a future she hadn't chosen, a life she hadn't wanted. She had been summoned to marry the beta of Lucien's pack, and though she had no say in the matter, the decision was being forced upon her. A knock at the door pulled her from her thoughts. "Come in," Serena called, though her voice was softer than she intended. The door creaked open, and Lara stepped inside, her usual cheerful demeanor nowhere to be found. Her expression was serious, but there was a kindness in her eyes. "You look lost," Lara said, glancing at the dress. "I thought we were supposed to be excited, right? Marrying into Lucien's pack is a big deal." "An important one." Serena's lips parted, but the words wouldn't come at first. She couldn't explain it. Couldn't explain the churning in her stomach, the sense that everything was spinning out of her control. "I don't know if I'm ready for this," Serena admitted, finally letting the words spill out. "I'm not even sure why I was chosen. I don't have connections. I don't have lineage. Why me?" Lara sat beside her, her eyes filled with sympathy, but there was something else there too, a quiet resolve. She placed a hand on Serena's, squeezing it gently. "It's bigger than us, Serena. This union is what will keep our pack safe. It's about peace. It's about balance." "But I don't even know him," Serena said, her voice thick with the weight of her thoughts. "The beta, he's from Lucien's pack. I've heard so many stories. He's ruthless. What if it's not peace we get? What if it's control?" Lara didn't answer right away, letting the silence fill the space between them. Serena's gaze drifted to the window, the soft moonlight spilling in. It was almost too quiet, like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. She could feel it in her bones, the quiet pull of something just beyond her reach. Someone? "You're stronger than you think," Lara said softly. "You're the one who can bridge this divide. Your presence here, it's more important than you realize. Even if it feels wrong now, you'll see. You'll do more good than harm. Trust that." Serena didn't respond immediately. She wasn't sure what to say. Her mind kept returning to that pull, the odd sensation that had been creeping up on her every time she thought of Lucien's pack, a feeling of being drawn, like an invisible tether connecting her to something she didn't understand, and it was terrifying. "I'm scared," Serena confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Not just of the marriage, but because when I think about his pack, I don't just feel fear. I feel like I'm supposed to be there." Lara's eyes softened. "It's natural. That pull, it's not just in your head. The packs, they're all connected in ways we don't always understand. Some things are fated, even if we don't want them to be." "Fated," Serena echoed, the word tasting bitter on her tongue. She felt a cold shiver creep up her spine. Maybe, but what if I'm just a pawn in a bigger game? Lara squeezed her hand once more. You're not a pawn, not in any game. You're the peacekeeper. You're the bridge. Remember that. And don't be afraid of what's coming. Serena nodded absently, still lost in her thoughts. Peacekeeper. She had never seen herself that way. Her life had always been small, unimportant. But now, her life was tangled up in something much larger. She didn't know what to do with that. As Lara left her to her thoughts, Serena sat there, her fingers tracing the hem of the dress. The sound of her breath was the only thing she could hear. Her mind raced, spinning with questions and doubts. What did it all mean? What was her role in this? And why did her heart beat faster every time Lucien's name crossed her mind? The answers felt just out of reach, like something she could almost see in the distance but couldn't grasp. The hours dragged by. By the time the sun began to set, there was a knock at her door again. This time, it wasn't Lara. It was one of the elder wolves, his face set in an expression of quiet urgency. "Serena?" he said, in a voice that was low, almost too soft. "The Alpha wants to speak with you." Her heart skipped. The Alpha? Why? She didn't wait for more explanation before following him, her steps slow but deliberate. There was something in the air that night, a shift. She couldn't ignore it. Her skin prickled, the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. The tension in the pack was palpable, like something was about to break. When she entered the Alpha's study, he was seated behind his desk, papers scattered in front of him. But his eyes didn't focus on the documents. They were locked on her, sharp and calculating. "Serena," Alpha Cyrus began, his voice steady but cold. "Lucien's beta will arrive at the border tomorrow. He is to inspect you, his future mate." Her stomach dropped. Inspect her? What did that even mean? She had never met this beta. She hadn't even seen him. Yet now she was to be his mate? And Lucien's beta at that? The Alpha didn't wait for her to process the words. "The marriage is happening soon. Be prepared." His words were clipped, like there was no room for discussion. Serena nodded numbly, feeling like the room was closing in on her. "What happens after the inspection?" The Alpha didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked at her with an intensity that made Serena's skin burn under his gaze. "What happens after is up to you," he said finally. "Your future is tied to this match, Serena, and it is more important than you realize." She opened her mouth to ask what he meant, but before she could, the door swung open again. The elder who had escorted her in stepped aside, and standing in the doorway was someone Serena never expected to see. Xavier, the beta of Lucien's pack. Serena's breath caught in her throat as their eyes met for the briefest of seconds. Xavier was tall, with broad shoulders and a confidence that oozed from him, but it wasn't him that had her heart skipping. It wasn't the sharpness in his gaze, or the way his posture spoke of authority. It was the sudden, overwhelming pull she felt. The same pull she had felt earlier when Lucien's name was spoken. This wasn't just about Xavier. This wasn't just about her marriage. This was something else. Something she wasn't ready to face. Xavier stepped forward, his eyes never leaving hers, and for the first time since this all began, Serena felt something. Something more than fear, more than confusion, well up in her chest. And she hated that she couldn't explain it. "Serena," Xavier said smoothly, his voice like smooth silk but with an edge to it that she couldn't quite place. "I've come to inspect my future mate." Their eyes locked again, and Serena felt the full force of the pull. It was him, or maybe it was something else entirely, she didn't know, but whatever it was, it felt like the world had shifted just a little more, and for the first time since the Alpha's summons, she wasn't sure if she was ready for what came next. The sun had just begun to rise, its light breaking the quiet darkness of the early morning, casting long shadows over the pack's territory. The chill in the air nipped at Serena's skin as she stood near the gates of her home pack's stronghold, the weight of the impending journey settling on her shoulders. Her stomach twisted with nerves, but she kept her expression neutral, careful to mask any trace of uncertainty. Behind her, the other Omegas watched quietly, some whispering to one another, some simply observing in silence. A mix of pity and envy painted their faces, but Serena couldn't bring herself to care. She wasn't one for idle chatter or emotional displays. It was easier to keep her head down and focus on the task at hand, even if that task was being married off to someone she barely knew in a territory she had never stepped foot in. The guard had arrived to escort her earlier than she'd anticipated, their presence as cold as the morning air. She was surprised, honestly, that they hadn't sent more than a small contingent to ensure her arrival at Lucien's lands went smoothly. After all, she was being sent as a piece of a fragile political puzzle. But it wasn't the guards that unsettled her most. It was the beta. He walked a few steps ahead, his back straight and his steps purposeful as though he had everything under control. The beta, Xavier, kept his distance as they began the journey. He was polite, of course. Too polite. He nodded once in her direction, but didn't attempt conversation, as if he had no intention of forging any kind of rapport with her before the impending ceremony. It was clear he had already made up his mind about the situation, and Serena wasn't sure if that bothered her more than his cold indifference. The silence between them felt heavy. The world outside the pack's borders was unfamiliar, the landscape changing slowly with each step they took. Serena glanced behind her, catching the last glimpse of the pack that had raised her, the pack that had always made her feel like an outsider, and yet she felt nothing as they disappeared behind the trees. She was about to enter a whole new world, one where her future had already been decided for her. As the small procession moved along the winding path, Serena couldn't help but notice the air around her shifting. The dense forest gave way to rocky terrain, and the trees began to thin. The ground was firmer, more solid. The very earth beneath her feet felt different, more dangerous, more powerful. And then, as they crested the hill, she saw it, Lucien's territory. The sight took her breath away. A sprawling, fortress-like structure dominated the landscape, its walls towering, made of stone and iron, a stark contrast to the familiar wood and warmth of her home pack. The buildings rose high against the sky, sharp lines and angles that spoke of strength, authority, and a ruthless sense of order. There was no warmth in the architecture, no invitation, just cold, imposing strength. It was the kind of place that made you feel small. Power emanated from every corner, from the stone walls that seemed to stretch endlessly to the disciplined warriors patrolling the grounds. Each one moved with purpose, their eyes sharp and unwavering. The air was thick with an energy Serena couldn't quite place, a sort of taut tension, as though the entire territory was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Serena's heart raced in her chest, though she wasn't sure why. The sight of the fortress should have filled her with dread, and yet there was something more. Something she couldn't explain, something that tugged at her from deep within, like an invisible string pulling her forward. Xavier walked ahead, his gaze forward as if nothing could touch him, but Serena's feet dragged as they approached the gates, her pulse quickening. "Keep your head up, Serena," Xavier said without turning to look at her. His voice, smooth and commanding, broke through her thoughts. "This is your new home now. No more second-guessing." Serena blinked, trying to shake the strange feeling swirling in her chest. Home. The word was foreign. Nothing about this place felt like home, nor did it seem like she could ever belong here. She wasn't even sure where she belonged. The gates swung open with a deep groan, and the guard nodded to Xavier, who gave a single motion with his hand, signaling them to continue. They passed through the archway, and Serena couldn't help but look around, her eyes wide, trying to take it all in. The pack here was nothing like hers. This was a different world, one where power was the law and strength was everything. The air was thick with the scent of wolves, different, stronger, and oddly familiar. Her heart gave a little jolt, and she couldn't figure out why. Xavier led her through the main courtyard, his steps swift, the sound of his boots on the stone adding to the already heavy atmosphere. Several high-ranking wolves observed their arrival with quiet curiosity. Serena couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching her, not just as a newcomer, but as something more. There was a subtle unease in the air, like a ripple across water when something large stirs just beneath the surface. It was the way they looked at her, the way they stood a little straighter as she passed. And the whispers in the air, too quiet for her to catch, but loud enough to make her skin crawl. Serena felt their eyes on her, sensing the weight of their scrutiny. Some were curious, others calculating. But there was one pair of eyes she couldn't ignore. Standing near the far end of the courtyard, leaning casually against a stone pillar, was a man who seemed to command the very air around him. He was tall, his posture relaxed, but somehow brimming with authority. His dark hair, untamed, fell in waves around his face, and his sharp eyes, piercing and full of something Serena couldn't place, locked onto hers the moment she stepped into the courtyard. Lucien. Her breath caught in her throat. There was something magnetic about him, something undeniable, a pull, a force. The rest of the world seemed to fade away as her gaze met his, and for just a moment she felt her heart race, not from fear, not from dread, but from something far more unsettling, something she couldn't explain. Lucien's eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable, but there was a flicker of recognition in his gaze, something that made her blood run cold. It wasn't like any other look she had ever received. This was different. This was personal. She couldn't look away, but before she could process what was happening, Xavier spoke, his voice breaking the tension. "Lucien?" Xavier greeted him, a polite nod of respect, though there was something in the way his voice lingered on the Alpha's name that didn't sit well with Serena. Lucien straightened up, his gaze never leaving hers. There was a moment of stillness before he took a step forward. His presence filled the space between them, like a storm waiting to break. "Well," Lucien's voice was smooth, with a faint hint of amusement that didn't reach his eyes. "It seems we finally meet, Serena." Her heart pounded louder in her chest, her breath hitching as he took another step closer. It wasn't the proximity that made her pulse race. It was the way he looked at her, like he was seeing straight through to her very soul. And in that moment, she couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning of something neither of them fully understood. Serena barely registered the soft thud of her heartbeat in her ears, her gaze still locked on Lucien. He was closer now, his towering figure standing in front of her, and the force of his presence overwhelmed her. She had expected him to be intimidating. Everyone had spoken of the great Alpha Lucien, the ruthless leader of the rival pack whose very name made even the most seasoned wolves tremble. But it wasn't just his size or the quiet authority in his movements that unsettled her. It was something else, something deeper. She couldn't quite put a name to it, but as she stood in front of him, all she could feel was the strange sensation of recognition, like a half-remembered dream. His eyes held hers with an intensity that made her feel seen in a way she wasn't used to, as if everything about her, every secret, every fear, was laid bare. His gaze was sharp, calculating, but there was a trace of something softer lurking beneath the surface. A curiosity, perhaps. Or maybe it was something more. "Serena," Lucien said her name like it was a question, his voice low and smooth, sliding through the air like silk. He stepped closer, and for a fleeting moment the crowd around them seemed to fade. The murmurs of the high-ranking wolves observing them, the noise of the courtyard, everything disappeared. It was just the two of them, as though the space between them had grown impossibly small. Serena's breath caught in her throat. His voice, it resonated within her, vibrating through her chest. She couldn't explain it. There was something magnetic about him, something she wasn't prepared for. "Yes," she replied, her own voice coming out more breathless than she intended. Lucien's lips quirked, and for a moment the weight of the situation seemed to lighten. It was subtle, a flicker of something almost human in his expression, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared. "I must admit you're not what I expected," he continued, his eyes scanning her face, lingering a little too long on the curve of her jaw, the way her hair fell over her shoulder. It was as if he were trying to read her, piece her together like a puzzle. "Expected?" Serena echoed, her mind scrambling to find something to say. She wasn't used to being scrutinized this way. "What did you expect?" Lucien tilted his head, his gaze never leaving hers. "I'm not sure yet," he murmured, though the smile playing on his lips suggested that he found the idea of not knowing intriguing. "But you've already intrigued me more than I anticipated." The words settled around her, heavy and unsettling. Serena wasn't sure if she was supposed to feel flattered or threatened. His voice had a strange edge to it, something that made the hairs on the back of her neck rise, though not in fear. In curiosity, in wonder. But she wasn't ready to let her guard down. Not yet. "I'm here to fulfill my role," she said, her tone firmer than she felt. She had to remind herself of that. She wasn't here for him. She was here for the pack, for peace. This union was nothing more than a necessary alliance, no matter how strange the circumstances felt. Lucien raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with something like amusement, though the hint of challenge was unmistakable. "I think you're here for much more than that, Serena." Before she could respond, Xavier, who had been standing silently to the side, stepped forward, his expression neutral. "Lucien, if I may," he said, his voice smooth, though it lacked the warmth Lucien had shown. "We should proceed with the formalities. The union needs to be solidified." Lucien's gaze shifted to the beta, his smile slipping just a fraction. "Of course," he said, though his voice carried a subtle edge. "We'll take care of that shortly." He turned his attention back to Serena, and for a brief moment their gazes locked again, the world shrinking until there was nothing else in the room but the two of them. "But first, tell me," Lucien said, his voice quieter now, though it was still filled with that undeniable command. "How do you feel about all of this? The union, the bond we're about to forge, does it sit well with you?" The question took Serena off guard. She had been expecting politics, strategy, duty. Nothing about this felt personal, but in the quiet of the moment, Lucien made it feel deeply personal. He was asking her about something no one else had, how she felt. And that alone made her want to pull away, to retreat into the safety of her silence, where her thoughts couldn't be exposed. But she couldn't. She wouldn't. "I'm here because my pack needs me," she said, her words sounding rehearsed even to her own ears. "I'm here to help ensure peace, nothing more." Lucien's gaze softened just slightly, and though it was brief, it felt like he was looking right through her. "I'm sure you'll do just that," he said, his voice heavy with an unspoken understanding that lingered in the air. "But for now, let's keep things simple." Xavier cleared his throat, his gaze now fixed on Lucien, the tension in his posture evident. "Lucien, if we're done with the pleasantries, we should begin." Lucien gave a dismissive wave, clearly more interested in Serena than the formalities that Xavier had so eagerly pushed forward. But after a moment, he straightened, the weight of his authority settling back into place. "Of course," he said, though his eyes never fully left Serena. "Let's get to business." Xavier stepped forward, his voice a little colder now. "Serena," he said, his tone sharp, "follow me." Serena nodded, a sense of unease washing over her. She wasn't sure what she had expected when she first crossed into Lucien's territory, but this strange magnetic pull she felt toward him, was something she hadn't anticipated, something she couldn't ignore. As she followed Xavier, she caught one more glimpse of Lucien, his eyes fixed on her, intense and searching, as if he were trying to solve a puzzle he hadn't quite figured out yet. It was unsettling, but there was something else there, too. Something that made her heart beat a little faster than she cared to admit. As they moved deeper into the territory, the formalities began. The courtyard was alive with movement, the other wolves watching with interest, some nodding their approval, others simply observing. They were waiting for the bond to be sealed, for the marriage to officially take root. But even as they proceeded, Serena couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing, something important that she couldn't name. And then, as they moved further into Lucien's domain, a question kept echoing in her mind. What exactly was this bond, and why did it feel so much more than just an arrangement? The courtyard of Lucien's territory was alive with energy, though it wasn't the warm, welcoming kind. Serena stood at the edge of the gathering, her nerves prickling like 1,000 tiny needles. She had never been the center of attention before, but today it felt like the entire pack was watching her every move. The air felt heavy, thick with expectation, and she couldn't shake the feeling that they were all waiting for something, waiting for her to prove herself, though she didn't know what she had to prove. Serena. Xavier's voice broke through her thoughts, drawing her attention. He stood by her side, his expression polite but distant as he gestured toward the group of high-ranking wolves gathered around the fountain. These are the senior members of our pack. You'll want to be acquainted with them before the ceremony. Serena nodded, feeling the weight of their gazes on her as she followed Xavier's lead. The wolves were a mix of age and rank, but they all held one thing in common. They were powerful. Their presence alone filled the space like a storm waiting to break. Serena could feel it, this quiet tension in the air, as though they were sizing her up, measuring her worth. Serena, Xavier began again, his voice almost businesslike, this is Alina, the head of the council, and these are the other senior members. He pointed to a tall woman with silver blonde hair and sharp, piercing eyes. The woman gave a small nod in greeting, but her eyes narrowed slightly as she examined Serena. Next, Xavier gestured to a few older wolves, their faces carved with experience and suspicion. One of them, a man with a crooked smile, gave Serena a long, appraising look before turning away, uninterested. Tell us about your family, one of the other wolves asked, her tone casual but sharp. Where do you come from? What's your lineage? Serena stiffened, the question catching her off guard. She had never known her family. She had no memory of her parents, no history to share. It was one of the many blanks in her life, one of the many things she had never been able to fill in. Serena started, but her voice faltered. She wasn't used to talking about her past. 'Cause there was nothing to say. She cleared her throat. I don't know much about my family. I was taken in by my previous pack when I was young. My parents, I don't remember them. The silence that followed felt like a weight pressing down on her. It wasn't the answer they'd been expecting, and she could see it in their eyes, this curiosity, this subtle shift in their demeanor. They were intrigued, but not in a way that made her feel welcome. A woman with dark hair, standing to the side, crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. How can we trust someone who doesn't even know their own lineage, she asked, her voice laced with skepticism. Serena felt the sting of the words like a slap, but she kept her face impassive, unwilling to show weakness. She had learned long ago that showing vulnerability in this world could be dangerous. Xavier stepped in, his voice sharp as he addressed the questioning wolves. Enough. Serena is here, and that is all that matters for now. His tone was firm, but there was an undercurrent of irritation in his voice. The conversation shifted, but Serena could feel the eyes on her, the weight of their judgment pressing down with every passing moment. She forced herself to stand taller, to hold her composure, even as the doubt churned inside her. She was nothing but an Omega. No matter what she did, she couldn't shake that reality. This marriage was just another way to secure her place, and she wasn't sure whether that was a blessing or a curse. But the attention didn't end there. The questions continued, each one more probing than the last, though no one asked about her past again. It was the unspoken question that hung in the air, the one that no one dared speak aloud. Why was she here? What made her worthy of such an arrangement? What did they see in her that she didn't see in herself? By the time the introductions were done, Serena was exhausted. She had been tested, measured, and found wanting in the eyes of most. The weight of their scrutiny had worn her thin. As the last of the formalities wound down, Xavier gave her a look, one that didn't quite meet her eyes. "You're doing well," he said, his voice quiet but carrying the faintest hint of approval. It was the first time he had complimented her, though it felt more like a bare minimum than genuine praise. Serena nodded, the words stuck in her throat. She didn't feel like she was doing well. She felt out of place. But she didn't have time to dwell on that, because before she could say anything, Lucien appeared. The moment his presence filled the courtyard, it was like the entire world tilted, the air growing heavier. Serena couldn't stop herself from looking at him, drawn to him in a way she couldn't explain. He stood across the courtyard, his posture regal, but there was something more in the way his eyes swept over the gathering. It was as if he were the center of the world, and everything else revolved around him. Her heart raced without warning, and she couldn't suppress the pull she felt toward him. She wasn't the only one who noticed. The wolves around her stiffened slightly, some even lowering their gazes in deference. Serena held her breath as he approached, his eyes finding hers across the space. There was a moment, a heartbeat where the world paused, and in that split second she felt something shift inside her. Lucien's gaze lingered on her for a moment too long, and she was certain he felt it too. The connection. The pull. It was real. "Serena," he said, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. His tone was calm, almost casual, but there was an edge to it that made her pulse quicken. She opened her mouth to respond, but before she could form the words, Xavier stepped in between them, his expression unreadable. Lucien's gaze never left Serena, but there was something unreadable in his eyes. Serena wasn't sure whether to be intimidated or intrigued. Lucien's lips quirked upward ever so slightly. "Xavier," he greeted, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through her chest. "Let's discuss the alliance. I'm sure we all have much to do before the ceremony." With a final glance at Serena, Lucien turned, and just like that, the spell was broken. Serena let out the breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Her heart was still pounding, and for the first time in her life, she realized that she wasn't as certain of herself as she thought. There was something about Lucien, something that stirred deep within her, something she couldn't ignore. But what was it? The courtyard had emptied slowly after Lucien's arrival, the conversations fading into the background as the pack members scattered to their respective duties. Serena had remained still, her mind swirling with questions she couldn't articulate, her heart still racing from the brief exchange with Lucien. She hadn't expected the pull to be so strong. She hadn't expected anything at all, really, beyond the cold reality of the marriage. Yet here she was, standing at the edge of the courtyard, trying to steady her breath as she watched Lucien make his way toward the main building. But then, just as she thought she might be able to escape the tension of the day, a quiet voice broke through her thoughts. "Serena," came Xavier's voice, calm but commanding. She turned to find him standing at her side, his eyes scanning her with a measure of something, perhaps curiosity, perhaps pity. "The Alpha requests your presence. He wants to speak with you." Her stomach did a small flip. Lucien. She hadn't expected him to summon her so soon after their encounter, but it seemed like there was no escaping the next stage of her fate. Without a word, she followed Xavier through the hallways of the fortress-like building, the stone walls cool and impersonal. The air felt heavy, charged with the same sense of power that had surrounded Lucien when he entered the courtyard. Every step felt more weighty than the last, as if the building itself was holding its breath. They arrived at a large wooden door, adorned with intricate carvings of wolves and moons. Xavier knocked once, and without waiting for a response, opened it. Inside, the room was dimly lit, but there was a warmth to it that contrasted with the cold exterior of the castle. Lucien stood by the window, his back to her, his broad frame silhouetted by the light filtering in through the glass. The moment she stepped inside, he turned to face her, his piercing eyes locking onto hers as though he'd been waiting for her. "Serena," he said, his voice smooth, the word almost like a caress. "Thank you for joining me." Serena's heart skipped again, and she couldn't stop herself from taking a cautious step forward. He was more imposing up close, his presence almost suffocating. She had expected this. He was the Alpha, after all. But what she hadn't expected was the strange weight that came with it, the undeniable pull she felt toward him, as if her very soul was tethered to his. "Of course, Alpha," she said, her voice betraying none of the unease she felt. "You wanted to discuss the alliance?" Lucien's gaze softened just slightly, but it was enough to make her pause. His eyes never left hers as he took a few steps closer, his movements fluid, predatory almost. "Not just the alliance," he said, his voice lowering. "I wanted to understand you better, Serena, to know the woman behind the Omega." The words sent a shiver down her spine, though she refused to show any sign of it. She had no intention of revealing herself to him, not in this way, not yet. "I'm just an Omega," she said evenly, though her own voice felt strange to her, a little too firm. "My place is clear. Lucien's lips curled up in something akin to a half smile. "Is it?" he asked, as if he didn't quite believe her. He moved closer, the air between them thickening with the weight of something unsaid. "You seem to be much more than that, Serena. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll find out." She could feel his eyes on her like a physical touch, making the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. She wanted to step back, to put space between them, but some strange force, kept her rooted to the spot. "I don't have much to offer, Alpha," she replied, her voice steady even as her heart raced. "I'm just here to fulfill my role. The union between our packs is important." Lucien's expression darkened, his jaw clenching for a brief moment. "You keep saying that," he said, his voice now edged with something harder. "But I'm not sure you understand what's happening here, Serena. You're not just a pawn in some game. There's more at play than that, and I'm trying to understand what role you truly have to play in this alliance." Serena stiffened, her pulse quickening. "What do you mean?" Lucien paused, his gaze never leaving hers, as though he were searching for something in her eyes, something only he could see. For a moment, the silence stretched between them, thick and suffocating, and Serena wondered if he was trying to break her somehow, trying to find some hidden truth buried deep inside her. "I mean," Lucien said, his voice low, almost contemplative, "that there's something different about you. I can sense it. Your presence, the way you carry yourself. You're not like the others." Serena's breath caught in her throat. She had felt it, the pull, the difference, but hearing him say it made her skin flush hot. She wasn't ready to face it. "Not yet. I don't know what you're talking about," she managed, though her voice trembled ever so slightly. Lucien stepped closer, his gaze intensifying, making it difficult for her to think clearly. "You will," he said softly, his voice almost a whisper. "In time, you will." Before she could respond, Xavier's voice interrupted them, his tone as distant as ever. "Alpha, it's time to begin the formal ceremony preparations." Lucien didn't break eye contact with Serena for a moment longer than necessary, as if unwilling to leave the space between them so easily. When he finally stepped back, it was like the air had returned to normal. Lighter, though still thick with tension. "Very well," Lucien said, his voice returning to its usual authority. "We will proceed as planned. Serena, I'll see you at the ceremony." Serena nodded stiffly, her legs feeling a little too weak beneath her as she turned to leave. The door shut quietly behind her, but the weight of Lucien's gaze remained. And as she walked back through the halls, the air seemed to hum with energy, the pull between them still alive, though neither of them understood it yet. As Serena made her way back toward her quarters, her mind reeled. She wasn't sure what she had expected from this interaction, but it wasn't this. Lucien's words, his presence, had unsettled her in ways she couldn't explain. There was something in the air, something that felt too heavy, too close to being more than just an alliance. And as she passed by the hallway, her steps slowing, she came face to face with Lucien once again. His figure was outlined by the dim light of the hallway, but as soon as their eyes met, something jolted through her. Her entire body stiffened, as though a sudden electric current had passed between them. Without thinking, Lucien reached out and grabbed her arm, his touch firm, almost desperate. Serena gasped, the sudden contact sending a shockwave through her body. The intensity of the connection, that pull, was undeniable now. Neither of them spoke, but in that moment, they both understood something had shifted. Neither could explain it, but it was there. Lucien's grip loosened almost immediately, his expression faltering as if he too was unsettled by the force of what had just happened. Neither of them said a word, and as the seconds stretched out, Serena couldn't help but feel the weight of something much bigger than the betrothal, something far more profound than either of them had yet realized. The moment passed as quickly as it had come, but the echo of it lingered, leaving both of them with more questions than answers, and Serena couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The room was filled with the murmur of voices, a sea of murmured opinions and tense discussions, all centered on the wedding that was looming ahead. Serena stood at the far end of the council hall, leaning against the cold stone wall, her eyes scanning the gathered pack leaders. She wasn't invited into the conversation. She never was. But the air was thick with unspoken words, and she could feel it, the weight of their eyes on her, even when they weren't looking directly. The Beta Xavier stood at the front, his back straight, his posture confident. He was speaking, his words smooth and deliberate, but it was how he spoke that unsettled Serena. He wasn't merely representing the interests of his pack, no. He was speaking for her, as if she were nothing more than an object to be moved around on a chessboard, a piece of property to be controlled. His voice was calm, steady, but there was an undercurrent of something possessive in the way he presented their union. "We must ensure the ceremony is conducted properly," Xavier said, his gaze flicking over to Serena. She caught it, the subtle look of ownership, like she was a prize to be protected. Serena will be well prepared for the transition. The alliance must be solidified swiftly and with as little disruption as possible. Her role is clear. Her chest tightened at his words. She didn't need his protection, didn't need anyone to speak for her, but she said nothing, not trusting herself to voice the bitterness that had welled up in her throat. Lucien sat at the head of the table, his expression unreadable as he listened to Xavier. For a moment, their eyes met across the room. There was a flicker of something. Was it impatience, annoyance? Serena couldn't tell. But it was there, just beneath the surface, and it unsettled her in a way she couldn't explain. "We must remain cautious," a voice interrupted one of the older pack members. A woman, tall and sharp-eyed, who looked at Serena with suspicion. "This union, it's more than just a political arrangement. We don't know what we're truly binding. There are legends. We don't understand. The risks are too great." Another advisor, a man with salt and pepper hair, nodded gravely. "If we are to tie our fates to this alliance, we must be sure of what we are dealing with. There are whispers of prophecies, of connections we cannot control." Serena's stomach twisted as the whispers grew louder. Prophecies? Connections? She didn't know what they were talking about, but she could feel their wariness, their hesitation. Something was off. Something was happening that they weren't telling her. She wanted to ask, to demand answers, but she kept her gaze averted, not wanting to draw attention to herself. Xavier's voice broke through the tension, smooth and firm. "The ceremony will be finalized quickly," he said, more forceful this time. "Lucien and I are in agreement. The future of our packs depends on it. Serena will play her role." Serena clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She had no choice in any of this, none at all, and she hated that she felt so helpless, so out of control of her own destiny. But Lucien didn't speak. He simply watched the proceedings, his gaze never fully landing on anyone. He was silent, a figure of authority and power, as always. And yet, in that silence, Serena sensed something. Something she couldn't name, but couldn't shake either. There was a tension in the air that had nothing to do with Xavier's possessiveness or the council's whispered concerns. It was something between her and Lucien, something that was far from simple. The meeting continued, but Serena felt increasingly distant from it all. The Beta's words were like a dull hum in her ears, barely reaching her consciousness as she replayed everything in her mind. The mention of prophecies, the mention of connections, and the uncomfortable sensation of Lucien's eyes still lingering on her, even though he hadn't spoken a word to her. As the meeting began to wrap up, the advisors stood, some exchanging final words of agreement, others still in quiet debate. Serena could see the cracks forming between them, a divide growing over the alliance and the marriage that would seal it. Some believed in the union's necessity, while others feared the unknown consequences. Before she could slip away unnoticed, Xavier caught her gaze again, his eyes lingering for a moment too long, the possessive edge sharper than ever. "The preparations for your wedding will begin soon," he said, his tone polite but with an underlying firmness. "Be ready." Serena didn't answer him. She couldn't. She simply nodded, unsure of what she was agreeing to, and turned on her heel to walk out of the council hall. But as she stepped into the corridor, a different voice stopped her in her tracks. "Serena." Her breath hitched at the sound of Lucien's voice. She turned slowly, her heart already pounding in her chest. There he was, standing at the end of the hallway, looking as commanding as ever. The air between them felt thick again, like the world was holding its breath. I need to speak with you, he said, his voice low and firm. Serena nodded, not trusting herself to speak. She followed him, her heart racing, every step drawing her closer to the man who seemed to unravel everything inside her. And though she didn't know why, she couldn't shake the feeling that everything was moving far too quickly, faster than it should, far too quickly for her to truly understand what was happening between them, what was happening with her. Serena's footsteps echoed through the long corridors as she moved away from the council hall, the weight of the meeting still pressing on her shoulders. She needed space, needed time to think, to make sense of everything that had happened, the tension in the room, the whispered fears, Xavier's possessiveness, and Lucien's silence. It was all too much. She didn't head straight to her quarters. Instead, she veered off toward the library. She had heard rumors of the vast records and old scrolls that lined the shelves here, but it wasn't the history of the pack that pulled her in. It was the fleeting mention of celestial omegas that had unsettled her, that had sparked a desperate need to understand. She had to know if there was anything, any hint in the records that could explain what was happening to her, the pull she felt toward Lucien, the strange sense of recognition she couldn't escape. The library was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that felt too thick, as though the walls themselves were holding their breath. Serena walked slowly down the rows of books, her fingers brushing over the spines, feeling the cool touch of old leather and parchment. She hadn't been here before, but there was something strangely comforting about the place, as though it held answers to questions she hadn't yet asked. She reached a section of the library that seemed to hold older texts, their bindings worn and their pages yellowed with age. She pulled one of the scrolls from the shelf, its weight heavy in her hands. Carefully, she unrolled it on a nearby table, her eyes scanning the ancient script. It was slow going at first, the words unfamiliar and archaic, but she understood enough to gather a sense of what it was about. Prophecy of the celestial Omega. Her heart raced as she read the lines that seemed to repeat themselves. It spoke of a union between two wolves, chosen long before they could understand their connection. One a powerful alpha, the other an omega destined to unite not just their packs, but all packs. The prophecy spoke of a force so strong that it would bind the two souls together, a force neither could escape no matter how hard they tried. The words blurred before her eyes as the gravity of what she was reading hit her. This wasn't just about an arranged marriage. This wasn't about a simple alliance. She was part of something much bigger, something ancient, something faded. A cold shiver ran down her spine. Her hand trembled as she pushed the scroll aside and reached for another, more recent document that seemed to reference the celestial Omega in relation to Lucien's pack. The words were more fragmented, but there was one line that stood out. The union must be completed before the first full moon, or the power will be lost. Her mind raced. The first full moon, that was soon, too soon. Before she could process what she had just read, a shadow fell across the table. Serena looked up to find Lucien standing in the doorway of the library, his presence filling the space. His eyes locked onto hers, intense and unblinking. "Serena," he said, his voice low and almost predatory. "What are you doing here?" Her heart skipped in her chest, the adrenaline from her discovery mixing with the sudden rush of awareness she felt whenever he was near. She hadn't expected him to find her, but then again she wasn't sure why she had come here in the first place. The truth was, she wasn't ready to face what she was learning, but now that he was here, she couldn't hide it. "I was looking for answers," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Lucien's gaze shifted to the scrolls spread out before her, his sharp eyes scanning the ancient texts. "Answers?" he echoed, taking a step closer. "What kind of answers are you looking for?" Serena swallowed hard, her mouth suddenly dry. There was a heat to his gaze, something that sent an electric jolt through her veins. She wanted to explain, wanted to tell him that she was searching for anything that could explain the pull between them, the strange connection that had been growing since their first meeting. But how could she explain that? How could she even begin to make sense of it herself? I'm not sure," she admitted, her voice sounding uncertain even to her own ears. "But these prophecies, these mentions of celestial omegas. It feels like it has something to do with me. Lucien's eyes darkened, a flicker of something in them that she couldn't quite place. He moved closer, his steps measured and deliberate, the air between them thickening with each inch he closed. Serena's breath hitched, and she couldn't help but take a small step back, though she knew it was pointless. He was right there, close enough to reach out and touch her. His voice dropped to a near whisper, his words sending a shiver down her spine. "And what do you think it has to do with you, Serena?" Her heart raced as the world seemed to shrink down to the space between them. She was caught in his presence, in his pull, in this connection she couldn't understand. The words felt like they were on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't bring herself to say them, to tell him that something was happening between them, something neither of them could control. Before she could find her voice, the sound of footsteps echoed from the hall, and a guard appeared at the door. He was breathless, his expression urgent. "Alpha," the guard said, bowing slightly. "There's a matter we must address. The wedding, it's to be expedited, by pack order." The words hung in the air like a bomb waiting to go off. Serena's heart skipped, her stomach dropping. Expedited? But the wedding wasn't supposed to be soon. It was supposed to be weeks away. Lucien's gaze flickered to the guard and then back to Serena. He didn't look surprised. If anything, there was a deep tension in his features. A quiet understanding that something had shifted, something beyond their control. "The pack is spoken," Lucien said, his voice low and dangerous, though his eyes never left Serena. "It will be done." The guard nodded quickly and disappeared, leaving a still silence between them. Serena felt the weight of the moment settle over her, the gravity of what was happening starting to sink in. Lucien took a slow step toward her, his gaze never leaving hers. "Serena," he said, his voice quieter now, more intimate. "I don't think we have much time left. I'm not sure what this is between us, but whatever it is, we're running out of time." Her heart pounded and she nodded, not trusting herself to speak. The air between them was thick with the unspoken, the unknown. She wasn't ready for this, for the wedding, for whatever was pulling them together, but there was no escaping it now. Destiny, it seemed, had already made its choice. And they were both caught in its path. The days leading up to the wedding felt like a storm gathering on the horizon, heavy, oppressive, and unavoidable. The preparations were grand, as they should be for a union meant to seal two powerful packs together. Yet every part of Serena's body screamed that something was wrong. Every time she walked through the halls, every glance from the Beta's family or his allies, she felt suffocated, as if the walls of the pack were closing in on her. Everywhere she turned, someone was making plans. A seamstress would pin the heavy, ornate wedding dress to her body, adjusting the fabric until it felt too tight. Servants bustled about, setting tables for an extravagant feast. Wolves from Lucien's pack scurried to prepare the grounds, ensuring everything would be flawless for the event. All around her, people were busy, their smiles polite, their eyes filled with anticipation. But Serena couldn't shake the unease crawling up her spine. She couldn't help but feel like an outsider, a figure at the center of the storm, pulled along by forces she didn't fully understand. This wedding was supposed to bring peace, but it felt more like a cage. The Beta was ever present, always hovering around her, always making decisions on her behalf. He never outright controlled her, but the subtle way he guided every step of the preparations, as if she had no say in any of it, left her with an unsettling sense of being owned. "Make sure to smile, Serena," he said at one point, his voice too sweet, too kind. "You're about to marry a great man, and this is your role. Just be yourself, and the ceremony will go smoothly." Be yourself, she thought. But the thought of being herself seemed impossible here. There was no space to breathe, no room to simply exist as herself. Every detail was scrutinized, every gesture analyzed. She was part of the ceremony, not its architect, and it gnawed at her. Still, she nodded, offering the smile she was expected to show. She didn't want to make waves. Not now. Not with so much at stake. It was late in the evening when she found herself walking through one of the grand halls, trying to escape the bustling chaos of the wedding preparations. She needed a moment of solitude. a break from the overwhelming formality. Her footsteps echoed against the marble floor as she turned a corner, hoping to find a quiet place to breathe, but she wasn't alone. Lucien stood at the far end of the hallway, his tall figure outlined by the faint light spilling from the windows. His back was to her, but his stance was tense, rigid. The sight of him made her pause, her heart skipping as she observed the tension in his posture. He wasn't the confident alpha she had seen earlier. No, this was a different side of him. Something darker, more conflicted. She hesitated, unsure whether she should approach, but the sound of voices caught her attention. It was faint at first, but as she stepped closer, she could make out words. Lucien wasn't alone. Xavier, the beta, stood beside him, his arms crossed, his jaw set in that familiar, calm way that both reassured and irked her. They were talking in low voices, but Serena could hear the edge in Lucien's tone. "I'm not sure about this." Lucien's voice was low, barely audible, but the tension in it struck her. "We're binding the packs, yes, but I can't shake the feeling that we're making a mistake. This alliance, it feels rushed. You've said it yourself, this is about securing peace, but we can't ignore the bigger picture." Xavier's reply was calm, almost too calm. "You approved it, Lucien. This was your decision. Don't try to backpedal now." There was a subtle sharpness in Xavier's words, as though he was holding back something more. "This is what needs to happen. The future of the Pax depends on it." Serena stayed hidden in the shadows, trying not to be noticed. Her mind raced with the fragments of their conversation. Lucien wasn't happy with the arrangement. He was uncertain. And Xavier was standing firm, almost dismissively. The growing tension between them was palpable, like a storm building just below the surface. "Then what do you suggest?" Lucien's voice was more controlled now, though there was still a trace of frustration. Xavier's eyes narrowed and he took a small step closer, lowering his voice. "We proceed. We marry her, we unite the Pax, and we ensure the prophecy is fulfilled. There's no turning back, Lucien. You can't just back out now." The words hit Serena like a wave. Prophecy. It was the first time she had heard it mentioned so directly, and her mind raced to catch up. What prophecy? What was Xavier talking about? Lucien's eyes hardened, his gaze flicking toward the door where Serena stood half hidden in the shadows. He seemed to sense her presence, and for a brief moment their eyes met. There was something in Lucien's gaze, something deeper than confusion, something almost apologetic. "I didn't want this to happen like this," Lucien murmured. But before he could continue, Xavier's voice broke through. "You never wanted any of this," Xavier replied, his tone sharp. "But it's happening, Lucien. There's no going back. It's already been decided." And just like that, the tension between the two men felt heavier. Lucien didn't respond immediately, and Xavier gave him one last look before turning and walking away, his footsteps loud against the quiet of the hallway. Serena didn't move until she was sure they were both gone. Her heart was racing, and she felt suddenly dizzy with the weight of what she had overheard. The prophecy. What prophecy? Was it the same prophecy she had read about in the library? Was there more to this union than anyone had told her? She stood there, frozen, trying to process everything. The growing distance between Lucien and Xavier, the undertones in their conversation. It was clear now that something deeper was happening, something Serena wasn't fully aware of, and she wasn't sure if she was ready for the truth. The wind howled like a wolf in the distance, its mournful cry cutting through the thick night air. Serena stood by the large windows of her quarters, staring out into the gathering storm. The skies had darkened so quickly it felt as though the world itself was holding its breath. Every gust of wind rattled the glass, sending waves of unease through the pack. Whispers buzzed in the hallways, carried on the wind like an omen. The wedding was tomorrow, but instead of feeling the anticipation of celebration, there was a heavy sense of something waiting to go wrong. A storm wasn't just a storm to the wolves, Serena had learned. It was a sign, a warning, a harbinger of fate. The beta Xavier had been no comfort. In fact, the closer the wedding came, the more tightly he seemed to grip everything around him. His presence had become constant, hovering just outside her personal space, as though keeping a watchful eye on her every move. There was a possessiveness that he couldn't mask anymore, and his polite words felt like chains, his every action a subtle reminder that she was not in control of her own fate. Tonight, as the wind tore through the trees and the sky threatened to open up, Serena felt that reminder more keenly than ever. She turned away from the window, her heart still unsettled, and began to pace the room. The weight of the situation pressed down on her, her role in this union, the uncertainty of what it meant for her future, the strange connection she still couldn't explain to Lucien. It was too much. Everything was too much. Just as she reached for the door, intending to take a walk and clear her mind, the sound of a voice behind her made her freeze. "Where do you think you're going?" Xavier's voice, calm but with a hint of steel, sent a chill down her spine. She turned to find him standing in the doorway, his stance casual but the tension in his eyes unmistakable. He looked the same as always, handsome and composed, but the air around him had thickened with something else. It was the way he studied her, as if waiting for her to slip up. "I just needed some air," Serena replied, trying to sound casual, though she couldn't ignore the unease rising in her chest. Xavier's gaze hardened, and he stepped into the room, his presence almost suffocating. "The storm is no time for wandering, Serena. You have a role to play tomorrow, remember?" His voice was smooth, but it carried an underlying edge, as though he were warning her. "Stay in your quarters. We wouldn't want you to get lost, or worse, wander into dangerous territory." The words echoed in Serena's mind, but she didn't respond. Instead, she met his gaze, her chin lifting slightly in defiance. She had no intention of letting him control her every move, no matter how much he tried to impose his will. "I'll be fine," she said quietly, her voice steadier than she felt. "I'll stay here. Thank you for your concern." The words were a bit too sharp, and she saw the flash of annoyance in his eyes before he masked it with a tight smile. He didn't say anything more, but the air between them thickened. His presence felt heavier, like a warning bell she couldn't ignore. "Just remember," Xavier said, his voice softer now, almost coaxing, "there are many eyes on you. Tomorrow, everything changes." Serena nodded, her stomach churning with the weight of his words. She watched him leave, his steps echoing down the hallway, and let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. The tension in the air had thickened since his arrival, and something about the way he had spoken, the way his words wrapped around her, felt like a final warning, one she wasn't sure she was ready to heed. Later that night, after the storm had fully broken, a sudden knock on her door startled Serena from her restless thoughts. She rose quickly, her heart racing, and opened it to find Lucien standing in the doorway. He looked as imposing as ever, his dark eyes unreadable, but there was something else there, a tightness to his posture, an unease that mirrored her own. "Serena," Lucien said softly, stepping into the room without waiting for an invitation. "We need to talk." Serena's pulse quickened. The last few days had been a blur of chaos and expectations, but the moment he stepped into her personal space, the air seemed to change. The electricity between them, that inexplicable pull, flared again. She couldn't stop herself from feeling it, couldn't stop her heart from pounding in response to his presence. "About what?" she asked, her voice quieter than she intended. Lucien glanced at the closed door, making sure it was securely shut before turning his gaze back to her. "About the wedding," he said, his voice low, though there was an unmistakable hint of something else, something raw, something uncertain. "I don't think this is what we both expected." Serena's breath caught in her throat. The words, though simple, sent a ripple of confusion through her. Wasn't this what he wanted? Wasn't this the union that would secure peace for both packs? She opened her mouth to respond, but Lucien's next word stopped her. "I don't know why I'm drawn to you," he confessed, his voice rough around the edges. "Every time I'm near you, something inside me, something primal, wakes up. I can't control it, I can't ignore it, and I don't know what it means, but I feel like I'm standing on the edge of something." Serena's heart thudded in her chest. His words rang through her like a bell, echoing in her mind. She had felt it too, the pull between them, the way their connection seemed to stir something ancient. But hearing him say it out loud made it too real, too tangible, and it terrified her. "I feel it too," she admitted quietly, her voice barely a whisper, "but I don't understand it. I don't understand what's happening between us. Lucien stepped closer, and though his eyes softened, there was a wariness in his expression, like he wasn't sure what to do with this unspoken bond either. The tension between them was almost unbearable, and the air seemed to grow heavier with every passing second. Before either of them could speak further, a distant crash of thunder interrupted the fragile silence, shaking the windows and rattling the floor beneath their feet. Serena's heart skipped, and she swayed for a moment, dizziness flooding her mind. The vision came suddenly, unbidden, overwhelming. She saw a sacred circle, a gathering of wolves, and an ancient ritual. Whispers floated around her, but the words were too distorted, too fragmented. Then a single sentence. Bind the future Alpha to the Omega who will save us all. Her breath caught as the vision rushed through her like lightning. The bond between them wasn't just fated. It was something far older, far more powerful than she had ever realized. The words were faint, but the message was clear. They were bound by destiny. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the floor, gasping for air as the vision faded. Lucien's voice was a distant echo, and then he was there, lifting her in his arms. "Serena?" His voice was urgent, shaking her from the haze. "Serena, what's happening?" The storm outside raged louder, and Serena's mind buzzed with fragments of the vision. She saw images of herself and Lucien as children, touched by moonlight caught in an ancient rite. Her head spun with confusion, the pieces of her past slipping away just out of reach. "Serena!" Lucien's voice broke through again, his hands lifting her, though his grip seemed just as uncertain as her own thoughts. Before she could respond, she felt the beta's presence beside them. "What happened?" Xavier's voice was sharp, filled with worry, but there was something else, something darker in his eyes. He reached down, roughly lifting Serena to her feet. "Is she—" he started, but his words trailed off as Lucien stood, his gaze cold, unreadable. Lucien's eyes met Xavier's. "If anything happens to her, it's on your head." Xavier's eyes flashed with anger, his lips tightening as he stared at Lucien. "I won't let anything happen to her," he growled. But Lucien wasn't listening anymore. His gaze stayed locked on Serena, his face filled with concern, though there was something else there too. Something fierce, something protective. In that moment, Serena realized the truth. Whatever was happening between her and Lucien, whatever she was meant to be, was tied to something much larger than any of them understood. And fate? It was moving too fast to stop. The air was thick with anticipation as the pack gathered under the full moon's watchful eye. A low hum of tension buzzed around Serena, and though she stood at the ceremonial altar, her body felt as though it was elsewhere, lost in the pull of the moment, the weight of what was about to happen. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silver glow over the stone circle where the ceremony was to take place. The breeze swept through the trees, rustling the leaves, but the world felt eerily still, like a breath held in waiting. Serena's heart pounded in her chest, each beat a drum, signaling that something was amiss. Every inch of her felt the strain, the weight of the pack's eyes on her, the pressure of the union that had been forced upon her. She had known, of course, that this was inevitable. She had expected it. But now, standing at the altar, the reality of it all felt different. It felt suffocating. She glanced to her side, her gaze sliding to Lucien. His face was a mask of stoic composure, but even from this distance, she could feel the undercurrent of tension in him. The way his posture was just a bit too rigid. The Alpha exuded power, as always, but there was something in his eyes, a distant flicker, that unsettled her. He wasn't looking at her directly, not yet, but she felt the weight of his gaze, even from the corner of her eye. Across from her stood the beta, Xavier, his expression set in a proud, almost possessive line. His chest was puffed out, his shoulders squared as if he were already claiming victory. But Serena noticed the subtle shift in his eyes, a flicker of anxiety that couldn't be masked. His jaw tightened, and his gaze darted toward Lucien as if seeking reassurance. The beta was tense, his control slipping even if he tried to mask it. The high-ranking wolves of both packs were gathered around the altar, their faces serious, their eyes sharp, watching the ceremony unfold. The elders stood near the front, their ceremonial robes gleaming in the moonlight, their eyes filled with expectation Serena wasn't sure she could meet. The air seemed to vibrate with the weight of the moment. Something in the back of her mind told her this wasn't just any wedding. It was a binding, an act that would shape not only her life but the future of the entire pack. Serena tried to calm the tumultuous storm inside her, but each passing second felt like the edges of her mind were splintering. Her thoughts raced, memories she couldn't fully grasp, fleeting flashes of images that didn't make sense. There were fragments, sacred rituals, incantations whispered in the wind, the touch of hands long forgotten, a name she couldn't place, but one that had been lingering just out of reach. Her hand clenched at her side, the fabric of her gown pulling tight against her skin. She could feel the weight of it, the significance of this moment, the moment she was about to be bound to Xavier. But she couldn't ignore the strange tug in her chest, the pull toward Lucien that was almost magnetic. It didn't make sense. She shouldn't be feeling this way. Not with the beta standing beside her, not with this union meant to solidify peace. And yet, the moment she had looked at Lucien, something shifted inside her. A spark, a flicker of recognition, even though she didn't fully understand it. The officiant, a high-ranking elder from Lucien's pack, stepped forward, breaking Serena from her spiraling thoughts. His voice was steady, echoing in the charged air as he began the ceremony. "We gather here tonight," he said, his tone commanding, "to witness the union of Serena, daughter of no known lineage, and Xavier, beta of Lucien's pack, who will secure peace between the packs and forge a future together." Serena's chest tightened as the words rang out, and for a brief moment everything felt unreal. She barely heard the rest of the elder's words, her mind spinning with the magnitude of the moment. This union, the one she was supposed to accept, didn't feel right. She had no voice in it, no choice. She was here, standing at the altar, and all she could think about was the emptiness she felt inside, an emptiness that screamed at her to run. Yet she couldn't move. She couldn't run. She was trapped in the ceremony, in this moment. Her fingers brushed against the ceremonial stone at the altar, the cool surface sending a shiver through her. It was supposed to be a symbol of the pack's strength, a symbol of unity, but as her hand touched it, something strange happened. A pulse, like the flicker of an ancient power stirring in the ground beneath her feet. She pulled her hand back quickly, startled. What had that been? It was gone as quickly as it had come, but the sensation lingered. Something ancient, something familiar. The officiant's voice continued, growing louder as he called them both to stand closer. "Now, place your hands together," he instructed, his tone more insistent. Serena's heart pounded as Xavier's large hand slid over hers, his grip tight, possessive. She didn't dare look at him, instead staring straight ahead, trying to steady her breath. His touch was warm, but it felt wrong, like something was shifting, changing, an energy in the air that made her skin prickle. The ceremony moved forward, and yet every word, every movement felt like a thread pulling tighter and tighter around her chest, squeezing the air from her lungs. Her head was spinning, and she couldn't stop the unease building inside her. Something was wrong. She didn't know what it was, but she could feel it deep in her bones. The officiant's voice grew louder, drawing everyone's attention back to the ceremony as the air seemed to tighten around Serena, each second dragging like an eternity. The words, ritualistic, binding, slipped past her ears as though she were hearing them underwater. She couldn't fully process them, couldn't make sense of what was happening as her mind raced in frantic circles. Her hand, still held firmly in Xavier's, trembled slightly, the sensation of his skin against hers now a reminder of the cage she was trapped in. Her gaze wandered over the gathered pack members. Their faces were set, expressions hard with determination and expectation, but it was the air around them that unnerved her. The energy was so thick it felt like it was pressing down on her, pushing her into the ground. There was no warmth here, only the cold, unyielding force of what was meant to be, of what had been decided. She was just a piece in a game of power, one she had never chosen to play. But then, as if the world itself had finally grown tired of waiting, something happened. It started as a tiny flicker of light at the edges of Serena's vision, barely noticeable, like the flash of a star. It danced along her hands, swirling in arcs of pale, ethereal light. At first, no one seemed to notice. But the sensation it gave her was unmistakable, a rush of energy, like a current of power that surged through her veins. A sharp gasp rippled through the gathered pack members, drawing their attention to her hands. The light swirled more intensely, brighter now, a soft glow that pulsed and flickered around Serena, though only those closest to her could see it. The elders at the front of the gathering stiffened, their gazes narrowing, their eyes filled with confusion and something darker. Fear. "What is this?" a voice whispered, barely audible but sharp enough to slice through the tension in the air. The officiant paused, his brows furrowing in confusion as his eyes darted from Serena to the elders, his words faltering. Serena stood frozen, her heart hammering in her chest. She could feel the power, undeniable and alien, swirling through her. It was the same strange sensation she had felt since coming to Lucien's pack. A pull, a connection that didn't make sense, but this was different. This was not just an invisible force. This was power. "Serena," the officiant's voice trembled, his eyes filled with suspicion. What is happening?" Xavier's grip on her hand tightened, his voice low and sharp as he tried to pull her back from the center of attention. "Stay still," he muttered, his usual calm demeanor now broken by a hint of panic. "Control yourself." But it was no use. The light around her hands blazed brighter, the arc of energy swelling, as though something inside her was refusing to remain dormant. Serena's chest tightened as she felt the swirl of power grow more intense, as though the very earth beneath her was responding, echoing the pull within her. Before anyone could react, a burst of energy surged from Serena, powerful enough to send everyone stumbling backward. The blast of force pushed out in every direction, throwing the closest pack members off balance and sending them stumbling away. The ceremonial altar rattled, and Serena's vision blurred with the sudden rush of energy. The entire clearing fell silent. The pack members, some still recovering from the force of the surge, exchanged looks of shock and confusion. The moon above seemed to tremble, its light now casting a pale, eerie glow over the entire scene. No one moved at first, as though the world had paused, waiting for something to happen. Lucien's eyes locked onto Serena, his expression one of sudden realization, his jaw tightening. He stepped forward, his presence commanding and powerful, cutting through the thick silence that had followed the eruption of energy. "Stop the ceremony!" Lucien's voice rang out, sharp and authoritative, his command cutting through the stunned quiet like a blade. Xavier's eyes darted between Lucien and Serena, his face pale, his usual control now slipping. He stepped in front of Serena, his protective instincts flaring. "What is this?" he demanded, his voice low and tight with frustration. Lucien's gaze never wavered from Serena. The tension between them, already thick, grew more pronounced as their eyes met. Locking in a silent exchange that only the two of them seemed to understand. There was a shift in Lucien's expression. Something flickered in his eyes, something almost akin to recognition, though it made no sense. He looked as if he were seeing her for the first time, truly seeing her. The world around them seemed to slow as the connection between them deepened, and in that moment, Serena felt it too, the inexplicable pull, the bond that tugged at her from deep within. "What's happening?" Xavier's voice was tight, almost desperate as he turned toward Lucien, his grip on Serena's arm tightening. Lucien's eyes flashed with a dangerous intensity, his lips curling into a grimace as he took another step closer to Serena. "This wedding, this union, it isn't just a political alliance," he said, his voice low but filled with conviction. "It's never been just that." The realization hit Serena like a wave, but it wasn't a surprise. It was as if she had always known. The power that coursed through her wasn't just some random fluke. It was part of something much larger, something ancient. Something that tied her to Lucien in a way she had never imagined. Before she could speak, the light around her hands flickered one last time, flaring outward before dimming. The air felt thick, charged, as though the very fabric of reality had bent under the weight of what had just transpired. Ixien stepped back, his face twisted with frustration. "What is this? What do you mean?" he demanded, his voice trembling. "She's supposed to be mine. You can't just—" Lucien's voice cut through the air like thunder. "She's not just yours," he growled, his words filled with an intensity Serena had never heard from him before. "She's something far more than either of us imagined." In that moment, it was as if the world around Serena broke apart. She felt it in her blood, in her very bones, that this was no simple wedding, no mere political arrangement. It was a bond forged long ago, one that had been kept from her for reasons she didn't fully understand. And with that realization came a surge of power, a pulse of energy that shot through her like an arrow, sending another wave of force out in every direction. The force was so powerful this time that it sent the entire gathering stumbling back, some even losing their footing. The beta staggered, snarling in frustration, his eyes blazing with anger. "You!" he shouted, his fury directed at Lucien, but his eyes still on Serena. "This is your fault. Look what you've done." Lucien's eyes never left Serena's, his expression fierce, a mixture of recognition and something deeper, something older. His voice dropped to a whisper, but it carried across the chaos of the ceremony. "It's starting," he murmured, though the words were meant for no one else but her. And in that moment, Serena knew the truth was beginning to reveal itself, and there was no turning back. The air in the clearing seemed to hume with raw, unfiltered energy, crackling with the remnants of Serena's last burst of power. The once orderly scene had disintegrated into chaos. Pack members who had been standing close to her stumbled backward, some even falling to the ground in shock. Others just stared, eyes wide with disbelief, as if they couldn't quite comprehend what had just happened. Serena stood at the center, her heart pounding in her chest, feeling the weight of their gazes like 1,000 invisible chains pulling at her. The surge of power still thrummed through her veins, leaving her trembling, her body unsteady on her feet. It had been overwhelming. Too much to control, too much to understand. But she knew one thing. Something had changed. Something inside her had shifted in a way she couldn't undo. And it wasn't just her. Lucien's eyes, dark and intense, were fixed on her, his gaze unwavering as if he were seeing her for the first time, not just as the Omega standing before him, but as something much more. Something ancient. Something inevitable. His breath was steady, but his face had darkened with an emotion Serena couldn't place, though she could feel the tension in the air thickening between them. There was recognition in his eyes, a flicker of understanding that made Serena's stomach twist. Xavier, who had been standing close beside her only moments before, now stood a few paces back, his body rigid, his jaw clenched tight in frustration. His gaze was no longer possessive, but something darker, something furious, laced with confusion and betrayal. He glared at Serena like she had become something unrecognizable, and for the first time she saw the true depth of his jealousy. "Enough of this," Xavier shouted, his voice echoing through the clearing. His eyes blazed with an intensity Serena hadn't seen before. "You promised, Lucien. This wasn't part of the plan. This wasn't supposed to happen." Lucien ignored him, his eyes never leaving Serena. He took a step forward, closing the distance between them, his presence overwhelming and commanding, his breath caught for just a moment as he looked at her, but the moment was fleeting. "This is no longer just about the pack," he said, his voice rough, but somehow softer than she expected. "It's about something we didn't see coming." Serena swallowed hard, her voice barely a whisper. "What's happening? Why is this happening to me?" Lucien's gaze softened just a fraction, but the intensity in his eyes didn't waver. He stepped even closer, almost too close, and for a moment it felt like the world had stopped turning. "I don't know," he confessed, his voice low and filled with a strange mixture of wonder and frustration. "But I feel it, Serena. You're not just anyone. You never were." The weight of his words settled over her like a blanket of confusion and fear. Her mind raced with the fragments of the vision she had seen, the whispers of the prophecy, the ancient power that had been awakened in her. It had been so overwhelming, too much to grasp, too much to accept all at once. She didn't know how to reconcile the woman standing before him with the prophecy she had read in the ancient scrolls, but the feeling was undeniable. Something had changed between them, something more than just a union, something that had been written in the stars, in the blood, in the very essence of who they were. As if to punctuate the moment, another burst of energy shot through Serena, and this time, it wasn't from her will. The power surged from deep inside her, forcing her to take a sharp breath as it pushed outward, a wave of light and force that sent another ripple through the gathered pack members. Those closest to her recoiled, as if the power had a life of its own and the ground beneath their feet trembled. Serena gasped, feeling the energy spiral within her, fighting to break free. She couldn't contain it anymore. She couldn't control it. "Serena!" Lucien's voice was a command, but there was something else. Something raw and desperate in the way he said her name. He reached out, his hand brushing against her arm, and in that moment the connection between them sparked. A flash of recognition, of something ancient and powerful, as if their very souls had collided. But before Serena could speak, the energy exploded outward, a final burst that sent everyone, flying back. The ceremonial circle broke apart, the pack members tumbling backward, some falling to their knees, others stumbling to regain their balance. The sheer force of the power was overwhelming. The wind howled around them, the storm above now fully in its fury, crashing and rumbling as though the heavens themselves were reacting to the chaos below. Serena's body sagged, exhausted from the effort, and she barely felt herself being caught by Lucien as her knees buckled beneath her. His arms were around her in an instant, holding her up, his grip firm, but there was something else there too. Something that pulsed between them like the beating of a heart, slow and steady. Xavier had fallen backward as well, his face twisted in frustration and confusion. "What have you done?" he spat, his eyes burning with fury, though he didn't move closer. His hands clenched into fists at his sides, his gaze alternating between Lucien and Serena, each glance colder than the last. "This wasn't part of the plan. None of this was supposed to happen." Lucien stood tall, his body tense with the weight of what had just transpired. "It's not about the plan anymore, Xavier," he said, his voice hard. "It's about something none of us can control." Serena's head swam with the force of the energy, and her breathing was shallow as she struggled to steady herself in Lucien's arms. Her heart raced, but it wasn't from fear. It was something else, something primal, something that resonated deep inside her as she met Lucien's gaze. She had no idea what was happening, but the connection between them, the bond that had been forged in this very moment, was undeniable. The truth, their truth, was starting to surface, and everything that had been hidden was slowly, painfully coming to light. Lucien's eyes flared with a realization, something profound and terrifying. "The bond," he whispered, more to himself than to anyone else. "We were always meant to be together." Before Serena could respond, she felt the beta's glare on her, his frustration mounting as he took a step forward, his voice rising in anger. "You'll regret this," he growled, his words low and full of venom. "Of you will." But Serena didn't look at him. Her attention was fixed on Lucien, the man whose presence had come to define everything about her world in just a matter of days. And in that moment, she knew one thing. This wedding, this union, wasn't just about their packs. It was about something deeper, something destined. And no one, not even the beta, could stop it now. The full moon hung high in the sky, casting a pale, ghostly light over the chaos that had erupted in the wake of Serena's display of power. The clearing, once serene and orderly, now felt like the eye of a storm. The ground was littered with the aftermath of the sudden surge, wolves stumbling back, some clutching their heads in confusion, others trying to regain their balance, still shaken from the overwhelming blast of energy. A few were on their knees, their breaths shallow and labored, while others simply stared, wide-eyed and frozen in place. Serena stood at the center of it all, her body trembling from the force of the energy she had unintentionally released. Her breath came in short, shallow bursts as she looked around, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The power had surged from her without warning, as if it had a mind of its own. She had no idea how she'd done it, and the more she tried to understand, the more everything felt like a blur, a fog of confusion. The officiant, who had been standing at the altar only moments before, now stood frozen, his mouth slightly agape. He glanced nervously at the elders, his face pale as he stumbled over his words. This is not what was intended," he stammered, his voice hoarse. "The ceremony? It's..." The pack members around them were just as stunned. Some stood motionless, their faces twisted in fear, while others exchanged hushed whispers too afraid to approach. The once ceremonial air had thickened with unease, and the sense of impending doom hung heavy in the air. Serena's hands still tingled with the aftershocks of the energy, the remnants of the power that had exploded from her. She wanted to ask if anyone understood what had just happened, but the words stuck in her throat. Instead, she could only stand there, overwhelmed and lost in the whirlwind of emotions and confusion that swirled around her. Her gaze shifted to Lucien, who stood just a few steps behind her. He was still, his eyes locked on her with an intensity that made her stomach tighten. He looked as stunned as everyone else, his expression unreadable, but she could sense something in him, something protective, like a shield forming between her and the chaos. She didn't know how to explain it, but she felt safe in the way his presence filled the space around her, but it wasn't enough to shield them from the beta. Xavier pushed through the pack with deliberate force, his steps heavy and his face twisted in rage. The beta was furious. His eyes burned with accusation as he locked onto Serena, the words spilling from his mouth like venom. "What sorcery is this?" Xavier's voice was a growl, low and menacing. "What trickery have you been hiding, Serena?" Serena stiffened at the sound of her name, and though his words weren't directed at her in kindness, they struck her like a blow. She wanted to respond, to say something, but nothing seemed to make sense. She wasn't hiding anything. She didn't know what had happened, but to be accused of sorcery, of deceit, was something she couldn't comprehend. Xavier took a step forward, his gaze never leaving her as he continued his tirade. "You've made a mockery of the ceremony," he spat, his voice filled with disgust. "What did you do? Are you playing games with us? Are you trying to ruin everything? This wasn't supposed to happen." Serena could feel the heat of his fury radiating toward her, and though she tried to steady herself, her knees wobbled as if the ground beneath her had shifted. His words weren't just an attack, they were a declaration that she was the source of all the pack's disarray. Just as Xavier took another threatening step toward her, Lucien's voice cut through the air, sharp and commanding. "Enough." Lucien's voice rumbled, his tone low but firm, the authority in it unmistakable. Xavier stopped in his tracks, but the fury in his eyes remained. Lucien's gaze was fixed on him, unwavering, as he stepped forward, blocking the beta's path. The moment Lucien stepped between them, the tension in the air shifted. "Step back, Xavier," Lucien ordered, his voice colder than Serena had ever heard it. "You will not speak to her like that. Do you understand me?" The beta's chest heaved, and for a moment it seemed as though he might challenge Lucien. The two men stood facing each other, their postures tense, their energy crackling like an electrical storm. Xavier's fists clenched at his sides and his jaw tightened, but he didn't move. He didn't have to. Lucien's command had cut through the air with such force that the entire pack seemed to hold its breath. Xavier, though still seething, finally took a step back. His eyes never left Lucien, and when he spoke again it was through gritted teeth. "This isn't over, Lucien," he hissed. "I'll not be made a fool in front of the entire pack." Lucien's gaze never wavered. "Then you'll find another way to prove your worth, but not with her. Not today." Serena's breath caught in her throat. The intensity between Lucien and Xavier was undeniable, like two wolves circling each other in a battle of dominance. The beta's anger was palpable, but Lucien's presence was a wall that couldn't be breached. Xavier finally looked away, but not without one last glare at both Lucien and Serena. His words were quiet, filled with venom as he muttered, "You'll regret this." Then he turned, stalking off to the side, his back stiff with barely contained fury. Serena watched him go, her heart still racing in the aftermath of the confrontation. The air felt charged, heavy with all the unspoken tension that had built up over the course of the ceremony. It wasn't over. Not by a long shot. But Lucien's hand, firm but gentle on her arm, brought her attention back to him. His touch was warm, grounding, as though he was the only solid thing in the midst of all the chaos. "You're safe," Lucien said softly, his voice just for her. "I won't let anyone harm you." Serena could feel the sincerity in his words, but it wasn't enough to shake the deep confusion that still twisted inside her. "I didn't mean for any of this to happen," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the chaos still unfolding around them. "I don't understand what's happening to me." Lucien's eyes softened, and he pulled her a little closer, his grip tightening as if to reassure her that, for the moment, she wasn't alone. "I know," he murmured, his voice low and filled with an emotion she couldn't quite place. "Neither of us understands this, but we'll figure it out. I promise." But even as he said the words, Serena couldn't help but feel the weight of everything that had just happened, the power that had burst forth from her, the strange pull she felt toward him. It was all too much, too overwhelming to make sense of. The night was far from over, and there were more questions than answers. But one thing was certain. The events of this night had changed everything. The clearing had fallen into an uneasy silence. The sound of distant thunder still rolled in from the storm above, but the initial shockwave of Serena's power seemed to have cleared the air for now. Pack members who had scattered to the edges of the circle now slowly made their way back, eyes wide and wary. Some were whispering to each other in hushed tones, unsure of what to make of what had just occurred. Lucien's protective presence was the only constant in the chaotic aftermath. He had his arm around Serena now, guiding her away from the altar and into the relative safety of a nearby shaded alcove, away from the prying eyes of the pack. His grip on her arm was firm, but not unkind. He was being careful, almost too careful. It felt as though he was trying to shield her from the storm that had just passed through the clearing, both literal and figurative. Serena felt the weight of everything crashing down on her. The explosion of power that had surged through her was still echoing in her veins, a low hum she couldn't shake. She could still feel the remnants of it pulsing under her skin, but now it felt like a warning. Something had been set in motion, something she couldn't control, and that thought left her shaking with both fear and confusion. "I didn't mean for any of this," Serena whispered, her voice shaky. "Lucien, I don't know what happened. I didn't plan this." Lucien's eyes softened, his thumb brushing over the back of her hand as he pulled her closer. He was silent for a moment, his gaze scanning the clearing before turning back to her, his expression unreadable. There was an intensity in his eyes, something fierce, protective, but also uncertain. "You didn't plan any of this, Serena," he said quietly, his voice carrying a weight of understanding. "Neither of us did." Her eyes searched his face, looking for any hint of blame, but all she saw was confusion. Confusion that mirrored her own. He didn't understand any of this either, and yet the connection between them was undeniable. The pull between them, it was real. Too real to ignore. "What was that?" Serena asked, her voice trembling. "That power, it was like nothing I've ever felt. It came from inside me, but I don't know how I did it. I didn't mean to." Lucien's jaw clenched, but his expression softened when he met her eyes again. He seemed to be weighing his words, as though unsure of what to say. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and filled with an almost reluctant honesty. "I don't know what that was either, Serena, but it's not the first time I've felt that kind of energy from you. It's like there's something inside you, something more than just the Omega you've been told you are, something ancient." The words sent a chill through Serena. She had felt it, the strange, unexplainable connection between them, the power that surged inside her at his proximity. But to hear him say it, to hear him speak of something ancient, felt like a revelation too big to comprehend. "What does that mean?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "What am I supposed to do with this power?" Lucien didn't immediately answer. Instead, he stepped back slightly, his eyes narrowing as if considering his words carefully. He took a deep breath before continuing, his voice just above a murmur. I don't know. But what I do know is that there's more to you than you realize, Serena. More to this union than either of us understood. And whatever's happening, whatever this is, it's not just about you and me. Serena's mind raced. Her heart pounded in her chest. The idea that she was somehow linked to something ancient, to some power that even Lucien couldn't fully understand. It was too much to take in. How had she been kept in the dark for so long? How had she not known about any of this? I don't even remember my own family, Serena said softly, her voice cracking with frustration. How could I have this power, this connection, and not know where it's coming from? I don't remember anything before being brought to my pack. Lucien's eyes softened with empathy, and for a moment he said nothing. He simply took a step forward and reached out, his hand resting gently on her arm, grounding her in the present. His touch felt comforting, warm, like a tether she hadn't realized she needed. You don't remember because they didn't want you to, Lucien said, his voice firm but gentle. Whoever took you in, whoever raised you, they hid the truth. From you, from all of us. Serena felt the weight of his words hit her like a blow to the chest. She had known for years that there were gaps in her memories, pieces of her past that didn't make sense, but the idea that it had all been purposefully hidden from her, that someone had kept her in the dark for reasons she didn't understand, it was too much to bear. I don't know who I am anymore, she whispered, her voice filled with a quiet desperation. What am I supposed to do with all of this? What does it mean that I have this power inside me? Lucien stepped closer, his hand brushing her cheek in a gesture that felt strangely intimate. His eyes locked onto hers with a quiet intensity, and for a moment, it felt like nothing else existed outside of the two of them. I don't have all the answers, he said softly, his voice barely a whisper, but I do know this. Whatever it is that's happening to you, it's not just about power. It's about us. And whatever we have, whatever is pulling us together, we'll figure it out together. Serena felt a wave of emotion crash through her, unexpected and overwhelming. The confusion, the fear, the longing, all of it wrapped around her heart, choking her, making it hard to breathe. But Lucien's presence was like a balm on her frayed nerves, his voice a promise of something she couldn't quite grasp yet, but somehow knew was real. Together, she repeated, her voice barely audible. It wasn't a promise she could make to herself yet, not completely, but there was something in Lucien's gaze, in his touch, that made her believe she wasn't as alone as she thought. A crash of thunder echoed through the clearing, reminding them both of the storm still raging above them. The night had taken a turn none of them had expected, and now, with the weight of the truth settling on her shoulders, Serena couldn't help but wonder what else was waiting in the shadows. What other revelations would come with the dawn? The night stretched on, the storm above continuing to lash against the pack's stronghold. The wind howled as it whipped through the trees, and thunder rumbled in the distance, but it felt almost as though the storm outside was a mere reflection of the turmoil within the pack. The ceremony had crumbled, leaving only confusion and fear in its wake. Serena stood beside Lucien, his presence a grounding force that kept her steady as the chaos of the pack's reaction played out around them. The beta, Xavier, had withdrawn with a group of high-ranking wolves to the side, but Serena could feel the undercurrent of tension growing between them. There was something deeper at play, something more than just disappointment or anger. It was as if they were all waiting for something that none of them could explain, something that was slipping through their fingers with every passing moment. Behind them, the pack elders began to gather, their murmurs growing louder as they began to form a loose circle. The officiant, still reeling from the failed ceremony, stood off to the side, watching the unfolding drama with a pale, worried expression. The once grand occasion had become a scene of disarray and fear, and now, as the minutes dragged on, the full weight of what had just happened began to set in. They don't understand what just happened, Serena whispered, her voice trembling as she glanced over at the council. None of them do. Lucien's eyes never left the group of elders, though his grip on her arm tightened, grounding her to him. They don't want to understand, he murmured, his voice low but edged with something Serena couldn't quite place. Frustration, perhaps? Or maybe anger? But they will have to. This can't be ignored. I didn't mean for this to happen, Serena whispered again, though she wasn't sure if she was speaking to him or to herself. I can't control it. I don't know what's happening to me, Lucien. Lucien's gaze softened, but there was something else there, something more fierce, as though a new determination had taken root inside him. You will figure it out. I'll help you, but we have more immediate concerns. He nodded toward the elders, who were now huddled together in quiet but urgent conversation. The storm outside seemed to mirror the storm inside the council hall, a reflection of the turbulence that was spreading through the pack. The elders were starting to realize the magnitude of what had occurred, and their fear was palpable. They spoke in hushed tones, exchanging worried looks, some whispering to each other about the implications of the power that had manifested in Serena. A few exchanged uneasy glances, their voices rising as the realization set in that the ceremony, the carefully orchestrated union meant to unite their packs, had been ruined. "What does this mean?" one of the elders demanded, her voice sharp. "This isn't what was supposed to happen. This power, where did it come from? Is it a threat?" Another elder asked, his voice low but filled with concern. "Could this be some sort of trap, a manipulation of some kind? Can we trust her?" Lucien's jaw clenched at the whispered words, his gaze hardening. "She's not a threat," he said, his voice filled with a quiet but undeniable fury. "And no one here will accuse her of being anything less than what she is. The power you saw tonight, it's part of who she is. Part of us. And I will protect her." The elder who had spoken first shot a skeptical look at Lucien, though there was a hint of uncertainty in her eyes now. She glanced at the others before speaking again, her voice filled with unease. "But if she's not a threat, then what is she? What does this power mean? Are we truly bound by fate, or has something more dangerous taken hold?" The council fell into silence, the weight of her question hanging in the air. Serena stood there, lost in the quiet exchange, the growing realization that everything was spiraling out of her control. She didn't know what this power was, didn't know why it had manifested the way it had. But one thing was clear. There were those among the pack who were fearful of her, of what she might become. Lucien's voice cut through the silence, more forceful now, commanding the attention of the entire room. "We don't have answers yet, but I will find them. We will find them together." His gaze flicked to Serena briefly, a promise in his eyes. "But right now, we need to figure out what comes next." Serena felt the weight of the council's scrutiny on her, their stares heavy, filled with suspicion and fear. They didn't trust her. They didn't know what to make of her, and in their eyes she was as much a mystery as she was a threat. It was an isolation she hadn't anticipated, the cold realization that she wasn't a part of this pack, not fully. "I'm sorry," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, though she knew no one would hear her apology. "I never meant for any of this." Lucien's gaze softened, his hand on her shoulder giving a reassuring squeeze. "I know," he whispered, "but we'll face it together, Serena. We'll get through this." The moment was broken by the sudden shift in the air, the council members' murmurs rising again. It was a voice, one that had remained silent until now, that spoke out, cutting through the rest of the noise. "The Alpha is right," the voice said, sharp and full of resolve. The elder who had spoken earlier now stepped forward, her eyes narrowed, her voice filled with an air of finality. "We cannot move forward with the wedding, not as planned. The union, this ceremony, it's broken. We must decide how to proceed." Her words struck Serena like a cold wind, and she felt the weight of them sink deep into her chest. The wedding, the reason she was here, the reason this had all been set in motion, was now officially nullified, and she was left standing in the center of it all, feeling more lost and uncertain than ever before. The air inside the council hall was thick with tension, a heavy silence hanging over the room as the elders took their places. The gathering, hastily convened, felt like a charged powder keg ready to explode. Serena stood at the back of the room, her arms crossed over her chest, watching the deliberations unfold. She had expected a certain amount of chaos after the wedding disaster, but nothing had prepared her for the weight of the discussions taking place. "We can't allow her to roam free," one elder argued, his voice sharp and decisive. He was older, his gray hair a stark contrast to the youthful energy of the pack's younger leaders. "Until we understand what this power is, she should be locked away for the safety of the pack." The words sent a chill through Serena's chest. Locked away. The suggestion made her stomach turn, but she didn't speak. Not yet. There was no point in protesting. She had no power in this room, no say in what happened next. Another elder, a woman with piercing eyes and a sharp tongue, shot back, her voice laced with frustration, and let her fade into obscurity. "We don't know if she's a threat or an asset. We have to act quickly. We can't let this spill into the public." "The public doesn't need to know anything," another elder chimed in, his voice cold and pragmatic. "We marry her off to a lesser member of the pack in a quiet ceremony. No one needs to know the details. We keep the peace, and we don't risk alienating anyone further." Serena's chest tightened, her heartbeat quickening with each passing moment. They were talking about her future, her place, her power, as if she wasn't even in the room. Their words were casual, strategic, like they were deciding on a piece of property, not a living, breathing person. "What about Lucien?" The beta's voice cut through the air, sharp and accusing. "Is he so emotionally invested in her that he's blinded by it? Have we not learned anything from the past?" The words hit Serena like a slap. She hadn't expected the beta to go so far, but his accusations weren't aimed at her, they were aimed at Lucien, at the man who had stood by her side when the world had fallen apart. Lucien's protective nature had been clear, but to hear it so openly questioned, even subtly accused, it stung. Serena turned her gaze to Lucien, who stood across the room, his jaw tightening as the beta's words hung in the air. He didn't flinch, he didn't defend himself, but she could see the tension in his shoulders, the flicker of something in his eyes that told her the accusation had cut deeper than it appeared. "I am invested in her." Lucien finally spoke, his voice low but firm, carrying a weight that silenced the room. "I am not blind, but my decisions are my own, and I will make them. I won't be dictated to by anyone, least of all by fear." There was a beat of silence, the elders exchanging uneasy glances, but no one spoke. The tension that had built during the exchange hung thick in the air, heavy and suffocating. Lucien's words were final, and yet Serena could feel the rift widening. It wasn't just about her anymore. It was about power, control, and the choices they would make for her. But Serena didn't have the luxury of focusing on that now. She needed answers that no one seemed willing to give. The unease in her gut had only deepened since the ceremony, and now she could feel it growing stronger with each passing hour. Something was wrong, more than just the power she had unleashed. There was something she wasn't being told. Something hidden. As the council continued to debate the situation, Serena slipped quietly out of the room. She couldn't stand there any longer, caught in the middle of their decisions. She needed to be alone. She wandered the pack halls, trying to distract herself from the whirlwind of thoughts that consumed her. The corridors felt longer than usual, as though they were shifting, twisting in ways that made her feel disoriented. She passed through rooms she'd never been in before, rooms that seemed familiar, yet foreign. The flickering memories that had begun to surface since the ceremony gnawed at her, teasing her with images she couldn't quite grasp. She turned a corner and stumbled into a hidden hallway, one she swore she hadn't seen before. The space felt different, like it had been waiting for her to find it. Serena's heart skipped in her chest, the sense of déjà vu sweeping over her. She had been here before, hadn't she? The walls, the floors. Everything looked almost too familiar. Suddenly, the flicker of a memory shot through her like a lightning bolt. A voice. A name. But it was gone as quickly as it came. She was left with nothing but the echo of a feeling. One that told her this place, this hidden passageway, was part of something much larger. something she wasn't allowed to remember. With trembling hands, she pushed open a door she hadn't noticed before, revealing an old room filled with shelves of ancient books. The smell of old paper and leather filled the air, thick and musty. Serena moved further into the room, her fingers brushing against the spines of the old texts. Something about this place felt like a key, like it could unlock the truth she was desperately searching for. As she scanned the shelves, her eyes landed on an old scroll tucked away in the far corner. The paper was brittle, almost burned, but the words were still legible. She gently unrolled the scroll, feeling her breath catch as she read the first few lines. The Omega of celestial origin, her fate entwined with the Alpha who will save the Pax. Together they will lead, together they will destroy. The words sent a chill down her spine, the eerie familiarity of them making her stomach turn. The fragments of memory she'd been chasing had led her here, to this scroll, this half-burned, barely legible piece of the past. And in it, she saw herself and Lucien, woven into a story that had started long before either of them had ever been born. She had no idea what this meant, how it related to the strange bond she felt with Lucien, or why her memories had been hidden from her. But one thing was certain, she needed to understand it. She needed to know more. Her heart raced as she tucked the scroll under her arm, a sense of urgency rising within her. As she made her way out of the archives, the sound of footsteps caught her attention. She froze, her breath catching in her throat. Lucien stood in the doorway, watching her with an expression that was a mixture of concern and recognition. His eyes softened as they met hers, and the weight of everything that had just happened seemed to settle between them. "What are you doing here?" Lucien asked quietly, his voice holding more than just concern. It held something deeper, something Serena couldn't quite understand. I think I found something," she said, her voice trembling as she held up the scroll. "Something that might explain everything." Lucien's gaze flicked to the scroll in her hands, then back to her. He stepped closer, his presence overwhelming in a way that sent a spark of something familiar racing through her. "I think we need to figure this out," he said quietly, his voice low and determined. "And I won't rest until I understand why it's us." Serena's heart skipped at his words, the unspoken bond between them simmering in the charged air. The library was quieter than it had ever been before, a dimly lit space that seemed to absorb all sound, leaving only the faint shuffle of pages and the quiet thrum of Serena's heartbeat. The air felt thick with unspoken words, with tension that hung in the space between Lucien and Serena like a storm cloud waiting to break. Serena's gaze was fixed on him, sharp and focused, as if she were studying him from the depths of her own uncertainty. Lucien leaned against the heavy oak desk, his arms crossed tightly over his chest. He was still the alpha, still the leader of his pack, but in this moment, he didn't feel like any of that. He felt like a man caught between two worlds, one of duty and responsibility, and another far more dangerous that pulled at him with an intensity he couldn't control. Serena's eyes softened as they met his, but there was a fire behind them, one that couldn't be ignored. "You've been distant," she said, her voice steady despite the uncertainty in her eyes. "Why? What's changed?" Lucien's heart thudded painfully in his chest. The question was simple enough, but it was laced with an unspoken demand for answers. It wasn't just about her safety. No. Serena had seen right through that. He wasn't only worried about what was happening to her, he was terrified of what was happening to them both. "I'm trying to do what's best for the pack," he said, his voice low and guarded. "What's happening right now is bigger than us." Serena's gaze sharpened. "That's what you keep telling yourself, but I can see it, I can feel it. You're worried about me." Lucien's jaw tightened, and he turned away slightly, breaking their gaze. "I can't afford to think about what I feel, Serena. My duty is to my pack, and I swore an oath to protect them, not to get caught up in whatever this is." Her breath caught. "This? What's this?" He didn't respond immediately, his chest tightening at the way her words echoed in the space between them. He didn't know how to explain it to her, not without risking everything. He was the alpha, he had always known his path. But now, that path was clouded, a fog that he couldn't see through. and Serena was standing at the center of it. "You don't understand," he muttered, half to himself. "You don't know what it means to be alpha." Serena took a step closer to him, her eyes never leaving his. She felt the heat between them, the strange pull she couldn't explain, couldn't push away. "But I do know what it means to be me. I know something's been kept from me, Lucien. You know it too. You're as much a part of this as I am. So stop pretending this is just about the pack." The intensity in her voice caught him off guard. Serena wasn't just challenging him. She was calling him out, forcing him to confront something that had been eating away at him since the ceremony. His breath quickened, and for a moment he almost gave in to the urge to reach out to her, to pull her closer and admit everything. But he held back. Duty, responsibility, control. "I'm not pretending," Lucien said, his voice rough with the weight of his own emotions. "I'm trying to protect you. To protect us all." He looked at her then, his eyes burning with intensity. "But that thing between us, Serena, whatever it is, I can't explain it. I can't deny it either." The words hung in the air, raw and unfiltered. He didn't want to admit it. Not like this. But it was as if the walls around him were breaking down and he was powerless to stop it. Serena's breath hitched as she watched him, her heart pounding. "Then don't deny it," she whispered, taking another step toward him. The distance between them was shrinking, but it wasn't just physical. It was emotional, spiritual. She could feel the pull of it, the bond between them that couldn't be explained. "I feel it too. I don't know what's happening, but we can't keep ignoring it." Lucien opened his mouth to respond, but just as he was about to speak, a sudden image, a flash, flashed through his mind. A moment so vivid it made him freeze in place. He saw a younger Serena, bathed in moonlight, standing in the center of a sacred circle. He could hear the echo of an elder's chant, words he didn't understand, but they filled him with an overwhelming sense of familiarity. The memory was there, on the edge of his mind, but before he could grasp it, it slipped away like smoke. His chest tightened as the vision disappeared, leaving only the disorienting sense that it was something important, something he needed to remember. "Lucien!" Serena's voice broke through his thoughts, and he snapped back to the present. She was standing so close now, her eyes filled with concern and confusion. "What is it?" He didn't answer immediately. His hand clenched into a fist at his side, and he turned away from her, trying to shake the vision from his mind. "I don't know," he muttered, "but I've seen that before. I've seen you before, Serena, when you were younger, in a place, a circle." He paused, his throat tightening as the fragments of the memory threatened to overwhelm him. "But it doesn't make sense. I can't remember everything." Serena's face paled, and for a brief moment, he could see the same confusion in her eyes. "You saw me?" she asked, her voice almost breaking. "When?" Lucien's jaw tightened, and he forced himself to take a steady breath. "I don't know, but it's like a part of me knows you. Knows something about you that I'm not allowed to remember, or something that's been hidden." The silence between them stretched, heavy with the weight of his words. Serena's eyes locked onto his, searching, desperate for answers. Before either of them could speak again, a voice broke through the tension. "Lucien." It was Xavier, stepping into the doorway, his posture stiff, his expression filled with barely contained fury. His gaze flicked to Serena, then back to Lucien. "There's urgent business I need to discuss with you," he said, his words clipped and barely concealed with disdain. Lucien's expression hardened as he turned toward the beta. "Not now, Xavier," he said, his voice low but sharp. "This conversation is far from over." Xavier's eyes narrowed, but he didn't press further. He merely stepped back, allowing Lucien to take one last look at Serena. The tension between them was thick, unspoken, but Lucien knew the conversation was far from over. As Xavier turned, Lucien looked back at Serena, a storm of emotion swirling in his chest. "We'll figure this out," he said softly. "I won't rest until we do." Serena didn't say anything. She simply nodded, her heart pounding as the distance between them grew once more. The pull was still there, stronger than ever. And Lucien knew it. He knew it, but he was trapped between the duty he had sworn to his pack and the bond that was calling him to Serena in ways he couldn't yet understand. Lucien's heart hammered in his chest, the weight of the conversation still heavy in the air. As Xavier's presence receded down the corridor, the door clicked shut, leaving Lucien and Serena alone again. The shift in the atmosphere was immediate. There was no more pretense of normalcy, no more hiding the truth. They were standing on the precipice, and neither of them knew what would come next. Serena hadn't moved since Xavier's interruption, but Lucien could feel the tension in her body. Her gaze was unwavering as it locked onto him, a question hanging in the space between them. He could see the uncertainty in her eyes, the unspoken desire for answers she wasn't sure how to ask for, but there was something else too. Something raw, something that mirrored the pulsing undercurrent of need in his chest. He took a step closer, drawn by an invisible force that neither of them could explain, let alone resist. Her breath hitched when he moved, the subtle shift in her posture telling him all he needed to know. She was feeling it too, the pull, the connection, the strange fire that had sparked between them from the moment their paths had crossed. The space between them seemed to shrink, their proximity undeniable. The hum of electricity in the air was palpable now, swirling around them like a whirlwind that neither of them could control. Lucien's pulse quickened as their senses seemed to overlap. Her scent, her warmth, the beating of her heart syncing with his. Their wolves were reacting to each other on a level neither could logically explain. Lucien's breath caught, the tension in his body growing unbearable. His instincts screamed at him to close the distance, to touch her, to claim what felt like his. But his mind, his duty, held him back. "Serena," he whispered, the words barely escaping his throat as he tried to steady himself. "This, whatever it is between us, we can't ignore it." She swallowed, her voice soft but unwavering. "I don't want to ignore it," she replied, her gaze flickering to his lips for just a moment before meeting his eyes again. "But why are you still holding back? You keep saying this is about the pack, but—" Lucien took a steadying breath, forcing himself to meet her eyes without the overwhelming temptation to close the distance between them. "Because I have responsibilities, Serena. The pack comes first. I have to be the alpha. I can't let my feelings, my instincts, take control." Her gaze softened, but there was a spark in her eyes that he couldn't ignore. She took a small step forward, her breath warm against his chest as she stood close enough that their wolves could practically sense each other. "I'm not asking you to forget about the pack," she said, her voice trembling ever so slightly. "But what if this is the pack's future? What if this bond between us is more than just a personal pull?" Her words caught him off guard. He hadn't allowed himself to think that way, hadn't dared to entertain the idea that their connection might have a larger purpose. The flickering sensation in his chest, one he had felt every time they were near each other, seemed to confirm that there was more to this bond than mere attraction. But he was still the alpha, and he couldn't afford to let this, whatever this was, cloud his judgment. "Serena," Lucien began, his voice thick with an emotion he couldn't fully express. "I don't know what this is yet, but I can't let my feelings jeopardize everything we've built." She nodded, a quiet understanding passing between them, though neither of them knew what that understanding truly meant. Her hand brushed against his arm, and the simple touch sent a shock of awareness through him. Her fingers lingered for a moment, and Lucien couldn't stop the surge of heat that followed. Just as he was about to lean in, to close the space between them, the sound of footsteps in the hallway shattered the fragile moment. The door swung open, and the beta's shadow loomed in the doorway. Xavier's gaze swept between them, a thinly veiled fury in his eyes. His lip curled into a snarl, though he quickly masked it with a forced politeness. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything," he said, his voice sharp as a blade. "Lucien, there's a matter of urgent importance I need to discuss with you." Lucien's gaze never left Sereno as he stepped back, his body stiff with the weight of the intrusion. His chest still ached from the closeness they had just shared, and now, with the beta standing there, everything felt unsettled again. Xavier's eyes didn't miss the lingering tension between them. His gaze flicked briefly to Serena, a look of something darker, something possessive, passing over his features before he turned back to Lucien. Lucien straightened, pushing down the frustration that surged within him. "Fine," he said through clenched teeth. "Give me a moment." Xavier nodded curtly, stepping aside as Lucien moved past him. But before Lucien could leave, the beta spoke again, his voice low and venomous. "Just remember," Xavier said, his words almost a warning, "the pack expects you to lead. Don't forget your duty, Alpha." The words hung in the air like a threat, but Lucien didn't acknowledge them. His eyes stayed on Serena for just a moment longer before he turned and walked out, the door clicking shut behind him. Serena remained still, her heart pounding in her chest. The tension in the room hadn't dissipated. If anything, it had only grown more intense, thicker in the space between her and Lucien. Her thoughts raced as she stared at the closed door, her fingers still tingling from the brief contact. What was happening between them? What did it mean? She had been trying to make sense of it all, but each time she thought she understood, something new, something more complex seemed to unfold. But one thing was clear, whatever bond they shared, it wasn't just about desire, it was something deeper, and neither of them could deny it. Lucien walked briskly down the hall, his pace quickening as he tried to outrun the tension that had settled in his chest. Every step felt like it carried him farther away from Serena and deeper into the responsibilities of his role as Alpha. The beta's presence, looming just behind him, made the already heavy air even thicker. The storm inside him felt like it was mirroring the storm outside. Fury and frustration clashing, making it hard to think clearly. The beta was waiting for him in the dimly lit room off to the side. Arms crossed, eyes narrowed in silent judgment. Lucien tried to steady his breathing, but it wasn't easy. His mind was still reeling from the conversation with Serena, the pull between them, the way it seemed impossible to ignore. "Lucien." Xavier's voice broke the silence, as cold and sharp as ever. "We need to talk about this. You can't keep ignoring what's happening. The pack is watching, and your behavior is only fueling the chaos." Lucien's gaze hardened. He could feel the beta's eyes boring into him, the weight of his accusations pushing against him like a physical force. "I'm not ignoring anything," Lucien snapped, turning to face Xavier. "I'm trying to keep control of a situation that none of us understand." "You're not the only one who has a stake in this." Xavier's lips curled in a sneer, though his eyes were cold and calculating. "Control? Is that what you think you're doing? Because it looks to me like you're losing control. Losing sight of what really matters." Lucien's fists clenched at his sides, but he resisted the urge to lash out. He couldn't afford to show weakness, not in front of the beta. "I'm doing what's best for the pack," Lucien said through gritted teeth, his voice tight with restraint. "And I won't apologize for protecting Serena." Xavier's expression twisted, his face a mask of barely contained fury. "That's the problem, Lucien," he growled, stepping closer. "You're too emotionally involved. You're letting your feelings for her cloud your judgment, and I can't stand by and watch you throw everything away over some bond that none of us can even explain." Lucien took a step forward, his stance firm. He wasn't going to let Xavier manipulate the situation. "You don't understand," Lucien said, his voice low, dangerous. "I don't have to explain myself to you, Xavier. I'm the Alpha here, not you, and I'm not going to let you turn this into something that it's not." The beta's eyes flashed with anger, his face reddening with frustration. "You'll regret this, Lucien. I'm not the only one watching you. The entire pack is. And you're letting a woman, an Omega of all things, destroy everything we've built." Lucien's jaw clenched so tightly he could feel his teeth grinding. His protective instincts were screaming at him to push back, to defend Serena, to make it clear that he wouldn't allow anyone to talk down to her, but the weight of his responsibility, of his duty as Alpha, made him hesitate. "I'm not destroying anything," Lucien muttered, though the words sounded more like a plea than a command. "I'm trying to protect everything we've built, including Serena, and I won't let anyone, especially you, turn her into a weapon." Xavier's eyes narrowed, calculating. "We'll see about that," he said darkly, his voice laced with resentment. "But you've made your choice, and so have I. Lucien watched him walk away, his mind swirling with frustration. The beta's threat lingered in the air like a dark cloud. He didn't trust Xavier. He never had. But the deeper concern was the weight of the pack's expectations, the consequences of allowing his personal feelings to cloud his decisions as alpha. It wasn't just about Serena. It was about everything. The future of the pack, the balance of power, the loyalty that had always been held in high regard. He couldn't afford to let his emotions get in the way of that. But there was something about Serena, something he couldn't shake. Every time they were near each other, the pull was undeniable, stronger than anything he had ever felt. His instincts screamed at him to protect her, to stay close to her, and yet, every time he did, a part of him wondered if he was pushing against the very rules he had sworn to uphold. The sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway behind him, pulling him from his spiraling thoughts. He turned to see Serena standing at the doorway, her eyes wide with an unspoken question, her body tense. He hadn't expected her to be here, not after everything that had just transpired. "Lucien," she said, her voice soft but filled with determination, "we need to talk." Her presence hit him like a wave, the confusion, the heat, all crashing over him. He wanted to pull her close, to understand what was happening between them, but instead he stood still, afraid to give in. His duty kept him grounded, but his heart wanted to follow the pull toward her. "About what?" he asked, his voice rough, betraying more than he wanted it to. He knew exactly what she wanted to talk about, but he was afraid of saying it aloud. "About us," she replied, her voice firm, though her eyes showed the vulnerability he had come to recognize in her. "About this bond. I can't keep pretending like I don't feel it. I don't understand it, but I can't ignore it." Lucien's heart raced, his mind reeling with her words. "We can't ignore it," he said, more to himself than to her. "But we have to understand it first, Serena, before it destroys everything." Serena took a step closer, her gaze softening. "Then let's figure it out together," she said softly, her voice laced with hope. "Because I don't want to lose you." Her words hit him like a punch to the gut. He couldn't respond right away, couldn't find the words to say how much he wanted the same thing, but how could he? There were too many things at play, too many dangers. He had a duty to his pack to protect them, even from the very thing he wanted most. He reached out, his hand brushing hers briefly, the connection between them sparking once more. "We'll figure it out," he whispered, though he knew the path ahead was fraught with complications. The beta's warning still echoed in his mind, but in that moment, he could only focus on Serena. The bond between them, the force pulling them together, was stronger than anything he had ever known. But would it be enough to overcome everything that was at stake? Lucien stood there for a moment, his fingers still lightly brushing against Serena's as her touch lingered in the space between them. The connection was undeniable, raw and powerful. His heart pounded in his chest as he struggled to hold on to the fragments of control he had left. He could feel his wolf stirring within him, sensing her presence, reacting to the very essence of her, but he wouldn't allow himself to give in to the pull. Not yet. He pulled his hand back slowly, breaking the touch that had felt more like a lifeline than anything else. He stepped away from Serena, needing space, needing to think. Every step he took felt like a distance he couldn't overcome, like he was walking farther and farther away from everything that was true to him. Serena, still standing in the doorway, watched him closely, her eyes filled with the same emotions that were swirling inside of him. Her presence was an anchor, but it was also a storm. He wasn't sure which one would break him first. "I have a responsibility, Serena," Lucien finally said, his voice heavy with the weight of the words. "I can't just follow my instincts, no matter how strong they are. I'm the alpha. I can't afford to let my personal desires cloud my judgment." The words hung in the air, thick with the tension between them. Serena didn't move, her eyes never leaving his. "And what if your instincts are right?" she asked, her voice quiet but firm. "What if this, whatever this is part of your duty? To me, to us?" Lucien's chest tightened at the sound of her words, at the sincerity that laced them. He wanted to believe it. He wanted to believe that there was a way forward where he could have both his duty and her. But the weight of his role as alpha, the responsibility he had to his pack, was a burden that felt impossible to shake off. His gaze drifted to the pillar behind her, and his hand instinctively reached out to touch the ancient crest etched into the stone. As his fingers brushed against it, a faint glow ignited beneath his palm, and he felt a pulse of energy surge through him, one that made his heart skip a beat. The glow was subtle but unmistakable, and it sent a shiver down his spine. He quickly withdrew his hand, looking at the crest with narrowed eyes. The symbol beneath it, a design he'd seen before, was identical to the one on the half-burned scroll Serena had found. His mind raced, pieces falling into place, though the connection remained out of reach. "What's happening to me?" Lucien muttered to himself, his fingers still tingling from the glow. It was as if the stone itself was alive, responding to him in ways he didn't understand. And the bond to Serena? That was growing stronger by the second. The very thing he was supposed to control, to suppress, was slipping through his fingers. Serena's voice broke through his thoughts, soft and full of concern. "Lucien?" He turned toward her, his gaze meeting hers, and for a moment all the walls he had built between them seemed to dissolve. The pack, his duty, the expectations. It all seemed so insignificant compared to what he felt when he looked at her. "I'm sorry," he said quietly, his voice raw with vulnerability, "but I don't know how to fix this. I don't know what's happening to me." Serena took a tentative step toward him, her expression softening with understanding. "You don't have to have all the answers," she said, her voice steady. "None of us do, but maybe we can figure it out together." Lucien clenched his jaw, the weight of his position as alpha pushing against his desire for something, someone, that felt so foreign, yet so necessary. The responsibility of leading his pack, protecting them, was his life. But Serena, the pull to her, was becoming just as much a part of him as his role, and it terrified him. Before he could respond, the door creaked open again, and Xavier stepped in, his expression guarded but filled with something darker than before. His eyes flicked between Lucien and Serena, taking in the charged atmosphere between them. "Lucien," Xavier said, his voice icy and controlled. "There's a matter of great importance that requires your attention now." Lucien's heart sank. The beta was pushing again, forcing his hand, demanding his focus where it didn't belong. But Lucien could see the simmering anger in Xavier's eyes, the barely contained jealousy that seemed to drip from every word. It was like a powder keg waiting to explode. The tension in the room was palpable. "I'll deal with it," Lucien replied, his voice hardening as he turned away from Serena and walked toward the door. He needed to think, needed to clear his head, but he wasn't sure if he was trying to escape the beta or the storm raging inside himself. Xavier didn't move, his eyes following Lucien's every step. "You better," he muttered, though the words were loaded with a challenge Lucien couldn't ignore. Lucien's back stiffened at the tone. "Stay out of my way, Xavier," he said, his voice low, dangerous. "I won't let you undermine me. Not now. Not with everything that's happening." For a moment, the two men locked eyes, an unspoken challenge passing between them. The beta's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing, merely stepping aside to let Lucien pass. Lucien walked out of the library, his chest tight, his mind still clouded by the pull towards Serena. As he strode down the hallway, the weight of his responsibility pressed down on him harder than ever before. He knew what he had to do, what was expected of him, but every step he took away from Serena felt like he was walking farther away from his own truth. Back in the library, Serena stood by the pillar, her fingers gently tracing the symbol on the stone. She couldn't shake the feeling that everything was connected, that whatever had happened between her and Lucien, whatever pull they shared, was more than just chance. It was destiny pulling them together, whether they were ready for it or not. As she stared at the pillar, the faint glow still lingering on the crest, a sense of urgency flooded her. She knew now that she couldn't wait for Lucien to figure this out alone. There were too many unanswered questions, too many pieces of the puzzle that were slipping away, just out of reach. She turned on her heel, her resolve hardening. If Lucien wasn't going to seek the answers, then she would. She had to find the truth, and the only way to do that was to uncover the secrets of the past. The fortress was eerily quiet as Serena slipped inside, her movements swift and deliberate. She had managed to evade the guards, barely. Her heart still racing from the frantic escape. The night had been a blur, a storm of adrenaline and fear, but now she was back. She had no clear plan, no immediate escape in mind, but she knew one thing. She needed answers. The oracle's cryptic words still echoed in her mind, and the scrap of prophecy she clutched in her hand felt heavier than it ever had before. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she stumbled down the narrow corridor, her legs buckling beneath her from exhaustion. She had barely caught her breath when her body betrayed her, collapsing against the cold stone walls. She slumped into a small alcove, hidden from the eyes of the pack, her mind still reeling from the revelation of the night. The prophecy, the amulet, the ancient ritual. All of it pointed toward a future she couldn't yet comprehend. And then, like a storm on the horizon, Lucien appeared. He was a shadow in the dimly lit hallway, moving with purpose but stopping when he saw her. His sharp gaze softened when he realized who it was, and he stepped toward her, his boots echoing softly in the silence. "Serena?" His voice was filled with a mix of concern and something else she couldn't quite place. "What happened? Are you—" She didn't wait for him to finish. Serena pulled herself up slowly, leaning against the stone wall for support, her hands trembling as they gripped the scrap of the prophecy. She could barely meet his eyes. "I went to see the oracle. I had to. I needed answers." The truth. Lucien's brows furrowed, and he stepped closer, his presence overwhelming. "The oracle?" His voice dropped, dangerous now, but she could hear the underlying worry in his words. "What did you learn?" Serena swallowed hard, her throat dry, but she forced herself to speak. "It's not just about me, Lucien. It's about us. About what's been hidden, about the bond we share. The oracle, she told me She paused, feeling the weight of it settle over her. "She called me the celestial Omega." Lucien's face stiffened, his expression unreadable for a moment as he processed her words. He took a step back, running a hand through his hair, his jaw tightening. Serena could feel the weight of his thoughts pressing against her, the quiet storm of confusion and understanding swirling in his gaze. He didn't speak for several heartbeats, just watching her as if weighing the significance of her revelation. Finally, his voice broke through the silence, low and hoarse. "And what else?" Serena hesitated, but then she held out the scrap of the prophecy, the amulet she had stolen from the oracle. Lucien's eyes darted to it, and his breath hitched when he saw the symbol etched into the worn parchment. His fingers brushed the edges of the amulet as he took it from her, his gaze flicking back to her in a mixture of shock and recognition. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Serena watched him carefully, studying the way his expression shifted as his mind worked through the implications. He didn't know what to say either, and the silence between them felt like a fragile thread, one that could snap at any moment. Finally, Lucien exhaled sharply, his voice barely above a whisper. "This symbol, I've seen it before," he muttered, more to himself than to her. His eyes darkened with a realization he couldn't fully express. "It's tied to a prophecy." "I've known about it, just bits and pieces, but—" Serena's pulse quickened. She stepped closer to him, almost pleading with her eyes. "What is it? Lucien, what does it mean? Why was it hidden from me? Why is my pack so determined to keep me in the dark?" Lucien's eyes met hers, and the confusion in them matched the turmoil churning inside her. "I don't know yet, Serena, but I will find out, I promise." Her heart ached at his words, the unspoken truth between them growing stronger with each passing second. She wasn't sure if she could trust him completely, if she could trust anyone, but she knew one thing for sure. Lucien was the only person who could help her make sense of the tangled mess her life had become. But even as she thought this, a feeling of dread crept over her. The oracle's words echoed in her mind, haunting her. Two souls linked by moonlight. Their fate is entwined, for better or worse. Serena didn't know if she was ready for that fate, but she couldn't run from it. "Thank you," she said softly, her voice filled with a quiet resolve. "Thank you for listening." Lucien's gaze softened, but the storm inside him was still brewing. "We'll figure it out, Serena. Together." He didn't say anything more, but his gaze lingered on her for a long moment, and Serena couldn't help but wonder if the unspoken truth between them was too strong to ignore. The corridor was silent after Lucien's vow to help her, but Serena felt the weight of it pressing down on her chest. The words had been comforting, but beneath the surface she knew the path they were about to walk together wouldn't be easy. The tension between them hung heavy in the air, unspoken yet undeniable. Lucien glanced down at the scrap of the prophecy in his hand, turning it over carefully as if he were trying to decipher a code. His brow furrowed deeply, the lines of concentration deepening as his mind raced. The weight of it all seemed to press on him too, on both of them. Serena didn't need to see it in his eyes to know he was feeling the same gnawing uncertainty. This was no small thing, and what it meant for them, for the pack, it was far too dangerous to ignore. Finally, Lucien spoke, breaking the silence with a low growl that rumbled in his chest. "Your pack. They sealed your memories." Serena's breath caught in her throat. She hadn't wanted to believe it. Not really. But hearing Lucien voice the suspicion aloud made it real. "They must have," she said softly, her voice tinged with both sorrow and the bitter taste of betrayal. "When I was young, when I started to remember bits and pieces, they made me forget. They made sure I never found out who I truly was." Lucien clenched his jaw, his eyes flashing with anger. But why? Why would they hide something so important, something so powerful, from you? Serena shook her head, her mind still spinning with the implications of it all. "I don't know, but the Oracle, she called me the Celestial Omega," she whispered again, the words like an incantation on her lips. "That means I have a role to play in something much bigger than this pack, something that they were clearly terrified of." Lucien's hands clenched into fists, his protective instincts flaring with each word she spoke. He could feel the anger building inside him, a storm threatening to break. "I'll find out why they did this to you," he vowed, his voice filled with a quiet fury. "I'll make sure they can't hide the truth any longer." Serena's eyes softened, her heart a little lighter at the thought of his unwavering resolve. "Thank you, Lucien," she said, her voice thick with emotion. She could feel the weight of his words, his promise to protect her, not just as an alpha, but as someone who cared for her. It was undeniable now. He was willing to risk everything to help her find the truth. But as the two of them stood there, the sound of approaching footsteps broke their moment of clarity. Lucien stiffened immediately, his eyes narrowing. He knew who it was without having to look. The beta had a way of making his presence felt, even before his footsteps reached the door. "Lucien?" Xavier's voice came from the hallway, sharp and cold. "We need to talk. Now." Serena tensed, her body instinctively reacting to the beta's voice. Lucien's gaze hardened, and he stepped in front of her, his posture protective as he faced the door. "I don't have time for this, Xavier," Lucien bit out, his voice low but filled with authority. The door creaked open, and Xavier stepped into the room. His eyes flicked briefly to Serena, then back to Lucien, his expression one of barely contained hostility. "I'll make time for it," he said, his voice dripping with passive aggression. "We need to talk about her." Lucien's eyes flashed, a surge of protectiveness rushing through him. He felt his wolf stir beneath the surface, but he didn't let it show. "What's your problem now, Xavier?" Lucien's voice was strained, trying to keep his anger in check. "What do you want from me?" Xavier's gaze didn't leave Serena. His eyes narrowed with suspicion. "You're letting this compromise your judgment. The pack needs an alpha who can think clearly, not one who's caught up in some bond that none of us understand." Lucien's jaw clenched. "I don't care about your opinions, Xavier," he growled. "I've made my decision. Serena stays under my protection." Serena felt the weight of their exchange, the palpable tension between the two men. Xavier's resentment was growing, becoming something darker, more dangerous. The fact that he was targeting her so openly made her blood run cold. She stepped forward, her voice steady but filled with conviction. "Lucien's right. I'm staying. If the beta has a problem with it, maybe he should speak to me directly. Xavier's eyes flashed with anger at her words, but he said nothing, turning on his heel to leave. Before he exited, he glanced back at Lucien, his voice a low growl. "We'll see how long this goes on, Alpha, but mark my words, you're making a dangerous mistake." As the door slammed shut behind him, Lucien remained frozen for a moment, his fists still clenched at his sides. Serena could feel the tension in the air, the danger that was beginning to close in on them both. The beta's hostility wasn't just a passing irritation, it was something deeper, a resentment that had already begun to morph into an obsession. Lucien's voice was low and filled with determination when he spoke again. "No more. I'm locking you down. You'll be given quarters guarded by the most loyal warriors. The beta won't be able to touch you." Serena's heart swelled at his protectiveness, but she knew it wasn't enough to keep the tension from building. "I don't want to hide away," she said, her voice soft but firm. "I need to figure out what's going on. I need answers." Lucien's gaze softened for a moment, but his resolve didn't waver. "I know," he said, "and we will. But I'm not going to let anything happen to you while we do." The days that followed felt like a tightrope walk for both Lucien and Serena. The quiet hum of tension permeated every corner of the fortress, swirling around them, affecting the pack in ways neither of them fully understood. It was no longer just about Serena's mysterious origins or her connection to Lucien. It was about something deeper, something that was threatening the very foundation of the pack itself. Lucien moved through the halls like a man weighed down by the world. His protective instincts for Serena had only grown stronger, but his role as Alpha was pulling him in directions he didn't want to go. The pack was divided. Whispers filled the corridors. Some believed in Serena, in the prophecy, and in the idea that she was destined to unite the pack. Others, including Xavier, saw her as a threat, one that had the potential to destroy everything Lucien had worked so hard to build. Lucien had ordered Serena to quarters under constant guard. He trusted only a handful of warriors, those loyal to him, those who hadn't been swayed by the beta's venomous rhetoric. Even though Serena was rarely left alone, her isolation weighed on her, making the urgency of finding answers feel even more pressing. She had seen too much, felt too much, to sit idly by. One evening, Lucien found her standing on a balcony overlooking the moonlit courtyard. She had spent hours in the archives that day, poring over every scrap of text, searching for more clues about the prophecy, her origins, anything that would help her make sense of what was happening. But the more she read, the more confused she became. "Serena," Lucien's voice cut through the stillness, and she turned to face him, a faint smile tugging at her lips, despite the exhaustion in her eyes. "Lucien," she said softly, her voice carrying a weariness that mirrored his own. "I can't stop thinking about it, about everything." He stepped closer to her, his presence a silent shield against the storm that still raged inside her. He looked out over the courtyard, but his attention remained on her. "I know. It's hard to make sense of something this big." Serena let out a breath, her gaze dropping to the ground as her thoughts swirled like the wind around them. "I just don't understand why my old pack would do this to me. Why would they hide the truth from me, Lucien? Why would they make me forget everything?" Lucien reached out, gently placing a hand on her shoulder, his touch grounding her. "I don't know," he said, his voice filled with a quiet rage. "But I'll find out. No one will keep the truth from you, not while I'm here." Serena's eyes met his, and the bond between them flared again, something deep and undeniable passing between them. She wasn't sure if it was just the power of their connection or the promise in his words, but it felt like a silent vow, a promise that he would protect her no matter what. For a moment, the world around them seemed to still. Neither of them spoke, the weight of their shared understanding settling between them. But then, as if the moment was too fragile to hold, the sound of footsteps in the hall broke the spell. It was Xavier. He had always been a looming presence, but now, more than ever, his hostility felt like a shadow hanging over them. Lucien tensed, his protective instincts kicking in immediately. Xavier stopped at the edge of the balcony, his gaze dark and cold as he met Lucien's eyes. "You really are blind, aren't you?" Xavier's voice dripped with contempt. "This thing between you two, it's unnatural. And it's not just a threat to your pack, it's a threat to everything. Lucien didn't flinch, his body still as stone. I've told you, Xavier, stay out of it. But Xavier didn't back down. Instead, his eyes shifted to Serena, his gaze seething with distrust. You don't even know what you are, do you? He spat. You think you're some kind of savior, but you're nothing more than a dangerous weapon. And Lucien? He shot a venomous look at the alpha. He's too blind to see it. Serena's heart raced, the tension between them crackling like lightning in the air. She had never seen Xavier so furious, so filled with venom. The beta's resentment was evolving into something darker, something dangerous. Lucien stepped forward, his voice low and full of authority. Enough, he growled. You've had your say. Now, leave. But Xavier didn't move. Instead, he leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. I won't let you destroy the pack, Lucien. Not for her. I'll make sure the council sees the truth. You're too weak to lead. With that, Xavier turned and walked away, his steps heavy with defiance. Serena stood frozen, her body tense as she watched him leave. The weight of his words hung in the air, settling like a cold shadow between them. She could feel Lucien's anger radiating off him, but she also felt something else, something deeper. His concern for her, his unwavering determination to protect her, was enough to hold back the storm within him. For now. Lucien exhaled sharply, his fists clenched at his sides. He's only going to get worse, he said quietly, his voice tight. And he's already gathering support. Some of the pack still believes in you, but others, they're listening to him. Serena's eyes widened as the weight of his words sank in. She had always known there were factions within the pack, but now she realized how dangerous the situation was becoming. She wasn't just a pawn in a political game, she was the focal point of a battle that could destroy them all. We can't let him win, Serena said, her voice firm. We can't let him tear everything apart. Lucien turned to face her, his eyes intense, his expression unreadable. I protect you, Serena. I promise. They stood there for a long moment, the moonlight casting its glow over them, both of them sensing the gravity of the vow Lucien had just made. They weren't just standing on the edge of their own personal struggles anymore. They were standing on the edge of something bigger, something that threatened everything they had worked for, everything they could ever become. And neither of them was ready to back down. The days following Xavier's confrontation with Lucien and Serena were charged with unease. The fortress that had once felt like a sanctuary now seemed more like a ticking time bomb, the tensions among the pack rising with each passing moment. Serena could feel it in the air, whispers behind her back, eyes following her every move. The beta's influence was spreading, stirring doubts in the hearts of the pack. Serena tried to stay focused on what she could control, the scrolls, the diaries, the fragments of prophecies. She pored over them endlessly, searching for more pieces of the puzzle that was her past, her future, and her connection to Lucien. But every answer she uncovered seemed to only raise more questions. The deeper she went, the more she felt like she was stumbling through a maze of secrets that had been buried for far too long. One afternoon, while tucked away in the archives, Serena uncovered a reference to something that made her blood run cold: a birth union rite. It was incomplete, the writing blurred and faded from age, but it hinted at something far beyond what she had already learned. This wasn't just about the celestial Omega, it was about them. The words on the page seemed to leap out at her, the meaning too clear to ignore. Her pulse quickened as she read the final lines. The Alpha and the Omega shall be bound by fate. Their union shall break or build kingdoms, and their hearts will decide the future. The air around her seemed to grow heavier with the weight of those words. Her heart pounded as the realization set in. Her connection to Lucien was no accident. It wasn't just some random bond, it was fate, tied to something ancient and unbreakable. But just as Serena tried to dive deeper into the text, she heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching. Panic surged through her as she quickly tried to hide the scroll, her hands trembling as she shoved it into a drawer. But it was too late. The beta's voice, smooth and calculating, cut through the air. "Found something interesting, have we?" Serena froze, her body stiffening as she slowly turned toward the door. Xavier stood there, leaning casually against the frame, his eyes gleaming with that familiar, dangerous curiosity. A few of his enforcers lingered behind him, waiting for his signal. "I was just reading," Serena said, her voice steady despite the fear gripping her. "There's a lot of old history in these records." Xavier's smile was tight, predatory, as he stepped closer, his gaze flicking over the shelves of books and scrolls. "I'm sure there is," he said, his tone dripping with false sweetness. "But you're treading in dangerous waters, Serena. Some things are better left buried." Serena's stomach dropped as she felt the weight of his threat hanging in the air. She could feel his eyes on her, calculating, dissecting, and it made her skin crawl. But she refused to let him see how much he rattled her. She held her ground, raising her chin slightly. "I'm just trying to understand," she said, her voice strong. "I'm not afraid of what I might find." Xavier chuckled, but there was no humor in it. "You should be," he said quietly, his voice like ice. "You're poking at things that don't belong to you. The truth is a dangerous thing to seek." Just as he took a step forward, Lucien's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. "That's enough, Xavier." Lucien appeared in the doorway, his presence like a wall of force. His gaze locked onto the beta with a cold intensity that sent a chill down Serena's spine. Xavier froze for a moment, clearly taken aback by Lucien's sudden arrival, but the beta quickly recovered, a smirk tugging at his lips. "I see your guard dog is still on a leash," Xavier said, the words dripping with derision. "I'll be watching, Alpha. Don't think you can protect her forever." Lucien stepped closer to Serena, his presence instantly filling the space with authority. "She doesn't need your protection," he said, his voice low and firm, "and neither do I." Xavier's eyes narrowed, his lips curling into a sneer. "We'll see about that," he muttered under his breath as he turned and walked out, his enforcers trailing behind him. Serena let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding as Xavier and his men disappeared down the hallway. Lucien stood there for a moment, his gaze lingering on the door long after they had left. But then he turned to her, his expression softening as he stepped closer. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice quieter now, laced with concern. Serena nodded, though she could still feel the weight of Xavier's threat hanging over her. "I'm fine, but..." "He's right about one thing," she said, her voice low. "The truth is dangerous, and if we don't act fast, it might tear everything apart." Lucien's expression hardened again, his jaw setting. "We will act fast," he said firmly, his eyes filled with determination. "I'm not going to let Xavier or anyone else tear us apart. You don't have to do this alone, Serena. I'm with you." The sincerity in his voice touched something deep within her. For a moment, the tension between them eased, and Serena felt a sense of relief wash over her. No matter how uncertain things were, no matter how dangerous the situation became, she knew that Lucien would stand by her side. But that didn't make the weight of the truth any less heavy. The prophecy, the bond, the pack, it was all starting to unfold, but every answer led to more questions, and Serena had a feeling that the next piece of the puzzle might just be the one that changed everything. Later that night, as the moon cast its soft glow over the fortress, Serena stood on the balcony again, looking out over the courtyard. The cool breeze brushed against her skin, but she barely felt it. Her mind was still consumed with everything she had uncovered, everything she still needed to understand. Lucien joined her, standing beside her without saying a word at first. He just looked out at the moonlit night, his presence a steady comfort. Finally, he spoke, his voice soft but filled with an unshakable certainty. "I'll shield you from all harm, Serena. No matter what happens, I'll keep you safe. I promise." Serena turned her head to look at him, her heart swelling with emotion. His gaze met hers, and for a moment, it felt like the whole world had paused. The bond between them pulsed, undeniable and powerful, and the future, whatever it might bring, felt like something they could face together. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice thick with gratitude. "I'm not afraid, as long as you're with me." Lucien's expression softened and he reached out, his hand brushing gently against hers. The simple touch felt like a vow, a promise that went beyond words. They stood there together, beneath the moon, knowing that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges. But they would face it, side by side. The news spread through the pack like wildfire, carried on whispers and cautious glances, each person trying to process the same shocking declaration. Lucien had called Serena his mate, in front of the beta no less. The tension that followed was thick, palpable, and electric, crackling through the air like an oncoming storm. Serena couldn't escape the intensity of it, no matter where she went within the fortress. Eyes followed her every step, and the undercurrent of judgment made her skin crawl. She was caught in a web of expectation, of ancient traditions, and everything felt like it was on the verge of unraveling. Serena stood in the middle of her quarters, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, trying to ignore the constant murmur of voices just outside the door. The beta's accusations rang in her ears even now. She could almost feel his seething gaze, watching her as if she were a dangerous threat to the pack. He had been livid when Lucien had declared her as his mate, and although the pack wasn't openly hostile, the looks she received from the warriors and the elders alike spoke volumes. Some were unsure, others resentful, and there were a few who dared to cast glances of silent approval. The tension between them all had built to an unbearable crescendo, and the consequences of Lucien's declaration were only beginning to unfold. Outside her door, the murmurs of pack members carried through the stone walls. She could catch bits of conversation, fragments of rumors, snippets of half-formed thoughts. Some whispered that Lucien had been reckless, others called it fate, and a few even wondered aloud what the union might mean for their future. The more she listened, the more Serena felt like she was sinking into quicksand. The weight of it all, the rumors, the accusations, the unknowns, it was overwhelming. Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft knock on the door, and before she could call out, Lucien entered without waiting for permission. His presence filled the room immediately. The aura of command and strength that had always surrounded him now tinged with something softer, something more vulnerable than she was used to seeing. "Are you all right?" His voice was low, filled with concern as he took in her weary stance. Serena forced a smile, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. "It's just a lot," she said, trying to brush off the heaviness she was feeling. "You made a bold statement today." Lucien closed the door behind him and stepped closer, his gaze softening as he took in her troubled expression. "I meant every word," he said firmly. "I will not let anyone turn this into something it's not. You are my mate, Serena, and the pack will have to accept that." Serena took a deep breath, trying to find steadiness in his words. She wanted to believe him, but the weight of the pack's disapproval was already sinking deep into her chest. "But they don't see it the same way, do they?" she asked quietly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "What you said, it's caused a lot of division. The beta is already using it to turn people against me." Lucien's jaw tightened at the mention of the beta, and he moved to stand by her side. "Xavier is pushing his agenda," he said, his voice laced with frustration. "But he's underestimating what we have, Serena. I won't let him break us apart." His eyes met hers, determination flashing in them. The words gave her a small measure of comfort, but the doubts in her mind weren't so easily soothed. She had seen the way the beta had reacted, his cold fury, his distrust. It wasn't just a personal vendetta. It was an open challenge to Lucien's authority. Before she could respond, a loud call rang through the fortress, echoing in the halls. Lucien's expression darkened as he heard the summons. "It's the council," he said, his tone hardening. "They've called an emergency gathering. I'll be there in a moment. They're going to question my motives. They're already talking about your true nature." Serena's stomach twisted with anxiety. The council had to know that the declaration Lucien had made was more than just personal sentiment. It was a statement that could shift the entire power structure of the pack. If the elders were already questioning him, if they doubted the wisdom of this union... Lucien's gaze softened as he met her eyes, and for a brief moment it felt as if the whole world outside their shared bubble disappeared. "You don't need to worry about the council right now. I've got this." He reached out and cupped her face gently. "I'll protect you. Always." The tenderness in his touch, the certainty in his words, soothed some of the raw edges of Serena's fear. She nodded, swallowing the lump in her throat. "I trust you," she whispered. Though part of her couldn't shake the unease that had taken root in her chest, Lucien lingered for a moment longer, then gave her a lingering, soft kiss on the forehead. "I'll be back soon. Stay here. You're safe." He left her standing there, her thoughts still a storm inside her. She was safe, for now, but even she could feel the cracks beginning to form in the pack's unity. Lucien had made his choice, and he had chosen her, but in doing so, he had also made himself a target. Down the hall, the council was already gathering. The beta's presence loomed larger than ever, as his voice rang out with accusations that echoed in the chamber. Lucien's leadership was in danger, and Serena was caught in the center of a brewing storm. The council chamber was filled with an unsettling energy as Lucien entered, followed by his most loyal warriors. The weight of the moment hung in the air, thick and oppressive. Serena could feel it from her quarters, though she was not yet allowed to join the gathering. The heated discussions, the hushed voices, all spoke volumes. She couldn't escape the sensation that this was more than just a routine council meeting. It was a pivotal moment for both her and Lucien. Inside the chamber, Lucien stood before the council, his posture rigid, his jaw set in determination. The beta, Xavier, had taken his usual spot at the front, his arms crossed tightly, his gaze sharp and calculating. It was clear that he had already rallied his supporters, and the subtle tension between the factions was enough to make anyone uneasy. Lucien's voice rang out with authority as he addressed the council. "I've made my decision," he said firmly, his eyes sweeping over the gathered elders. "Serena is my mate, and nothing will change that." Xavier's lips curled into a sneer as he stepped forward, his eyes narrowing with barely veiled contempt. "That's the problem, Lucien," he began, his voice smooth and insidious. "You're letting your personal feelings cloud your judgment. A bond based on instinct, it's reckless, and it puts the pack at risk." Lucien didn't flinch, though the tension in his jaw betrayed his frustration. "The pack has nothing to fear from Serena," he said, his tone low and dangerous. "She is not a threat. I will not let you or anyone else turn her into one." Xavier scoffed, shaking his head as if he were speaking to a child. "But you don't see it, do you? She's an unknown. An omega of mysterious origins. She has no known lineage, no family, no place within our structure. And you, Lucien, have chosen her over tradition, over the laws that have kept this pack united for generations. You risk everything for a bond that we don't even understand." The council murmured in agreement, and Lucien could feel the divide widening. The elders were torn. Some were still loyal to him, while others were clearly swayed by the beta's words. It was a power play, and Xavier was trying to position himself as the voice of reason, all while undermining Lucien's authority. Lucien's eyes flashed with anger as he turned toward the elders, his voice rising in defiance. "We don't know everything, but I know what I feel. And this bond between Serena and it is not a curse. It is destiny, and I won't let anyone destroy it." Xavier stepped forward, his voice a cold challenge. "You're playing with fire, Lucien. This could break us apart. I'm not the only one who sees it. The pack is already divided. If you continue down this path, you'll lose their trust. And we will all pay the price." Serena stood in her quarters, her heart pounding as she heard the arguments spilling from the council chamber. She couldn't make out every word, but the tension was enough to make her stomach churn. She pressed her ear to the door, straining to hear anything that might offer a clue about what was happening. She knew Lucien was fighting for her, fighting for their bond. But she also knew that the stakes were higher than ever. The beta's challenge had already begun to fracture the pack, and Serena feared that the consequences would be dire. The quiet moment was interrupted by a soft knock at the door. Serena spun around, startled, and found one of Lucien's trusted warriors standing there. His face was grim, his expression a mix of concern and caution. "The council has called for your presence, my lady," he said, his voice respectful but with a hint of urgency. "Lucien's orders. He wishes for you to be brought to the chamber." Serena nodded, her heart sinking further. She wasn't sure what would happen next, but she knew one thing for sure. The moment she stepped into that chamber, everything would change. underscore 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 underscore. The heavy wooden doors of council chamber creaked open and Serena stepped inside, her gaze immediately finding Lucien's. His eyes softened with something she couldn't quite place. Relief, perhaps, that she was there. But there was also an edge to his expression, a quiet fear that lingered at the edges of his usually impenetrable demeanor. "Serena," Lucien said, his voice low but filled with emotion. "I'm glad you're here. We need you to stand with me." "Stand with us." Serena's breath caught in her throat as she nodded, stepping toward him. Every eye in the room was on her now, and though she tried to steady her hands, the anxiety in her chest was overwhelming. The murmurs from the council intensified as she walked to Lucien's side, and she could feel the weight of their judgment. Some looked at her with suspicion, while others who had supported Lucien's earlier defiance now seemed uncertain. Xavier's eyes flicked toward her, a cold sneer playing at the corners of his lips. "So, the mate joins us now," he said, his tone dripping with disdain. "Let's see if she can answer the real question." Serena's gaze hardened. She wasn't going to let him manipulate her, not in front of Lucien, not in front of the pack. "I'm here to speak the truth," she said, her voice clear and unwavering. "I am not the threat you think I am. I'm here to help, not destroy." Xavier raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a thin smile. "Help? Help?" he repeated, his voice mocking. "How can we trust someone whose origins are a mystery? A wolf who has no lineage, no family, someone who could very well tear us apart from the inside out. You might be Lucien's mate, but that doesn't mean you're fit to lead this pack." Lucien stepped forward, his presence commanding as he stood beside Serena. "Enough, Xavier," he said firmly. "I will not have you cast doubt on her any longer. Serena is part of this pack now, and if you can't accept that, you have no place in it." The beta seethed, his anger palpable. "I won't stand by and watch you ruin everything for the sake of some bond you barely understand." He shot a venomous glance toward Serena, his words meant to wound. "You think you're the future, but all you are is a distraction, a dangerous, unknown distraction." The tension in the room became unbearable, a silent battle of wills being fought right before Serena's eyes. Lucien's jaw tightened, and Serena could feel the force of his anger, but there was no backing down, not now. "I'm not a distraction," she said firmly, her gaze never leaving Xavier. "I'm part of your future. Whether you accept that or not," the murmurs in the room grew louder as the council members shifted uncomfortably. Some of the elders seemed to be considering her words, while others, already swayed by the beta, looked at her with suspicion. But no one spoke. They were waiting for Lucien to make his move. Lucien turned to face the council, his voice steady but filled with authority. "The pack will stand with me. If you cannot accept Serena, if you cannot accept this bond, then you stand against me." He paused, letting the gravity of his words settle in the room. "And I will not allow anyone to tear this pack apart." The air in the council chamber was thick with tension, like a storm waiting to break. Lucien's words had cut through the silence, and while some of the council members exchanged uneasy glances, Xavier stood motionless, his eyes burning with fury. The room felt charged, the clash of power palpable in every corner. Serena stood at Lucien's side, her heart pounding as the murmurs swirled around her. She knew she was the source of the tension, the reason the pack had split into factions, some seeing her as a gift, others as a curse. And in that moment, it felt like her very presence in the room was a spark waiting to ignite a fire that might consume everything. Xavier stepped forward, his eyes never leaving Lucien. "You're making a grave mistake, Alpha," he said, his voice laced with venom. "This bond, this connection between you two, it's dangerous, it's reckless. You're throwing away tradition, the very laws that have held us together for generations. You're putting the pack in jeopardy for a mate that doesn't even have a place here." Lucien's expression didn't waver. He was unwavering in his stance, shoulders squared, jaw set in defiance. "I made a choice," he said, his voice filled with authority. "A choice I stand by. Serena is my mate, and this pack will accept it. You don't have to like it, but you will respect it." Serena could feel the weight of the room pressing down on them, the eyes of the elders all trained on her now, some filled with curiosity, others with suspicion. The tension was so thick it was suffocating. "Respect?" Xavier scoffed, shaking his head. "Respect isn't something that's earned through whimsy, Lucien. Respect is earned through strength, tradition, and unity. You are jeopardizing all of that." A few of the elders nodded in agreement, though there were others who seemed to be leaning toward Lucien's side. The pack was divided, but Serena could feel the shift. The widening rift between those who were loyal to Lucien and those who feared what this union might mean for them. "I didn't ask for your approval," Lucien said firmly. "I'm telling you now, the pack will follow my lead, or there will be consequences. You can either stand with us or stand against us." The beta's eyes narrowed. "You may have the power to lead this pack, Lucien, but power is not the same as wisdom. And wisdom tells me that this unholy bond could tear us apart. You might not see it now, but the cracks are already forming." Serena felt a flicker of fear run through her, but she pushed it down. She couldn't let Xavier or anyone else intimidate her. Not anymore. She wasn't going to cower. "I don't know what you're afraid of, Xavier," she spoke up, her voice steady despite the flutter of anxiety in her chest. "But I'm not here to tear this pack apart. I'm here to be a part of it, to stand by Lucien's side because we were meant to be together." Xavier's gaze snapped to her, his lips curling into a cruel smirk. "Meant to be?" he echoed, mocking her words. "How quaint. I'll remind you, Serena, that this meant-to-be bond you speak of is nothing more than a fairy tale. This," he gestured around the room with a sweeping motion, "this is reality, and reality doesn't care for magic or prophecy. It cares about survival." A few elders shifted uncomfortably in their seats, glancing from Lucien to Serena and back again. They could feel the weight of the beta's words, the heavy sense of unease starting to ripple through the room. But Lucien wasn't done. His voice cut through the murmurs, raw and powerful. "And I say it's time to stop living in fear. The traditions you hold so dearly are what have kept us stagnant, Xavier. Our world is changing, and you can either embrace it or watch it leave you behind." Serena could feel Lucien's conviction, and it steadied her own resolve. She knew they were on the edge of something that could change everything. The choice was being made now, not just between Lucien and Xavier, but between a future of growth and unity, or one of division and fear. Xavier stood frozen for a moment, his face flushed with rage. He opened his mouth to speak again, but before he could, another voice interrupted him. Enough, the voice was calm, measured, yet carried an unmistakable authority. The elders fell silent, and everyone turned toward the source of the voice. It was Elder Amara, an older wolf known for her wisdom and neutrality in pack matters. She had remained quiet until now, but her words carried weight. She had never been one to take sides lightly, and her intervention felt like a turning point. "We will not resolve this through arguments alone," Amara said, her gaze shifting between Lucien and the beta. "The pack is divided, and division leads only to weakness. If we are to move forward, we need to understand the truth of this union, not just from belief or emotion, but from what is written in our history." The room fell into quiet contemplation, the tension still palpable but momentarily muted by Amara's presence. Lucien's expression softened, though his stance remained firm. "And how do you suggest we do that?" Lucien asked, his voice guarded. Amara turned her gaze to Serena. "We must seek the truth of what binds you both, what this prophecy truly means, and whether it is the will of the gods or simply the pull of fate. You, Serena, are not just a bystander in this. You must seek the answer yourself." Serena's heart pounded in her chest as Amara's words sank in. It was clear now. This was not just about Lucien and her. It was about the future of the pack. And the answers lay in something far older than them. The tension inside the fortress had reached a fever pitch. With Lucien called away under the pretense of a false alarm, Xavier knew Lucien's absence was temporary, but it was enough to stir doubt, and Xavier was intent on exploiting that window to turn the council in his favor. Inside a dimly lit room tucked away from the rest of the fortress, Xavier had summoned a small group of influential council members. Their faces were hardened with the weight of their positions, but there was a flicker of unease in their eyes as Xavier paced before them. He knew how to read the room, and he was ready to manipulate every fear they harbored. "I've been watching," Xavier began, his voice smooth, carrying a dangerous undertone as he leaned against the long oak table where the elders sat. "And I see what's happening. Lucien's behavior is becoming increasingly erratic, and I fear the pack is on the verge of splintering. He's clearly influenced by someone, who has no place in this pack." One of the elders, a grizzled wolf with graying fur, leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. "What do you mean, Xavier? Lucien is our alpha. His decisions have always been sound. What's changed?" Xavier's lips curled into a tight, knowing smile as he gestured toward the door, as if making sure the words weren't overheard. "It's Serena. This mate bond. It's not natural. I've studied it. There are ancient rites, and they're clear about what happens when an alpha and an omega are bound by fate. It's more than just love, it's magic. Magic that can control, enslave even, the strongest of alphas." The council members exchanged uneasy glances. They knew of the ancient rites that had once governed the bond between alpha and omega, but the idea that this bond had the potential to destabilize the entire pack was alarming. One of the younger council members, a silver-furred wolf with sharp eyes, spoke up. "You're suggesting that Lucien has been entranced by Serena's power?" Xavier's smile widened. "Exactly. And he's blind to the danger it poses to the pack. This is no ordinary omega. She is a celestial omega, a being with the potential to unite or destroy us all. And Lucien? He's walking right into a trap. He's ignoring the signs of magic controlling him." Xavier's words landed with the desired effect. The elder wolves shifted in their seats, clearly troubled by the implications. This wasn't just about a forbidden romance. This was about the future of their pack. The silver-furred council member nodded thoughtfully. "So, what do you propose, Xavier?" "I propose we take action before it's too late," Xavier said, his voice lowering as he leaned in closer. "We must sever the bond between Lucien and Serena. If we don't, the pack will be at the mercy of forces beyond our control." The words hung in the air like a challenge. Several of the council members were silent, clearly wrestling with the implications of Xavier's suggestion. But in their silence, he knew he had won them over. Fear had a way of uniting people, especially when that fear was fueled by the unknown. Meanwhile, outside the council room, Lucien was receiving word of a covert assembly, the voices he had heard only faintly growing louder in his mind. He had caught wind of what was happening, and the realization struck him with the force of a thunderclap. The beta was making his move, pitting the pack against him, casting doubt on Serena's role and using fear as a weapon. Lucien's blood boiled at the thought of his beta conspiring against him, against them. The moment he realized that the beta was actively turning the council, he stormed back to the chamber, his expression hard as steel. He entered without hesitation, the door slamming open with a force that sent a few of the council members flinching in surprise. The room fell silent as Lucien's eyes swept over them, his anger barely contained. "Explain!" Lucien's voice rang out, demanding an answer. "What is this nonsense about me being entranced by Serena?" Xavier feigned innocence, standing up slowly with his arms wide as if in peaceful protest. "Lucien, I'm simply concerned for the pack. We need to ensure that we're not acting out of rash emotion. You must see that what's happening between you and Serena could destabilize everything. It's not just a personal bond, it's..." "Enough!" Lucien's interruption was sharp and final. "Don't try to paint me as a fool, Xavier. I know what you're doing." The beta's face hardened, but he didn't back down. Instead, he crossed his arms. "I'm trying to protect the pack, Lucien. You should be listening to me. You can't let her drag you into something that could tear us all apart." Lucien's gaze turned icy as he stepped forward, his voice low but cutting. "If anyone is tearing us apart, it's you. You're sowing seeds of doubt, trying to manipulate the council into thinking I can't lead. You're using Serena as a scapegoat, a pawn in your power struggle." Xavier didn't flinch, but the tension in his eyes was unmistakable. "I'm not the one blinded by desire," he spat. "I'm doing this for the pack, for the future." "The future is with me," Lucien shot back, his eyes blazing with fury. "And if you try to tear us apart, Xavier, I'll deal with you myself." For a moment, the room was tense, with the unsaid threat between them. Lucien's voice had never held more weight, and though the beta stood tall, there was a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. This confrontation, though public, had only begun. As Lucien turned toward the council members, he felt the weight of their divided attention. Some were still swayed by Xavier's words, while others seemed uncertain, waiting for Lucien's next move. The pack was torn, and he knew it was only a matter of time before they would have to make their choice. The council chamber was still, the aftermath of the heated confrontation between Lucien and Xavier hanging thick in the air. Some of the elders shifted uneasily in their seats, their eyes darting between the two leaders, while others seemed to quietly evaluate the situation, unsure where their loyalties lay. Lucien could feel the division growing, and despite the resolve he'd shown in front of Xavier, doubt gnawed at the edges of his mind. Was he losing control? Was the pack, his pack, starting to slip from his grasp? Lucien's gaze swept over the room once more, his voice steady but edged with an intensity that couldn't be ignored. "This pack has stood for generations on the foundation of loyalty, trust, and unity. I will not let one man, no matter his rank, destroy that. If anyone here doubts my ability to lead, I ask you to step forward now." No one moved. No one spoke. The silence was deafening, as if every member of the council was weighing the consequences of their next actions. Lucien could see it in their eyes. Fear, uncertainty, confusion. The beta's words had struck deep. Xavier wasn't just questioning Lucien's authority. He was undermining the very fabric of their leadership. And Lucien knew that if he didn't put a stop to it now, the pack would fracture beyond repair. Finally, an elder, an old wolf named Marcus, who had always been loyal to Lucien's father, spoke up, his voice measured and wise. "We've seen the bond between you and Serena. We've watched the way it has grown, but we cannot ignore what the beta says either. Ancient rites are not to be taken lightly. These things have a history, a cost." Lucien's jaw tightened, but he didn't let the comment rattle him. "The cost of following ancient ways is stagnation," he countered. "We must evolve. We must adapt, or we risk becoming obsolete. The world is changing, and this bond with Serena, it's the future." Serena's name lingered in the air like a spark, her presence ever felt, even though she was not present in the room. Lucien glanced toward the door, a soft sigh escaping his lips as he thought about her. He knew what she was going through, being isolated, trapped by the fear others had of her power, her potential. The beta was using that fear against them both. As the council session stretched on, with each side unwilling to yield, Lucien found his mind wandering to Serena. He had to protect her, but how could he do that if the pack itself was slipping away from him? His heart ached at the thought of losing her, of losing everything they had started to build. When the council session finally adjourned, Lucien stormed out, his fists clenched in frustration. The beta's words were still echoing in his ears, but now there was something else, something more insidious, seeping into his thoughts. Serena's old pack had done this. They had erased her memories, stolen her history, and now the beta was helping them. He didn't have solid proof, but the pieces were starting to fall into place. Lucien found himself outside Serena's quarters, his pulse quickening as he approached her door. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and doubts, but one thing was certain. He needed to tell her what he was starting to realize. He knocked once, lightly, before entering. Serena was sitting by the window, her gaze lost in thought, but as she saw him, she stood up quickly, her face lighting up with concern. "What's happened?" she asked, her voice tinged with worry. "The council." "Xavier's plan is moving forward," Lucien said, his voice tight. He's sowing doubt in the pack, and some of the elders are starting to listen to him. The pack is divided. Some still support me, but others... He ran a hand through his hair, frustration bubbling over. "I'm losing control, Serena." She stepped toward him, her eyes soft but filled with determination. "You're not losing control," she said, her voice steady. "You're doing what's right. This is about more than just the pack. It's about us." Lucien closed his eyes for a moment, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. "I don't know how to protect you and keep this pack together at the same time," he admitted, his voice strained, "but I'll do whatever it takes." Serena looked at him, her eyes searching his face for some sign of hope. She didn't want to see the doubt in his eyes. She knew what they had was real, but the future felt so uncertain. She had to believe in him, in them, or they were both lost. "There's something else," Lucien continued, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm starting to realize that the beta's betrayal goes deeper than just his ambition. He's in contact with your old pack. They've been working together behind the scenes." Serena's heart skipped a beat, her breath catching in her throat. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice trembling. Lucien's face darkened. "Your pack? The one that erased your memories? They're the ones orchestrating all of this. The beta is feeding them information about you, about me, and I think it goes back further than either of us realized." Serena stepped back, her mind reeling. "But why?" she whispered. "Why would they do that? What are they afraid of?" Lucien shook his head, his jaw clenched in frustration. "I don't know yet, but I'm going to find out. I'll protect you, Serena, I promise you." She reached out, her hand trembling as she placed it on his chest over his heart. "I believe you," she said softly, her voice filled with emotion. "But there's something inside me that's been whispering. Something I've been too afraid to face. I think my past holds the key to all of this." Lucien's heart skipped a beat at her words, a strange pang of realization settling deep inside him. The bond between them was undeniable, but now it seemed to be pulling them both into something bigger, something they were both just beginning to understand. Before either of them could speak again, a sudden crash echoed from the hallway, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Lucien's heart raced, and he immediately moved to the door, his instincts kicking in. "What was that?" Serena asked, her voice sharp with concern. Lucien didn't answer. Instead, he threw open the door to find one of the pack's sentries standing at the entrance, a grim look on his face. "It's the beta," the sentry said, his voice urgent. "He's gathered a few of his men. They're headed toward your wing." Serena's blood ran cold. She could feel the storm coming. The beta's plot was no longer a whisper. It was here. Lucien grabbed her hand, his grip tight and reassuring. "Stay close to me," he ordered, his voice steady despite the brewing storm. "We stand together. Always." And as they stepped into the hall, their footsteps echoing in the tense silence, they knew they were about to face a battle for everything they had. The hallway was eerily quiet, the only sound being the soft echo of their footsteps as Lucien and Serena moved swiftly through the fortress. The air around them seemed to hum with the promise of conflict, the tension growing with every step they took toward Lucien's private wing. Serena's heart raced, her mind a whirlwind of fear, confusion, and the growing realization of just how deeply the situation was entangled. Her past, the beta's betrayal, the prophecy. Everything was colliding, and she didn't know how to hold it all together. As they reached the door to Lucien's private wing, Lucien stopped, his hand gripping the handle for a moment before he turned to Serena. His eyes locked onto hers, his expression a mix of determination and something softer, something more vulnerable. "Whatever happens," he said quietly, his voice intense, "you stay by my side. I won't let anything happen to you." Serena nodded, feeling a strange calm settle over her. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid. She was terrified. But Lucien's presence, the unspoken promise of protection and loyalty, gave her the strength to face whatever was coming. The door opened with a quiet creak, and they stepped inside, the tension from the hallway creeping into the room. The private wing, usually a place of refuge for Lucien, now felt like a battlefield. And waiting for them, standing in the middle of the room, were Xavier and his supporters, 3 other wolves who had become loyal to the Beta's cause. The Beta stood tall, his arms crossed, a smug grin playing at the corners of his lips. The others were silent, watching intently as Lucien and Serena entered the room. "I knew you'd come, Lucien," Xavier said, his voice dripping with thinly veiled contempt. "And I'm glad you brought her with you. It saves me the trouble of hunting her down." Lucien's posture stiffened, his protective instincts flaring. "What is this, Xavier?" he demanded, his voice low and commanding. "You know where I stand. You have no right to bring this rebellion into my home." Xavier smiled, though it was cold, his eyes glinting with malice. "Rebellion?" he echoed, his tone mocking. "No, Lucien. This is protection. Protection from the dangers she brings. You've chosen a mate who is no mere Omega. She is a weapon, one that can tear this pack apart, and I will not sit idly by while you destroy everything we've worked for." Lucien stepped forward, his gaze never leaving the Beta. "You're the one tearing us apart, Xavier. You're the one who can't accept change. This pack needs to evolve. Serena and I, our bond is the future. You can either accept that or you can leave." Xavier's face contorted with rage at Lucien's words. His eyes flicked towards Serena, and the disgust in them was palpable. "She doesn't belong here," he spat, his voice thick with venom. "You've allowed her to weaken you, to cloud your judgment. You've let an unknown Omega control you with her power, with her magic." Serena felt the sting of his words, but she refused to let him see her flinch. She stood tall beside Lucien, her voice unwavering. "I'm not here to control anyone," she said, her eyes locking onto Xavier's. "I'm here because I belong here. I am not the enemy, and neither is Lucien." Xavier scoffed, turning away with a dismissive wave of his hand. "The enemy?" he repeated with a laugh. "No, you're not the enemy, Serena. You are something much worse. You're the key to everything falling apart, and I won't let you destroy this pack." The tension in the room was palpable, crackling in the air like an electric current. Lucien took another step forward, his presence filling the room. "This ends now, Xavier. You don't get to dictate what happens to the pack. I'm the alpha, and I say what happens next." Xavier's eyes narrowed. "You're making a mistake, Lucien. You're playing with fire, and when it burns, you'll have no one to blame but yourself." Before Lucien could respond, the door to the wing flew open with a violent slam. Lucien's warriors, a few loyal to him, rushed in, their eyes alert, sensing the danger. The Beta's supporters tensed, ready for a fight, but Lucien held up his hand, signaling for calm. "We don't need to fight," Lucien said, his voice firm but tempered with exhaustion. "But if you continue to oppose me, if you continue to divide this pack, there will be consequences." The room was silent for a moment, the weight of Lucien's words settling over them all. It was clear that the battle for control was no longer just about loyalty, it was about survival. The pack was divided, and each side had drawn its lines. But what none of them could have predicted was how quickly things were about to escalate. Serena's heart pounded in her chest, the gravity of the situation settling on her like a stone. She felt a strange pulse of energy in the air, a twinge of power that surged through her veins. The bond between her and Lucien was real. It was undeniable. But it wasn't just about love. It was something deeper, something far older. As Lucien turned to face the council members who had followed him in, his gaze softened as he looked back at Serena. His expression was conflicted, torn between his duty to protect his pack and the undeniable pull of his bond with her. "We stand together," Lucien said, his voice low yet filled with conviction. He stepped closer to Serena, placing his hand gently over hers. The bond between them pulsed again, this time with an intensity that nearly took her breath away. Serena's pulse quickened, and she realized that despite the danger that surrounded them, despite the very real threats from the Beta and his followers, there was something else in her chest. A certainty that this was where she was meant to be. But just as Lucien's hand closed around hers, a loud crash from outside the room shattered the moment. Footsteps echoed down the hallway, fast and heavy, followed by the distinct sound of shouting. Serena's eyes widened, the panic rising in her chest. "They're coming," Lucien muttered under his breath, his eyes scanning the room as the noise outside grew louder. "Prepare for anything." But before they could act, the door burst open with a force that rattled the walls, and a shadowy figure stepped into the room, their face barely visible in the dim light. The beta had made his move. The figure in the doorway remained a shadow, a ghostly silhouette framed by the dim light from the hallway. Lucien's muscles tensed instinctively, his body going rigid as his senses heightened. Serena stood beside him, her heart hammering in her chest as the tension in the room thickened, the silence now a heavy weight on their shoulders. Lucien's gaze was sharp, his voice commanding as he addressed the intruder. "Who dares to come in uninvited?" His tone was like a low growl, an alpha's warning to anyone who dared to challenge his authority. The figure stepped forward, and the flickering light revealed the face of one of the beta's men. Tall, wiry, with eyes full of malice and loyalty to Xavier. His hand was already hovering over a dagger sheathed at his side. "I've come to make sure that nothing gets out of hand," the man said, his voice cold and full of hidden threat. The beta's orders were clear. No one challenges his authority, least of all you, Lucien. A silence descended, broken only by the sound of their breaths, sharp, controlled. Serena could feel the energy in the room shift, the weight of the danger suddenly pressing down on her. The moment of uncertainty was gone. The pack was at a crossroads, and this was the point of no return. Lucien took a step forward, his presence like a wall between Serena and the man in front of them. His voice was steady, unwavering. "Tell Xavier this is my pack. I will not be intimidated by anyone, not even by his hired dogs." His gaze flicked briefly to the man's dagger, then back to the man's face. "You can tell him that I make the decisions here." The man hesitated, clearly uncertain, but Lucien's piercing stare left no room for doubt. The man eventually lowered his hand, taking a step back. His eyes flared with barely contained rage, but he said nothing, his silence speaking volumes. "We'll see how long that confidence lasts," the man muttered under his breath. But Lucien didn't react. Instead, Lucien turned to his warriors standing by the door and gave a sharp nod. "Escort him out," Lucien ordered, his voice low but firm. The warriors moved quickly, flanking the intruder on both sides as they ushered him out of the room. The door closed with a final, resounding thud, leaving Lucien and Serena alone in the heavy silence that followed. But even in their solitude, the weight of what had just transpired lingered. Serena let out a breath she didn't realize she had been holding, the adrenaline from the confrontation still coursing through her veins. She looked up at Lucien, their eyes meeting in a silent exchange that carried so much more than words could convey. The bond between them pulsed, their connection growing stronger with every passing moment. Lucien walked toward her, his expression softer now, though his eyes still burned with a quiet fury. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice gentle, a sharp contrast to the fierce man who had just confronted an intruder with unwavering authority. Serena nodded, but her voice caught as she spoke. I don't think I can get used to all this. The danger, the tension, the way everything is falling apart." Lucien stepped closer, taking her hand in his. "You're not alone in this, Serena. I'll protect you, no matter what. We'll get through this together." For a moment, all the chaos in the world seemed to fade as she looked into his eyes. The uncertainty, the fear, it all seemed to vanish in the wake of his vow, the bond between them. Something powerful, ancient, and undeniable was no longer a whisper, it was a force, and it was pulling them toward something neither of them could ignore. But just as quickly as the moment of peace settled, another crash rang out from outside, louder and more forceful than the last. "What now?" Serena whispered, her heart racing again. Lucien's face hardened as he turned toward the door, his expression becoming a mask of cold resolve. "Whatever it is, it's not over. The beta isn't done yet." His eyes flicked toward her, filled with an intensity that made Serena's breath catch. Stay close. Lucien moved toward the door, but before he could reach it, the door slammed open again, this time with a violent force that rattled the walls. But this time it wasn't one of Xavier's men. It was Xavier himself, standing in the doorway, his expression filled with the kind of fury that burned through the very air. You think you can just walk all over me? Xavier's voice was a low growl, filled with barely restrained anger. His eyes flashed with fury as they locked onto Lucien. You've made a mistake, Lucien. The pack is mine, and I'll do whatever it takes to make sure you see that. Lucien stood tall, his body poised for confront. You've already lost, Xavier, he said, his voice steady but full of an undeniable power. You can't turn the pack against me. You've already shown your hand. Xavier sneered, his eyes narrowing in cold contempt. You don't get it, do you? This isn't just about you and me. This is about the future of this pack, and when I'm done, you'll see that I was right all along. You've lost, Lucien repeated, his voice quiet but sharp, and I will not let you tear this pack apart. The two stood facing each other, the air between them crackling with the weight of their rivalry, both of them unwilling to back down. Serena stood frozen, caught in the tension between them, the growing realization settling in her chest that this wasn't just a battle for power, it was a battle for everything. And in that moment, as the clash of wills continued, Serena knew that no matter what happened next, nothing would ever be the same again. The moon hung high over the courtyard, its light spilling across the gathered pack, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers over the stone ground. The air was thick with anticipation, the tension so dense it felt like it might snap at any moment. Word had spread quickly about the beta's challenge, and now, before the full force of the pack, he was making his move. Xavier stood at the center of the crowd, his presence commanding attention as he addressed the assembly with the cool authority of someone who had carefully crafted every word. The beta's gaze swept across the gathering wolves, his eyes sharp and calculating as he laid out his accusations. Look at him, Xavier began, his voice smooth but filled with venom. Look at the alpha, who has abandoned everything that makes us strong. Lucien is compromised, his decisions clouded by a foreign Omega-1 who wields unnatural power. She, he pointed to Serena, who stood resolutely by Lucien's side, her heart racing as the eyes of the entire pack turned toward her, has no lineage, no loyalty. She comes from nothing, and yet he's allowed her to control him, to compromise everything we've fought for. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Serena could feel the weight of their gazes, some filled with skepticism, others with doubt. Her body tightened with the unspoken accusation, but she stood firm, unwilling to show weakness. Lucien was beside her, his hand steadying her with a quiet strength, though his own eyes betrayed the flicker of concern. Xavier's words were carefully crafted, each one designed to provoke fear and doubt, to push the pack toward division. This is not just about one wolf, he continued, his voice rising with fervor. This is about the future of this pack. Our survival. If we allowed this bond to continue, we risk everything, our unity, our strength, our very identity. Serena's stomach twisted as she felt the tension grow. It wasn't just a verbal battle, it was a psychological one. Xavier was turning the pack against them, weaponizing fear to fracture what had been built over generations. Lucien stepped forward, his jaw tight with restrained fury. You're wrong, Xavier, he said, his voice carrying the weight of authority. I am the alpha of this pack, and I make the decisions. Serena is not a threat. She is my mate, and I won't let you twist that into something it's not. The beta's lips curled into a cold smile. You think you have control, Lucien? Xavier's eyes narrowed, a sneer on his lips. Look at them. The pack is divided. You're losing them, one by one, and it's all because of your obsession with her. The words hit harder than Serena expected. She could see the shift in the crowd, wolves glancing at one another, their expressions conflicted. Some seemed emboldened by Xavier's accusations, others looked to Lucien for reassurance. Uncertainty painted across their faces. Serena felt the weight of the moment. Her breath quickened, but she refused to falter. She glanced at Lucien, who stood strong beside her, his presence unwavering despite the storm around them. This wasn't just about their bond. It was about the future of the pack. "We've fought for unity," Lucien said, his voice clear and strong, "and I will not let this pack fracture over fear and lies. Serena and I are bound by something more than you can understand. I will lead this pack and we will move forward." For a heartbeat, the pack was silent, the murmurs dying down as the wolves waited for the next move. The tension hung in the air, thick and suffocating, but Xavier wasn't done. His eyes flicked to the wolves who stood in opposition to Lucien, his gaze sharp. "What we're witnessing here is not leadership," he said, his voice cutting through the stillness. "It's weakness. Lucien has allowed himself to be ruled by something he doesn't understand, by an Omega who holds the power to destroy us all." The beta's words were like a spark in dry tinder, and the crowd began to stir once more. Whispers turned into heated exchanges as wolves looked at one another, their loyalties divided. Serena could feel it, the shifting undercurrent, the growing split that was threatening to swallow them whole. Lucien's jaw clenched as he took a step forward, his body tensing, but before he could speak again, the caretaker, an elder who had always been a voice of reason in the pack, stepped into the courtyard. Her presence was like a beacon of calm in the storm, and for a brief moment the crowd fell silent, waiting for her words. The caretaker raised her hand, her eyes locking onto Xavier. "Enough," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient authority. "This division must stop here. The truth must come out." The crowd quieted as the caretaker turned to Lucien and Serena, her gaze softening. "There are things you do not know. Things that have been hidden from both of you." She paused, glancing at the elders who had stood in silence. "This bond, this connection between Lucien and Serena, it is not new. It is ancient." A ripple of confusion passed through the pack. Serena's heart raced as the caretaker continued. Lucien and Serena were bound before they even understood what it meant. Their families forged a union long ago, a bond of Alpha and Omega that transcends what you've been told. This was never just fate, it was destiny. The revelation hung in the air like a thunderclap, the weight of it sinking into the hearts of every wolf present. Serena stood frozen, her mind struggling to process the enormity of what she'd just heard. Lucien, her alpha, her mate, had been chosen long before either of them had known. Xavier's face twisted with rage as he turned to the caretaker. "You're lying. There's no such thing. This is madness." But the caretaker shook her head, her voice steady and unwavering. "I speak the truth. You've all been deceived by your own fear. This bond is real, and it is meant to be." Lucien's chest tightened as the full weight of the prophecy settled on him. This wasn't just about loyalty or leadership. It was about something much bigger, something older than all of them. He turned to Serena, his eyes filled with the kind of certainty that both terrified and comforted him. Serena's breath caught in her throat as the energy around them seemed to shift. It was like a force was rising within her, her power, the celestial Omega energy stirring in response to the revelation. She reached out instinctively, her hands trembling, and as they made contact with Lucien's, a rush of energy surged through her, spilling out into the courtyard. Waves of shimmering light pulsed from her, surrounding them both like an invisible force field. The wolves around them recoiled in shock, their eyes wide with fear and awe. For a brief, tense moment, the pack was completely still. Then the murmurs started again, louder this time, filled with fear and wonder. Xavier's voice broke through the stunned silence. "This is unnatural," he snarled, his eyes flashing with fury. "If this bond is real, it threatens everything. We cannot allow it to stand." The assembly erupted into chaos, voices rising in heated debate. Lucien stepped in front of Serena, his alpha presence flaring as he issued a low growl, his eyes narrowing. "This ends now," he said, his voice commanding and fierce. "You have a choice, all of you. Stand with me or stand against me. But know this, if you choose to defy me, you will pay the price." The beta's eyes burned with a mixture of hatred and defiance. "This isn't over, Lucien," he snarled, his teeth bared in a vicious snarl. And with that, the pack stood on the brink of civil war. The tension between Lucien and Xavier, between the two factions, had reached its tipping point. The battle for control had begun, and with it, the final confrontation between loyalty and power. The air was electric, crackling with the weight of ancient truths as the caretaker's words echoed in the courtyard. The pack stood in stunned silence, trying to process the monumental revelation. Serena felt the ground beneath her feet shift, like the earth itself was realigning. She looked to Lucien, whose jaw was clenched in disbelief, and yet his eyes held a clarity, a determination that she had never seen before. He, too, had known there was something extraordinary about their bond, but hearing the caretaker's confirmation brought the truth crashing into the forefront of his mind. Serena's heart pounded in her chest as the caretaker's gaze shifted between the two of them, her face soft with understanding and perhaps a hint of pity. The caretaker stepped forward, her voice carrying the weight of centuries of wisdom. This bond, this union between Lucien and Serena, was forged long before either of you could understand its significance, she said slowly, each word settling into the night like a decree. It was prophesied, woven into the very fabric of our existence. Their connection is more than just fate. It is destiny, and it has been written for generations. Xavier, standing rigid with his fists clenched at his sides, seethed. You can't possibly believe this nonsense. His voice rose in disbelief. This bond, this so-called fate, it's unnatural. And Lucien's blind acceptance of it will destroy us all. Lucien's jaw tightened, and for a moment, Serena could see the war raging inside him. His protective instincts flared, his desire to defend Serena, to fight for their bond, clashing with his deep-rooted duty as alpha. But in that moment, standing beside her, he was no longer the alpha in front of the council. He was her mate, and the decision was no longer about power, it was about them. No, Xavier, Lucien said, his voice steady but filled with resolve. You're the one who's blinded by fear. This bond is not a curse, it's the future. Xavier glared at him, his nostrils flaring with fury. And what of the pack, Lucien? What of our people? He turned to the gathered wolves, his voice dripping with accusation. You're willing to tear this pack apart for a bond that no one understands? A bond with a foreign Omega who could very well destroy us all? The pack began to stir, a ripple of doubt passing through them as they exchanged uncertain glances. Some of them were beginning to question Lucien's judgment, the seeds of doubt sown in the fertile soil of their uncertainty. But in the midst of the murmurs, Serena felt something stir within her, an energy that she hadn't yet fully understood, but one that was unmistakably powerful. It was her power, the celestial Omega energy that had been dormant for so long, hidden beneath layers of suppression and confusion, was waking up. Serena reached out instinctively, her hand brushing against Lucien's, and in that moment, a surge of energy pulsed through her. It was unlike anything she had ever felt before. Pure, radiant, and overwhelming. She gasped, her breath catching in her throat as the energy poured through her veins, spilling out into the air around them. The power radiated from her, visible to everyone in the courtyard, in shimmering waves of light. The crowd gasped collectively, some of them stepping back in awe, others in fear. Serena's heart raced, her senses overwhelmed by the flood of energy coursing through her. She felt as if she were both part of the earth beneath her and the sky above, a force of nature itself. It was undeniable. She wasn't just an Omega. She was the celestial Omega the prophecy had foretold. And this power, this bond, was the key to everything. Lucien stood beside her, his eyes widening as he too felt the surge of energy. His protective instinct flared, and he reached for her, his hand resting on her shoulder as if grounding her, helping her control the intensity of the power. He could feel it too, the pull, the connection between them that was unlike anything either of them had ever experienced. This power, it's not just yours, Serena, Lucien murmured, his voice low, filled with awe. It's ours, our bond. It's ancient, and it's real. Serena looked up at him, her heart full, her mind still trying to process the enormity of what was happening. She could see the fear in the eyes of the wolves around them, the uncertainty, the confusion. But there was something else, something more. They were watching, waiting for her to prove herself, to show them that what she and Lucien shared wasn't just a fluke. It was destiny. The caretaker nodded solemnly, her eyes filled with understanding. It "It is a bond unlike any other," she said quietly. "It was meant to unite the Alpha and Omega, to bring balance and harmony to the pack. The energy you feel, Serena, is not just a manifestation of power. It is the manifestation of purpose. You and Lucien were bound long ago, and this is the beginning of the fulfillment of that bond." Xavier's face twisted with rage as he stepped forward, his fists clenched. "No," he shouted, his voice thick with fury. "This is madness. If this bond is real, it threatens everything. It will tear us apart, and I will not let that happen." Serena could feel the tension in the air, the battle lines being drawn. The pack was torn, divided between loyalty to Lucien and fear of the unknown. And then, as if the final pieces of the puzzle were falling into place, Lucien stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Serena, his body a shield between her and the chaos that was unfolding. His eyes burned with fierce determination as he faced Xavier and the growing division among the wolves. "You've made your choice, Xavier," Lucien said, his voice carrying the weight of 1,000 decisions. "But this is where it ends. We stand together or we fall apart, and I will not let you destroy us." Xavier's eyes flashed with malice as he snarled, "You think you're invincible, Lucien? You think you can control this power? You don't understand what you're dealing with." Lucien's aura flared, his alpha energy so strong that the ground seemed to vibrate beneath their feet. The pack was now fully divided, and it was clear that the next few moments would decide everything. The challenge was no longer just between Lucien and Xavier. It was a battle for the future of the pack. And in that charged moment, as the beta snarled and the pack held its breath, Serena's heart echoed with a single truth. No matter what happened, she and Lucien were bound, and together they would face whatever came next. The tension in the courtyard had reached a boiling point. Lucien stood before his pack, his presence commanding, every inch of his being a force of nature. Behind him, Serena could feel the power still crackling in the air, a steady hum of energy that she couldn't fully control, but was learning to harness. The power was part of her, part of their bond, and though she didn't yet understand it fully, she knew it was undeniable. Xavier stood opposite Lucien, his face twisted with hatred, his eyes glowing with barely contained fury. The pack was divided. Some stood behind Lucien, their loyalty to their alpha unwavering, while others watched, their eyes filled with doubt and fear. The stage was set, and the final act was about to unfold. "You think you've won?" Xavier spat, taking a step toward Lucien. His voice was cold, dripping with venom. "You think you can just claim this power, this unnatural bond, and expect everything to fall into place?" Lucien's jaw tightened, and he took a step forward, his chest swelling with the weight of his conviction. "This is no longer just about power, Xavier. This is about survival. You're threatening the very core of this pack, our unity, our future. And I won't let you tear it apart." The beta sneered, his eyes flashing with dangerous intensity. "You've made a mistake, Lucien. You don't realize the consequences of your actions. This bond, it's a curse. It will lead to chaos, to destruction. And I'll make sure of it." Lucien's voice was low, yet carried with the strength of an alpha's command. "You've lost. The pack stands with me, and you can't change that. If you try to tear us apart, I'll fight to the last breath to protect everything we've built." Xavier's face twisted into a snarl, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "If you're so willing to die for this bond, then so be it. But I won't let it destroy us. I won't let you drag the pack into your delusion." With that, the beta turned toward the pack, rallying his loyalists with a single sharp gesture. His words rang out like a battle cry, his voice full of authority. "We will not let the Alpha's foolishness destroy us. We will stand against this unnatural union, this madness." The wolves who had been swayed by Xavier's lies began to step forward, forming a line behind him. A few of the pack's warriors hesitated, caught between loyalty to Lucien and fear of the unknown. The tension was unbearable, the air thick with the potential for violence. Serena's heart raced, but she didn't back down. She could feel Lucien's presence beside her, steady and unwavering, and the bond between them pulsed with a quiet strength. This was their fight now, and they would face it together. The caretaker stepped forward, her voice cutting through the rising chaos. "Enough," she said, her tone firm but with a quiet wisdom that demanded attention. "This battle will tear us apart, but the truth cannot be denied. Lucien and Serena are bound not by magic or whim, but by destiny." The words hit like a thunderclap, and for a moment the pack seemed to hold its collective breath. The Beta's loyalists hesitated, doubt flickering in their eyes as the truth settled in. The caretaker raised a hand, signaling the pack to remain silent. Lucien and Serena were bound long before they could understand it. Their bond is older than the pack, older than any ceremony or tradition. It is the fulfillment of an ancient prophecy, one that was meant to unite the Alpha and the Omega, and if you destroy this bond, you destroy the very essence of our future. Xavier's eyes narrowed as he struggled to maintain control. "You can't be serious, Elder. You would side with this unnatural bond? You would risk everything for a prophecy?" The caretaker's gaze never wavered as she met Xavier's challenge. "The prophecy is not a threat. It is a promise of balance, of unity, and of a future we can no longer ignore." Lucien stepped forward, his posture radiating authority. "You've lost, Xavier," he said, his voice low, steady. "Your attempts to divide us have failed. The pack will follow me, and we will face whatever comes together." The Beta's eyes flashed with an animalistic rage as he bared his teeth. "You're a fool, Lucien. You've sealed your fate, and I'll make sure you see it." Lucien turned to Serena, his eyes softening as he looked at her. "We stand together," he said, his voice steady. "No matter what happens?" Serena nodded, her heart swelling with emotion. She had never felt more sure of anything in her life. Their bond was real, and nothing could break it. Not Xavier, not fear, not even the pack itself. As the tension reached its peak, Lucien's alpha energy flared, a commanding presence that made every wolf in the courtyard pause. The pack, divided though they were, couldn't help but feel the power radiating from him. He was their alpha, and no matter what happened next, they would follow him. But the Beta wasn't done. With a low growl, he stepped forward, his eyes locked on Lucien with a fierce determination. "I will not back down," he snarled, his voice dripping with hatred. "You may have the power of the Alpha, but I have the loyalty of the pack, and I will fight to the end." Lucien's expression hardened, his voice filled with finality. "Then let the battle begin." At that moment, the air around them seemed to thrum with energy, the weight of the decision hanging heavy. The pack was divided, but this was no longer just a battle for control. It was a fight for the future. And as the first strike was thrown, the pack's fate was sealed. The courtyard erupted in chaos. The Beta's loyalists surged forward, their wolves snarling as they advanced toward Lucien's side. The air was thick with tension, and the sound of snapping jaws and fur scraping against stone filled the courtyard as the pack began to splinter in a violent clash. It was no longer just a challenge for leadership, it was a war for the very soul of the pack. Serena's heart raced, the energy within her surging as she instinctively stepped closer to Lucien. She could feel the fear and the anger of the wolves around them, the battle lines drawn not just between factions, but between those who embraced change and those who feared it. Lucien stood at the front, his aura blazing with authority, while the Beta's forces attacked from the opposite side, howling with fury. A few of the warriors closest to Lucien's side bristled in response, ready to defend their alpha and his mate. But the air was thick with uncertainty. More wolves were hesitating, unsure of which side to choose. Serena could feel the weight of their gaze, could sense the fear creeping into their ranks, and she knew that the fight was no longer just physical. It was psychological. "Lucien!" Serena called, her voice sharp with urgency. She wasn't sure what she could do, but standing here watching the pack unravel was more than she could bear. The battle wasn't just for control. It was for the pack's very survival. Lucien's eyes met hers, filled with resolve, but the tension in his expression was palpable. He was facing a revolt on two fronts: the physical fight with the Beta's loyalists and the emotional battle with the pack itself. He stepped forward, his presence demanding attention, his voice ringing out. "Enough!" Lucien roared, his alpha command cutting through the chaos like a blade. The sound of his voice was thunderous, reverberating in the chest of every wolf within earshot. Some of the wolves paused, their bodies freezing at the sound of his voice. Even the beta's loyalists faltered for a moment, unsure of their next move. Lucien took advantage of the hesitation, stepping toward the center of the courtyard, his eyes scanning the pack as they reluctantly began to listen. The fighting began to subside, the chaos slowing as the pack's attention was drawn to their alpha. "You have a choice," Lucien said, his voice calm but filled with authority. "Stand with me, or stand against me. I won't allow this pack to be torn apart by fear and lies. We've fought for unity, for strength, and we will continue to fight for it." The beta's loyalists growled, their hostility simmering, but they remained where they were, caught between the challenge of their loyalty to the beta and the authority of their alpha. The air was thick with anticipation, and for a brief moment, Serena believed the worst was over. But then, the beta made his final move. Xavier surged forward, his eyes flashing with malicious intent. He turned to face the pack, his voice rising with a biting conviction. "You think this bond is the answer?" he shouted, his hands raised in mock surrender. "You think this alpha," he gestured to Lucien, "is what's best for us? He's compromised. He's weak. He's letting her control him. We can't afford to let this happen. We must destroy the bond before it's too late." The beta's words cut through the pack like a jagged blade. Fear rippled through the wolves, some already torn between loyalty to their alpha and the fear of the unknown. Serena could see it, the doubt that had taken root in their hearts, and the beta was seizing that weakness, pushing harder, manipulating their fears. "This isn't just about Lucien," Xavier continued, his voice seething with rage. "It's about all of us. And if you choose to follow him, you're choosing to risk everything." Lucien's eyes flashed with fury, and his stance shifted as he took a step forward, standing protectively in front of Serena. "No one here is controlling me," he said, his voice full of conviction. "You've been using fear to manipulate the pack, to turn them against me, but I will not let you divide us any longer." The beta snarled, his eyes dark with fury. "Then you will pay the price for your loyalty to her." He turned toward the wolves, who had begun to hesitate, the pack members still undecided, and shouted, "Do not let this alpha's weakness destroy you. If you want to save this pack, you must fight back." It was the final push, the beta's desperate attempt to rally his remaining supporters. The pack was already divided, and now it seemed that the final battle would be fought on the ground of loyalty, of fear, and of destiny. But as the pack's uncertainty shifted into a murmur of renewed aggression, something inside Serena stirred, a force stronger than the fear that gripped the pack. She felt the surge of power within her again, this time more controlled, more conscious. She could feel Lucien's hand on hers, steady, firm, and together they stood as the pulse of their bond intensified. Serena didn't need to hide from her power anymore. It was hers to control, hers to wield. The celestial omega energy within her was not a curse. It was the key to their survival. In an instant, Serena's eyes glowed with the energy that surged through her veins, and as she reached out, her hand trembling, she released it. An explosion of pure force that rippled through the courtyard. Light surged outward from her, overwhelming in its intensity, sending waves of power cascading through the air, pushing everyone back in stunned silence. The pack recoiled, unsure of what they were witnessing. For the first time, they saw Serena for who she truly was. She wasn't just the Omega. She wasn't just Lucien's mate. She was something far greater, a force of nature, a force that had the potential to either unite them or tear them apart. Lucien stood by her side, his aura flaring in response to the surge of power. He was no longer just the alpha of the pack. He was the protector of their future, the leader who would fight to the death to defend his mate and the bond that tied them together. The beta, seeing his manipulations unravel before his eyes, snarled, his eyes burning with hatred. "This bond must be destroyed," he hissed. "And I will make sure it is." But Lucien was resolute. "You've lost Xavier. This isn't about power. This is about us, about what we've built, and I will fight for it, for us." The beta stepped back, his eyes narrowing with renewed hatred. But the battle lines had been drawn. The pack was divided, but the future was clear. Lucien stood protectively in front of Serena, his alpha energy flaring once more. "We will stand together," he said, his voice ringing with authority. "No one can tear us apart." And as the pack stood on the precipice of civil war, it was clear that the final confrontation was inevitable. The battle for the future of the pack, of Lucien and Serena's bond, was only just beginning. The moment of calm after Serena's power surged was short-lived. The beta, now standing a few paces away from Lucien and Serena, seethed with rage. His claws were extended, his body tense, ready to pounce. The pack's future hung in the balance as the entire courtyard seemed to hold its breath. Wolves on either side exchanged uneasy glances, caught between fear and loyalty. Lucien stood firm, his chest rising with controlled breaths. His hands were clenched into fists at his sides, his entire being poised for the battle that was inevitable. Beside him, Serena's breath still came in short bursts, her hands trembling slightly as she absorbed the energy she had released. She knew, without a doubt, that the power inside her wasn't just an extension of her. It was part of their bond, part of the truth they were both destined to face. "I warned you, Lucien," Xavier snarled, taking a step forward, eyes locked on both Lucien and Serena. "You're playing with fire, and when it burns, it won't just consume you. It will consume us all." Lucien's voice was steady, though his anger simmered beneath the surface. "The only thing burning here is the fear you've spread among us. If you want to fight, Xavier, then let's finish it. But know this, the pack will stand with us, not with you." Serena could feel the growing tension in the air, the pack's internal war escalating. Her heart hammered in her chest, not from fear, but from the undeniable connection to Lucien, to their shared fate. She knew they were meant to face this together, and together they would. Before Xavier could respond, Lucien's warriors stepped forward, their stances defensive, ready to fight. The air around them crackled with anticipation, the silent question hanging in the air. Would the pack follow their alpha, or would they turn on him, rallying behind the beta's fiery words? The beta's eyes glinted with malicious intent as he raised his hand to call his followers into battle. "Then fight for it," he spat. "If you want this so badly, Lucien, then prove it to me. Prove to me that you can lead this pack. Prove that you're fit to be alpha." At his command, Xavier's supporters moved in, wolves growling and advancing with calculated aggression. The two factions faced each other across the courtyard, tension so thick it seemed to choke the air. Lucien's gaze flicked to Serena, his eyes filled with a promise. "Stay behind me," he said quietly, though his voice was full of the steely determination that had always defined him. "I'll protect you." Serena nodded, her heart pounding, but she stepped up beside him, refusing to remain on the sidelines. The battle was not just his to fight, it was theirs. They were united, bound by a force older than anything the pack could understand. As the first blow was struck, a wolf lunged at one of Lucien's warriors. The clash of bodies filled the air as the two factions collided. Wolves snarled, their claws flashing, their teeth bared. It was chaos. Serena's breath hitched as she felt the surge of energy within her, an instinctive response to the violence around her. She felt the power stirring again, calling to her, ready to be unleashed. She reached out for it, knowing she had to control it, had to channel it. But this time, it wasn't just about defending herself. It was about protecting Lucien, protecting their bond, and protecting the future of the pack. With a sudden surge, she felt the energy course through her, radiating outward, creating a barrier of force between the fighting wolves. The sheer weight of it forced several of the combatants to pause, the wave of power too overwhelming to ignore. The chaos around them faltered for a moment, the wolves caught between aggression and the ancient force that surrounded Serena. "Stay back!" Serena shouted, her voice echoing through the courtyard, fueled by the power within her. "This fight isn't just about power, it's about survival. If you want to fight for this pack, fight for the future, not for some old tradition." Her words rang out, powerful and commanding, though many in the pack hesitated. The beta's loyalists still looked to Xavier for guidance, but there was uncertainty in their eyes now. For the first time, the fear and confusion that had taken root in the pack began to waver. Serena could see it, the questioning, the doubts creeping into their ranks. Lucien took a step forward, his voice carrying over the silence that followed. "You have a choice," he said, his tone unwavering. "Fight for the old ways, or fight for a future where we stand united." Xavier's eyes burned with rage as he took another step toward Lucien, but this time there was something different in his posture. The beta had been cornered. His attempts to divide the pack unraveled by Serena's power, by Lucien's leadership, and by the truth of their bond. The pack could see the reality now. Their battle wasn't about loyalty to Lucien or Xavier. It was about what they were fighting for. The tension in the courtyard was palpable, the two factions on the verge of breaking into full-scale combat. But the hesitation was too great. The doubts planted by Lucien's words and Serena's display of power were too much. One by one, wolves began to shift, their bodies relaxing, their anger dissipating. The pack was split, but not entirely. There were still those loyal to Lucien, still those who would fight for the future he promised. And now it seemed that the tide was beginning to turn. Lucien's warriors stepped forward once more, pushing the beta's men back. The fight was far from over, but the momentum had shifted. The pack's loyalty to their alpha was beginning to outweigh the fear and manipulation sown by the beta. It was no longer just a battle of words. It was a battle for their future. In the chaos, Lucien and Serena found themselves facing the beta once more. Xavier's eyes flashed with fury, but there was something else now. A fear. He realized, perhaps for the first time, that the pack would no longer follow him. That Lucien and Serena were stronger than he could have ever anticipated. Lucien stepped forward, his voice steady and filled with conviction. "This is over, Xavier," he said. "The pack has chosen." Xavier snarled, his face twisted in hatred, but his words were cut off as Lucien's warriors advanced, forcing him and his loyalists back. The battle was not won yet, but Lucien had secured the pack's loyalty. And as the sun began to rise, casting light over the wreckage of the courtyard, it was clear that the pack would move forward together. The evening had fallen over the pack's fortress like a heavy curtain, the shadows stretching long and dark across the stone courtyard. The wolves who had once been unified now wandered the grounds, torn between the words of their alpha and the ominous warnings of the beta. Tension hummed in the air like a storm waiting to break. Lucien stood on the edge of the balcony, his gaze sweeping over the pack, trying to read the faces of those who had once followed him without question. The uncertainty in their eyes was like a knife to the chest. He had fought for this, he had fought for them, and yet the very ground he stood on felt like it was slipping away. "Alpha!" a voice called from behind him, breaking through his thoughts. Lucien turned to see one of his trusted lieutenants, a tall wolf with a streak of gray in his fur, standing at attention. The lieutenant had the look of a warrior who had seen too many battles but still stood firm. "They're listening, but it's not enough," the lieutenant said, his voice low. "The beta's words are spreading faster than we anticipated. Some are swayed. Fear is more contagious than loyalty these days." Lucien sighed, rubbing his brow as he turned back to look at the courtyard. The weight of the pack's divided loyalty pressed down on him like a boulder. He had to act, and quickly. "We need to bring in those who are still undecided. Find those on the fence and speak to them directly. Let them see what this fight is really about." Lucien's voice was steady, but the exhaustion in his eyes betrayed him. "Make them understand that this isn't about power, it's about our future." The lieutenant nodded, his eyes filled with understanding. "I'll do what I can, Alpha, but I fear that the beta is gathering strength. We need to make our move soon." As the lieutenant turned to leave, Lucien's mind continued to race, each thought heavier than the last. The pack was his responsibility, and yet despite his every effort, it felt like the threads were slipping through his fingers. Meanwhile, Serena was in the depths of the fortress, far from the ever-present eyes of the pack. She had been training with the caretaker, a woman who had always been an enigma to the pack, but who now served as Serena's guide. The caretaker had known of the celestial Omega energy long before Serena had even heard of it. She was the one who had helped Serena first feel the stirring power within her, and now she was teaching her to control it. Serena stood in a secluded courtyard, her eyes closed, her breathing deep and controlled. The caretaker stood a few feet away, watching intently as Serena moved through a series of simple gestures. The air around her crackled with energy, and though Serena could feel the force inside her, it wasn't yet fully under her control. "Focus, Serena," the caretaker instructed, her voice calm. "The power within you is ancient and vast, but it is not a weapon unless you learn to use it. You are not just the Omega, you are the key." Serena's brow furrowed as she extended her hands in front of her, feeling the energy hum through her palms. She could sense the power, the raw, unrestrained force of it, but it was a part of her that she didn't fully understand. She wasn't sure if she was more exhilarated by it or terrified of it. "I don't know if I can do this," Serena admitted, her voice strained. The energy within her was like a tide, constantly rising, and it frightened her. What would happen if she lost control? The caretaker met her gaze with a knowing look. "You must do this. There are forces outside these walls that would use your power for their own gain, but if you harness it, if you control it, you can change the course of this war." Serena nodded, taking a deep breath. The caretaker's words resonated within her, and though doubt lingered, she could feel the power respond to her will. She closed her eyes once more, and this time the energy moved with her, more fluidly, more in tune with her intention. A wave of warmth surged through her, followed by a soft pulse of light that danced around her fingertips. "There," the caretaker said, her voice soft but proud. "You're learning to listen to it. Now you must control it." Serena opened her eyes, breathing heavily, her body trembling from the intensity of the surge. "I feel it," she said, her voice quiet but filled with awe. "I feel the power, and it's terrifying. But it's also beautiful." The caretaker smiled, her eyes glimmering with approval. "And now, you must learn to use it for the pack's survival. There will be no peace without unity, and that unity must come from you, from both of you." As the training session ended, the weight of the caretaker's words settled on Serena. She had always felt different, but now, standing in the quiet after the storm of energy, she felt the full responsibility of what lay ahead. She wasn't just Lucien's mate. She was the future of the pack, whether they realized it yet or not. Underscore, 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 underscore. Later that evening, as the sun began to set and the moon crept high in the sky, Lucien and Serena found themselves alone in one of the hidden courtyards, away from prying eyes. The night was quiet save for the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Lucien stood before her, his expression soft but filled with determination. He reached out and gently cupped her face in his hands. "We'll make it through this," he said, his voice steady but heavy with the weight of the burden he carried. "But we can't do it alone. We need to unite the pack before the beta tears us apart." Serena met his gaze, her heart swelling with love and understanding. She could see the weight of responsibility in his eyes, the same responsibility that she now carried herself. "I'm with you," she said softly, her voice resolute. "We'll do this together, for the pack, for our future." The connection between them seemed to intensify in the silence, the bond that tied them stronger than ever before. But even as they shared this moment of unity, an unsettling feeling tugged at Serena's senses. A distant howl echoed through the night, sending a shiver down her spine. It was a lone wolf, its cry full of sorrow and warning. She knew it instantly. It was a call from her old pack. Her breath caught in her throat as she turned to Lucien, her eyes wide with realization. "They're coming," she whispered. "My old pack. They know. They've sensed it." Lucien's grip tightened on her shoulders, his jaw clenched with determination. "We'll face them together," he vowed, his voice low and filled with the strength of an alpha. "But we need to prepare. Now." As the distant howl echoed again, Serena's heart raced. She knew that the true battle was about to begin, one that would test not only her power but her very resolve. The time for choosing sides was over. Now, it was time for action, and as the full moon bathed them in silver light, the realization hit her like a thunderclap. The stakes were higher than ever before. There would be no more hiding, no more running. It was time to face the consequences of everything she and Lucien had set in motion. The pack's fate, and hers, was about to be decided. The sound of approaching hooves echoed through the fortress, distant at first, but growing steadily louder. Serena stood at the window, her breath catching as she gazed out at the gathering storm in the distance. She could feel it in her bones. An old threat was returning. The familiar weight of anxiety settled in her chest, but this time, it wasn't just the beta scheming that plagued her mind. No, it was something darker. The wolves from her past had arrived, and she could already feel their presence seeping into the air like a creeping shadow. "Serena," Lucien's voice called from behind her, steady but filled with concern. "Are you all right?" She turned to face him, finding his eyes already searching hers. He'd been keeping a careful distance lately, his protective instincts flaring, and his efforts to keep her safe from both the beta and the turmoil inside the pack had consumed him. But now, standing in front of him, the same questions gnawed at her. She could feel the pack unraveling, and knew the confrontation with her old pack would bring it to a head. "I'm fine," she said, though she knew he could see through the calm she was trying to project. I know what this means." "They're here to take me back." Lucien's jaw tightened, his gaze darkening with a mixture of frustration and determination. "They won't take you, Serena. Not while I'm still standing." She swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the promise in his words, but it wasn't enough to erase the doubts building inside her. Would they have to fight for this bond they'd forged? Or would they lose everything to forces older and stronger than either of them? In the great hall, the tension was suffocating. Lucien stood at the head of the long stone table, flanked by his advisors and a few of his most trusted warriors. They were ready for whatever the night might bring, but nothing could have prepared them for the sheer force of the presence that entered the room. The alpha of Serena's former pack, accompanied by his warriors, strode in with calculated grace. His fur was silver with age, his eyes sharp and calculating. There was no warmth in his gaze as he met Lucien's. Only the coldness of a wolf who had seen too much and would do anything to secure his pack's survival. "Lucien," the alpha greeted with a stiff nod. "We come in peace, for now. But make no mistake, we will not leave here empty-handed." Behind him, his warriors stood in silent formation, their eyes scanning the room, ever watchful. The air between them was thick with unspoken words, an underlying current of hostility masked by false civility. Serena couldn't keep her eyes from narrowing as the group entered. She stood in the shadows, hidden from the sight of the alpha and his pack, but unable to tear herself away from the unfolding drama. Every instinct told her to be cautious, to trust no one. Lucien greeted the alpha with a firm handshake, his demeanor polite, though the tension between them was palpable. "I appreciate your coming, but I'd like to know the real reason behind your visit. Peace has a price." "Indeed," the old alpha replied, his voice smooth like velvet but carrying a hidden threat. "Peace always comes at a cost, Lucien. You've heard the rumors, I'm sure, but we're not here for a simple conversation. You've taken something that belongs to us, someone, and I think we should settle this matter." Lucien's eyes flicked to Serena briefly, his protective instincts flaring as her old alpha turned toward her with an air of possessiveness. Serena clenched her fists at her sides, her heart pounding. This wasn't just about the alpha and Lucien anymore. It was about her, and the dark past she had long tried to escape. The beta, who had been quietly lingering at the back of the room, stepped forward at that moment, his smooth voice cutting through the tension. "Perhaps we can broker a peaceful solution, something that satisfies both sides," he said, offering a slight bow to the alpha, but there was no hiding the calculating gleam in his eyes. Serena's breath caught in her throat. She could feel it. The beta was playing a dangerous game, and his smile wasn't one of peace. He was maneuvering, seeking the chance to strike. He'd never stopped working behind the scenes, and this was his moment to pull the strings. Perhaps, the Alpha said, a sharp edge to his voice. But I think you should know, Lucien, we've come to claim what is ours. Your Omega, your mate. He raised a hand, and an advisor stepped forward, producing documents sealed with an ancient wax stamp. The hall fell into silence as the elder unfolded the parchment and presented it to Lucien. These documents, the Alpha continued, his voice smug, prove that Serena's memories were deliberately sealed at birth. It was done to prevent the prophecy, our prophecy, from coming to fruition. Our families forged an agreement long ago to prevent such a union. This bond between you and her is an affront to that. And I'm here to correct that mistake. Lucien's face went taut as the documents were handed to him. He scanned them quickly, his mind working overtime as the truth came to light. The pack's history, the prophecy, everything that had been kept from Serena, his mate, was now laid out for him to see. The beta stepped closer, his smile widening at Lucien's obvious discomfort. The pack must be protected, he said smoothly, his eyes narrowing as they shifted toward Serena. The power she possesses is too great, too dangerous. It's better for all of us if she returns to where she belongs. Serena's heart pounded in her chest, her blood turning cold at the implication. This wasn't about a simple claim. This was about control. The truth of her past had been hidden from her for so long, and now, with one swipe of a document, they were trying to take it all away. The pack she'd left behind, her history, and everything she thought she'd left in the past were rushing back, threatening to swallow her whole. Lucien's voice broke through the tension like thunder. "She's not yours to take," he growled, his eyes seething with a fury that mirrored Serena's own. "She belongs here, with me. This bond is ours, and I will not let you tear it apart." The old Alpha's eyes narrowed as a thin smile tugged at his lips. "You're not seeing the full picture, Lucien. If the prophecy is to be believed, then her union with you spells doom for all. If she stays with you, the consequences will be irreversible." A murmur spread through the hall, and Serena felt the weight of his words press down on her like a suffocating cloud. This was more than just a challenge for power. It was a threat. A warning that shook the very foundation of everything she'd come to believe. But before Lucien could respond, the caretaker, the ancient oracle who had guided Serena in her training, stepped forward, her presence a calm force amidst the storm. "The truth must be told," she said quietly, raising a hand to silence the gathering. She turned toward Lucien and Serena, her gaze steady and unwavering. Serena and Lucien were not just bound by fate, they were mated under an ancient rite, she said, her voice carrying the weight of history. This bond was forged long ago, and it cannot be undone. The prophecy is not one of doom, but of a new beginning. A heavy silence fell over the room. For a long moment, no one spoke. The air felt thick with the weight of the truth that had finally come to light. The old Alpha's expression darkened. Then, if the prophecy is true, it means your union will bring an end to the balance we've known. This cannot continue. His words were laced with venom as he turned to the beta, giving him a chilling smile that sent a shiver down Serene's spine. "We'll see how long this union lasts." The beta nodded, the promise of betrayal clear in his eyes. The plan was in motion, and they would stop at nothing to bring both Lucien and Serena to heel. The atmosphere in the great hall was thick with tension as Lucien faced the beta across the wide stone floor expanse. The air hummed with the static of power, power that had once been solid, unyielding, and now was fractured like glass. Lucien could feel the weight of every wolf in the room, their loyalty teetering, their gazes shifting between him and the beta. It wasn't just about a leadership challenge anymore. It was about survival. It was about Serena. Lucien clenched his fists at his sides, trying to steady himself. He had kept the peace for as long as he could, had tried to give his wolves the time they needed to understand the new order he was fighting to build. But now the beta had gone too far. He had exposed the pack to betrayal in a way that Lucien could no longer ignore. You're making a mistake, Lucien, the beta spat, his voice laced with venom. Serena's power is a danger to this pack. She's not just an Omega anymore, she's a threat. The beta's eyes flashed with hatred as he looked at Serena, who stood beside Lucien, every inch the force of nature she had become. Serena, for her part, stood tall, her posture unyielding, though the anger in her eyes mirrored Lucien's. She had always known the beta would turn on her. What she hadn't anticipated was how deep his treachery ran, how far he was willing to go to take control. Lucien stepped forward, his voice low and controlled. You're wrong, Xavier. Serena is not a threat. She's our future. She is the celestial Omega, the one who will unite this pack. You are the danger, and you've been playing us all for fools. The beta sneered, his lip curling with disdain. And you think she's the key to saving us? You're blinded by your desire, Lucien. This isn't about love or some grand destiny. This is about power. His gaze flicked to Serena. I'll stop you both, even if I have to tear this pack apart to do it. But before Lucien could respond, a voice broke through the tension. A guard, one of Lucien's most loyal warriors, stepped into the hall, his expression grave. He moved quickly toward Lucien, his steps fast but measured, the urgency in his posture unmistakable. My Alpha, the guard said, his voice tense. I have proof. You need to see this. Lucien's brows furrowed, and he motioned for the guard to continue. The beta's eyes flickered with suspicion as the guard produced a bundle of letters, wrapped in a sealed leather pouch. Lucien took the letters, quickly unsealing them. His eyes scanned the pages, his mind working quickly as he pieced together what had been kept hidden. Xavier's betrayal. The letters were clear. Messages exchanged between the beta and Serena's former pack. They were plans, detailed plans, for how the beta had been working with the old Alpha to force Serena's return and destabilize Lucien's rule. The beta had promised to deliver Serena to them in exchange for power, a position of authority in the old pack's regime once Serena was removed from the equation. Lucien's heart pounded in his chest as the weight of the revelation hit him like a freight train. He looked up at the beta, his anger now a living thing inside him, coiling like a beast ready to strike. You, Lucien growled, his voice low and dangerous. You've been working with them all this time. You were going to hand Serena over in exchange for your own power. You are the traitor, and I won't let you destroy this pack. The beta's eyes narrowed, his lip curling into a snarl. What are you going to do, Lucien? What can you do? You have no proof, you have no army, and soon you won't have any pack left to lead. He laughed darkly. You're finished. Lucien stepped forward, his alpha aura flaring, and the room seemed to still. I'll make sure you regret this, he said, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. I won't let you take this pack from me. You and your allies are nothing but a threat to everything we fought for. The beta's face twisted with rage. You've sealed your fate. If you refuse to step down, if you refuse to see reason, then I'll fight you, and I'll win. Serena, who had been silent through the confrontation, stepped forward. She was done hiding in the shadows. She was done being a pawn in someone else's game. No, she said, her voice ringing with authority. I'm not going anywhere. This is my home, and I'll stand by Lucien no matter what. Her words seemed to hang in the air like a challenge, and the beta's gaze locked onto hers, a dangerous gleam flashing in his eyes. You're playing with fire, Serena, he warned. You don't know the power you're toying with. Serena's lips curled into a determined smile. I know exactly what I'm doing. And in that moment, the very energy around her seemed to respond. She could feel it like an ancient force pulling at the core of her being. The celestial Omega energy surged through her, crackling in the air. Her aura expanded outward, glowing with power, and it was enough to make even the beta falter. Lucien's eyes softened as he watched Serena stand before him, her power radiating like a beacon. This was what he had known all along, that Serena was more than just his mate. She was the force that could unite their pack, the key to a future that was worth fighting for. The beta staggered back, his eyes widening in shock. The wolves who had followed him hesitated, their eyes darting between their alpha and the powerful force that Serena had become. The room was charged with an energy that left no room for doubt. Serena wasn't just the Omega. She was the Omega, the one who could decide the fate of the pack. Lucien stepped forward, his presence a solid anchor as he looked at the wolves around him. We have our loyal wolves and we have our traitors. Now it's time to choose your side. The Veda and his allies are nothing but a threat to us all, and if we don't stand united, we will fall. The tension in the room was palpable as Lucien's words resonated with those who still had doubts. The pack was divided, but the message was clear. Those who stood with Lucien and Serena had a future. Those who stood with the Beta would have nothing. With the lines drawn, Lucien and Serena began to rally their loyal forces, gathering those who had not yet been swayed by the Beta's lies. But just as they prepared for the inevitable confrontation, the Beta and his followers retreated, their eyes full of dark triumph. Before leaving, the Beta turned to Lucien and Serena with a chilling smile. "Tomorrow we end this," he said, his voice low and full of malice. "Mark my words." And with that, the Beta and his wolves disappeared beyond the courtyard, leaving the fortress eerily quiet. The threat was far from over. It was only just beginning. Serena and Lucien stood together, knowing that the battle for the pack's future had only just begun. The sky was painted with streaks of orange and purple as dawn broke over the training grounds. The two armies faced off across the wide expanse of open land, tension crackling between them like a storm waiting to strike. On one side stood Lucien, his loyal warriors flanking him, their eyes filled with determination and resolve. At his side, Serena stood tall, her power pulsing around her like a beacon, her every movement radiating strength. Together they were a force that none could deny. Across from them, the Beta stood beside the old Alpha, their forces gathered, eyes burning with ambition and desperation. The Beta's gaze never left Lucien, his eyes sharp with fury and pride, a predator hungry for the kill. The old Alpha, though still powerful, was quieter, more calculating. His eyes scanned the battlefield with the detached demeanor of a man who had already won or lost in his mind. But in the midst of all this, Serena could feel it, the weight of what this moment meant. Lucien's voice broke through the silence. "Today we end this, for the pack, for our future." Serena met his eyes, her gaze steady and nodded. "For our future." Her words, simple but filled with meaning, sent a shiver of understanding between them. They didn't need to speak it aloud, but they both knew this battle would determine everything. With a roar that sent shockwaves through the ground, the two forces collided. Underscore, 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 underscore. Inside me, the wolves in their shifted forms tore across the battlefield, their massive forms crashing together in a frenzy of snarls and snapping jaws. The sounds of battle filled the air. Growls, howls, the thundering of paws, and the clash of teeth. Dust rose in thick clouds, clouding the sunlight as the wolves tore into each other, the earth beneath them trembling with the weight of their struggle. Lucien and the Beta met in the center of the field, their forms a blur of fur and muscle. Lucien fought with the primal fury of an alpha defending his pack, his movements sharp and precise. But the Beta was relentless, his attacks vicious and brutal. They circled each other, locked in a battle for dominance, both determined to see the other fall. Serena's heart pounded in her chest as she watched the fight unfold. She knew Lucien was capable, but the Beta was cunning, and his ruthlessness knew no bounds. Her eyes darted around the battlefield, her instincts telling her to stay alert. She couldn't afford to be distracted. But just as the Beta's claws sunk into Lucien's side, a dark shadow loomed behind her. The old Alpha was there, looming over her like a storm cloud ready to burst. His eyes were cold and calculating, his movements deliberate as he approached her. "You don't belong here, little Omega," he snarled, his voice low and menacing. "You are nothing more than a tool, and tools are easily disposed of." Serena's muscles tensed as he lunged. An instinct took over. She sidestepped quickly, using the old alpha's momentum against him, but he was faster than she had expected. His claws swiped through the air, grazing her shoulder, a reminder of just how dangerous he was. But Serena wasn't the frightened Omega she had once been. Her celestial Omega power surged through her, her energy crackling in the air. The ground beneath her seemed to hum as she called on the energy inside her, energy that was as much a part of her as her heartbeat. The old alpha's eyes widened for a split second before she unleashed it. A radiant wave of energy surged outward from her, rippling through the battlefield. The force of it stunned the wolves around her, causing them to freeze in their tracks. The power surged from her like a tide, washing over the fighters, stunning them long enough for Serena to regain control of the situation. She wasn't killing. She didn't need to. She didn't want to. But in that moment, she was more powerful than she had ever imagined. The wolves who had attacked her stopped cold, their eyes wide with shock and fear. The old alpha staggered back, his expression one of disbelief as he realized the power she wielded. Underscore, 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 underscore. Underscore, 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 underscore. Lucien, sensing the change in the atmosphere, took advantage of the moment. The beta, having been momentarily stunned by the blast of energy, shook his head, clearing the confusion from his mind. But Lucien was on him in an instant, his alpha strength surging as he grabbed the beta by the throat and slammed him into the ground. "Not today," Lucien growled, his voice full of finality. The beta struggled, but Lucien's grip was unyielding. He pinned the beta to the ground, his teeth bared as he hissed. "You're done. No more lies. No more betrayal." The beta's eyes burned with fury, but Lucien's strength was too much. His struggle weakened, and soon he lay motionless beneath Lucien, bloodied but not dead. The beta let out one final snarl, his voice hoarse as he spat. "This isn't over, Lucien. You'll regret this. You'll all regret it." Lucien's gaze was cold, his words cutting through the air like a blade. "No, you're the one who will regret this." With one final motion, Lucien released his grip, leaving the beta in a crumpled heap on the ground. His breathing was labored, but the fight was over. The beta had been defeated. Underscore, 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 underscore. As the fight subsided, I saw that parties had successively decided. The wolves who had followed the beta began to retreat, fear and confusion on their faces. The old alpha, seeing his forces dwindling, withdrew as well, his retreat forced by the overwhelming power Serena had just displayed. He turned toward his retreating warriors, his eyes narrowing as he barked in order to fall back. As he turned to leave, he shot one last glance at Lucien and Serena. His face was full of bitterness. "You may have won this day, but know this. There are those among my pack who would rather see you both fall. This is not over." With that, the old alpha and his remaining warriors fled the battlefield, leaving Lucien, Serena, and their loyal wolves standing victorious, but weary. The air was thick with the scent of blood and sweat, the dust of battle still hanging in the air. Underscore, 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 underscore. In a limited sense, and this includes social media and what Sinaire stood together, their eyes meeting across the battlefield. They were both panting, their bodies exhausted, but they had won. The pack's future had been secured, for now. But as they stood in the aftermath of the battle, both of them knew this wasn't the end. The prophecies' final stage was still out there, waiting to be fulfilled. And as the last echoes of the battle died down, a hush settled over them. The packs were united, yes, but the real test of leadership, of loyalty, of love was still ahead, and they would face it together. The battle was over. The clash of wolves, the sounds of fury and desperation, had faded into the silence of the aftermath. The sky above, once heavy with dark clouds, was now a calm expanse of light as the sun slowly began its rise. Lucien stood at the edge of the training grounds, his breath still ragged from the fight. The scent of blood, sweat, and earth hung in the air, but beneath it was a deeper, quieter scent. Victory. They had won, but it came at a price. Wolves lay injured on both sides. Healers moved from one to another, tending to wounds with careful hands. The beta, subdued and shackled, was being escorted away by a pair of Lucien's loyalists. His eyes burned with hatred, but his body was too beaten to offer anything more than a weak struggle. Lucien's gaze swept across the battlefield. Some of the beta's followers, seeing the destruction their leader had caused, now knelt at Lucien's feet, pledging their loyalty. Their voices were low, filled with shame but also a sense of redemption. Behind him, Serena stood silently, her eyes scanning the battlefield with the same mixture of relief and sorrow. She had done it. She had stood beside him and fought for this moment, for their future. But the weight of what had happened, of what they had both lost in order to claim this victory, was not lost on her. Lucien stepped toward her, his movement slow but steady. He reached out, his hand brushing hers. The touch was brief, but it spoke volumes. He didn't need to say anything. She could feel the same understanding, the same unspoken connection pulsing between them. Underscore, 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 underscore. So again, Jasmine and Carl go on to explore these same exact questions. Later, as the last of the injured were tended to and the battlefield was quiet once more, Lucien called for a gathering of the Pack Council. The elders who had sided with the beta stood at the front, their heads low in respect, and perhaps, for the first time, a hint of fear. The beta's rebellion had cost them their standing, but now they had to face the consequences of their choices. The room was filled with heavy silence as Lucien stepped forward, Serena by his side. He could feel the eyes of his pack on him, waiting for him to speak, to tell them what would happen next. But he wasn't alone in this moment. Serena was with him, and her presence gave him the strength he needed. "I will not pretend this was easy," Lucien began, his voice strong but carrying a hint of weariness. "But we have survived this trial. We stand united, stronger than ever. And it is only by standing together that we can ensure this pack's future." The elders who had followed the beta now stood before him, their heads bowed, waiting for judgment. Some were too proud to speak, their regret evident only in the way they averted their gazes. But others, like the elder who had once whispered warnings to Serena, spoke up. "We were wrong," the elder said, her voice trembling with the weight of her regret. "We let our fears cloud our judgment. We let the beta's lies poison us. If you will have us, we are ready to stand by you, to make amends for the damage we've done." Serena stepped forward, her hand resting gently on Lucien's arm. Her voice was calm, but there was an undeniable strength in it. "There's room for redemption," she said, "but only if we can unite. We all have to choose to move forward. We cannot rebuild by holding on to the past." Lucien met Serena's gaze, a silent understanding passing between them. He knew that her words weren't just about the pack. They were about them, about their future and the bond that had brought them to this point. "I will not forget what has happened," Lucien said, his voice firm. "But I will not punish those who choose to stand with us now. Those who remain loyal, who commit to unity, will have my trust." There was a long pause, the council members looking to one another. Then, one by one, they stepped forward, pledging their loyalty to Lucien and Serena. The weight of their decision hung in the air, but it was a decision they had to make. And in that moment, the pack was truly united. Underscore, 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 underscore. The ceremony was simple but sacred. In the heart of the pack's stronghold, the elders gathered in a circle, the remaining council members watching from the sidelines. Serena and Lucien stood together at the center, the weight of the moment heavy on their shoulders. The oracle, the one who had been there since the beginning, moved forward, her steps slow but steady. She held an ancient scroll in her hands, its edges frayed with age. As she unrolled it, the words seemed to hang in the air like a prayer. Lucien and Serena, the oracle began, her voice soft but full of power. You are not just mates by choice. You were bound long ago by the will of the earth, the moon, and the stars. This bond is not a mere connection, it is the foundation of our future. The room was silent as the oracle spoke the ancient words that sealed their union. The ceremony wasn't just for the pack, it was for them, for Lucien and Serena, who had fought so hard to be together. The oracle's eyes turned towards Serena, her expression softening. You are the celestial Omega. You are the one who will unite us. Your power is not just strength. It is the bridge that will unite all wolves, all packs, if you choose to embrace it. Serena felt the weight of those words settle within her, but this time, it wasn't fear that rose within her. It was understanding. She wasn't just an Omega. She was the celestial Omega. She had always been a part of something greater, and now she could see that she was meant to be the force that would heal, not just protect. With a nod from Lucien, they both lowered their heads, acknowledging the sacredness of the moment, and in that moment, their bond was fully realized by the pack, by the world, and by themselves. Underscore, 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 underscore. Later, as the sun began to set, Lucien and Serena stood together on a hill overlooking their territory. The air was still, the world around them slowly calming after the storm of battle. The first rays of dawn had bathed the land in a new light, a light that spoke of hope and a fresh start. Serena's hand rested in Lucien's, their fingers intertwined as they watched the wolves from different packs slowly begin to gather below, tentative but hopeful. Word had spread. News of Serena's role as the celestial Omega had reached the far corners of their world, and other packs were beginning to take notice. Some came with open hearts, eager to join in unity. Others, still wary, watched from the distance, unsure of what to expect. But they were drawn to the promise that Serena and Lucien represented, the promise of unity, of strength, and of a new future. Lucien squeezed her hand gently, his voice soft but filled with certainty. This is just the beginning, Serena. We've only scratched the surface. She smiled, her heart swelling with love and pride. Together, she said, her voice steady, we'll make sure it works. As the wolves below began to gather, their voices rising in chorus, Serena and Lucien stood side by side, ready to lead their pack into the future. The battle had been won, but the true war was just beginning, and with that they stood, united not only by their love, but by their destiny.